Pleasant morning to all service providers present, all seat officials, teachers, and students. Please bow your heads as we share a word of prayer. Praise be to you, Almighty God, Creator of the universe and all that is in it. We thank you, O Father, for the opportunity which you have given us to increase our knowledge. May your divine grace enable us to study hard and use what we learn for the good of our fellow citizens. We pray that you free us from selfishness, lust, greed, anger, and hatred. Warm our hearts with love, fill our minds with understanding, and strengthen our wills in the face of all difficulties. Help us, O Father, to make our beloved country of Trinidad and Tobago the kind of place you want it to be. A place where human dignity is respected and where equal rights are accorded to all citizens, where hard work is encouraged and rewarded, and where you, O God, reign supreme. A place where human dignity is respected and where equal rights are accorded to all citizens, where hard work is encouraged
A
and rewarded,
pleasant
and where
good
you, O God,
morning
reign
to
supreme.
all you students out there, and welcome to Southeastern Education District's virtual career. A pleasant good morning to all you students out there, and welcome to Southeastern
I will
Education
carry
District's virtual
you like
career.
a bridge on
Good
troubled
morning to
water.
all you students
I
out
will
there, and welcome to
lead thee
Southeastern Education
carry
District's
you
virtual
like
career.
a bridge on
Good
troubled
morning to all
water.
you students
I
out
will
there, and welcome to
lead thee
Southeastern Education District's
carry you
virtual
like
career.
a bridge on troubled water. When tears of rain
A pleasant good morning, students. And my name is Ms. Simpson. I'm the guidance officer, one of the guidance officers at Southeastern Education District, and welcome to our first virtual career fair. Yeah, it is a pleasure for us to be with you this morning, and I hope that you are just as excited to be with us. Yeah, career is one of the most important decisions that you will ever make in your life, and we are here as guidance officers to help guide you along this path and to help you in making one of the most important decisions that you will ever make, right? And so at this point in time, I am going to introduce Ms. Denise Tyson, and she is the guidance officer too for the Southeastern District to give the welcome remarks. I am going, Ms. Tyson, to introduce Ms. Denise Tyson, and she is the guidance officer too for the
Good morning,
Southeastern
everyone.
District to give the welcome
Thank you very
remarks.
much, Alma Simpson, for that wonderful introduction. So, today my role is really to allow the providers to really flow, but I just wanted to really thank our provider, Mr. Raj Ramdas, who have really gone beyond the call of duty to help our team at Southeastern District. At Southeastern District, we have a number of guidance officers, counselors, and presently we have our two OJTs, guidance officers, and then we also have an administrative person. So we always try to operate as a team because our work, the children are dependent on us. And last night I was just thinking that we are really faced with so many challenges. If you look at what is happening, like every day, you will hear murders taking place. We look at our own Caribbean country, where look at St. Vincent, but all around the world, we have problems. And yet, we are here to make sure, as guidance officers, just now, excuse me, as guidance officers, that we are able to operate at a high level. So we are called beyond the duty of performing. And regardless of whatever the situation may be, we have to perform in an excellent manner. So today, I am encouraging every student, whether you would have been on yesterday and you feel you want to come back on, but from all the different schools, and I just had to call it out this morning. And some of the schools we're expecting to take part in our life career fair, as they say virtual. We have Williamsville Secondary. So any students out there from Williamsville, you need to get on. Then we have Moruga Secondary. And we also have Tabakit Secondary and Barbacoa West Secondary. I am really, and I want to even pause. I'm looking at my time because I know we're trying to work with our schedule. And we do have an excellent presenter coming on in a little while. One of our providers who, my gosh, when you hear these testimonies, it will blow your mind. But we cannot do our job if we don't have our students. And we operate from a point of compassion and empathy. And I really want to pause again to thank all the guidance officers, all the guidance counselors from Southeastern Secondary. We want to say thank you. I am taking this opportunity to say thank you because setting up a virtual career fair is not easy. We live in very stressful times. Look at what is going on. I mean, who would have thought that COVID would have hit us since last year? And students weren't able to go to schools. I mean, it's only recently we had the form fours, fives, and six going on. And my question is, how will a young person be able to cope? Because even we as adults, we are challenged in these times. It could be so stressful. And that is why today we are using the team approach to reach out and really touch the hearts of every young person who could actually come on this platform and hear the powerful, energetic, vibrant providers who would have taken the time to help other students and whatever field it may be. I remember growing up, I think I wanted to be a pastor. There's something when my phone just keep going off, but I will get back to that person shortly. And I remember when I was growing up, I just wanted to make sure I could have been a pastor because all my reports had talkative, talkative, talkative. Yeah, and I'm watching my time. I see it's 8:26, and I know we are trying to just go to 8:30. So I just kind of like flowing with it. And in school, all my reports was talkative, talkative, talkative. I mean, I used to real talk. I always used to come out last in tests. In fact, when I left secondary school, I only had one pass. I think I let down my parents. But thank God for excellent mentors. Thank God for excellent teachers and principals who would have seen something in us and was able to redirect us. And more importantly, above everything else, praying. Like really, I used to put on my knees and pray and ask Lord. I used to say, Lord Jesus, please help me. Please help me to pass this subject because maths and me don't know friends. English, I just find school was really hard. And I want to talk to the students out there. If there's any student and you think it is really hard, you feel it's a level of hopelessness, you feel that you don't want to dream big, you feel like this is it. Why try to pursue it? I am saying get on this link, send this link to everybody and get on to hear our excellent, passionate, powerful, mind-blowing providers today. I want to turn you back to an excellent young lady who, again, we're going to be keeping you on for the entire day. A guidance officer who service St. Stephen's College, and she's also at Barbara Asher and Christ College. I want to turn you back to Miss Alma Simpson as we get ready for our first dynamic, mind-blowing speaker. So today, students, if you're out there and you're listening to me, I'm not perfect, but I'm telling you, when you have your education in your hand, it's the best way to go. The jobs are with you. So today, we're going to blow your mind. So get on board, send this link to everyone. I want to thank you. I want to thank again Mr. Ramdas for really allowing us this platform. And I want to thank everyone who are standing with us to make today a success. Thank you very much. I want to thank you. I want to thank again Mr. Ramdas for really allowing us this platform. And I want to thank everyone who are standing with us to make today a success. Thank you very much. I want to thank you. I want to thank again Mr. Ramdas.
Gonna build a mountain from a little hill. Gonna build a mountain. It's my hope I will. Gonna build a mountain. Gonna build it high. I don't know how I'm gonna do it. Only know I'm gonna try. Gonna build a mountain. Gonna build it high. That's the dream of the mountain slope. Gonna build a daydream. Gonna see
good morning once again. So, we're getting right into the heart of things this morning. We have our first company service provider with us this morning. Joining us, we have Dr. Doyle. He has quite a decorated CV behind him. Yeah, due to his many years of experience in his field, right? And he is the CEO at Acropolis Medical Center. At Acropolis Medical Center is a community-focused facility uniquely positioned to provide you, your family, and organization with genuine healthcare. Our team of local and international professionals possesses a wealth of knowledge and expertise in specialized, high-demand service areas inclusive of pediatric, dental, dialysis, internal medicine, and cardiothoracic medicine, heart and lung conditions. Yes? And so we have Dr. Doyle with us this morning to share from that wealth of knowledge and that wealth of wisdom. So let's welcome Dr. Doyle and lung conditions. Yes?
Okay, hi, good morning. Once again, it's a pleasure to be here. I thank you for having me, and certainly I relish the fact that I can provide some kind of input into the lives of the young people. I was young at one time, and I would have hoped that I would have had such a forum in order to help gauge my direction and my activity. I'll just go through very quickly who I am, and then I'll get into a presentation. Success is a function of choice and not chance. So I will share my screen here as I go through a little bit. Very quickly who I am, and then I'll get into a presentation. Okay, so I'm Edison Doyle, and in terms of my professional membership, fellow of the Certified and Chartered Accountants of the UK, Chartered Professional Accountant of Canada, Certified General Accountant of Canada, academia, a doctorate in leadership and management from the KC Leadership Institute. I've got a master's in business administration, and MBA, that is, from the University of Toronto, a postgraduate diploma in strategy from Harvard University, certified and executive trainer with John Maxwell. In terms of what I have done in the academia field, I was the dean of the business faculty of the KC Institute, a former member of the Curriculum Development Committee for the MBA program at the University of Toronto, a former member of the IT Management Board for Ryerson University in Canada also, a former member of the Board of Governors, Tyndale University, and a former member of the board for University of the West Indies Capital Funding Program. In terms of my career, what I have done, as the speaker said, currently I'm the CEO of Acropolis Medical Center, partner in RBL Financial Services, CPA firm in Miami, president of EDBS, and a whole long list of things. I'm also an avid musician. I play a lot of music. I play almost all the instruments. I'm married for 48 years. This year, 48 years, 4 children and 7 grandchildren. One person, I told one person recently, the only regret I have in life is that I didn't have grandchildren before my own children. So let me let me continue. That's meant to be a joke. Let me continue with what I want to share this morning with the class. Okay, success is a function of choice, not chance. I've gone through all of that already. So what is success? All right. I'm going to try to run through this in about 15 minutes. And I love to take questions, because sometimes you talk and you think you're hitting the mark, but somehow when you respond to questions, you get right to the meat of it. So 1, what is the definition of success? 2, what are the benefits of success? 2, 3, principles of success, barriers to success, formulas for success, and the 5 I's. Now, I am using the word success because I want you to understand, to the extent you would be successful in your studies, you achieve your subjects, your grades, you would go to university or trade school, as the case may be. That is a level of success. So when I'm talking about success, I'm not just speaking about success of a 25-year-old or 30 or 35-year-old. You have to achieve a level of success as a student. And the success that we are talking about as a student really is passing your exams, okay? And there's only one way to pass your exam: working hard, doing what is necessary on evenings, on weekends, in order to pass your exam. Right now, it is easier to do it now than wait until you are 25 and 30 years. One of the students asked yesterday, can they work and study? And the answer is yes, but it is more difficult to do that. I did it because when I was going through high school, I chose not to study. Unfortunately, I didn't study a lot at high school. So I had to do a lot. All my degrees were obtained while working. And it was rough. It was rough while working, while married. And so you have the opportunity now to do it right. And I made sure my children did it right. They didn't flaunt school or so. So by you doing whatever you need to do, guys, I know that there are a lot of attractions out there. The opposite sex, video games, parties. Well, now it's COVID, you can't do that. And other things that may attract you. But listen, in life, no pain, no gain. If you do not sacrifice now, you will not have the benefit of being successful in the future. So let me go through. What is the definition of success? Success is a favorable or desired outcome, the attainment of wealth, favor, or eminence. And that's Webster. John Maxwell says, the progressive realization of a predetermined goal. So really, that could be any goal. If you say my goal for 2021 is to pass my exams, as far as you are concerned, that is your success criteria. I want to pass my exam for 2021. I saw recently in the SEA exams, I think it is, I have been out of the country for about 30 years. So pardon me and some of the languages or some of the acronyms. I think it was SEA, and those children and parents were those who were at the top of the top of the scores, they were elated, they were happy, they were beaming with smiles. So one of the accomplishments or stated goals in 2020 to one of them maybe, listen, I want to be successful. No, it wasn't SCA. I think it was, yes, it was SCA, sorry. Is to achieve my SCA for the best school I wanted to go to. And then for the scholarships after leaving, I think it's sixth form, A-levels, is ready to get a scholarship. Now, it may not necessarily to be a scholarship, but it may be, all I want is 4 A-levels or 3 A-levels as the case may be, and I want to pass my exams. So success really is the progressive realization of a predetermined goal. Now, again, if success is a favorable or desired outcome, which is the output, then for a result to occur, an action or a series of actions must in fact take place. And what are those series of action? Preparation. I do not want you all to think that you cannot prepare. I don't want you to think that you can go on Friday morning, tomorrow morning to sit an exam, not study for the entire term and expect to pass an exam. Those of us who go to church say, okay, mom, grandmom, grandpa, could you pray for me so I can pass my exam? If you didn't put in the work, you would have nothing to come out. That is like going to the ATM bank machine, putting in your card. You have no money in the account, but you expect to get money out of it. You have to put in the work. And I am telling you here some experiences that I have had and the price that I have had to pay for it. Now, number one, I feel embarrassed to say this, but I'm going to say it. I dropped math in Form 2. That was the most stupidest thing that I could have ever done in my life. I dropped math in Form 2, and now I have my doctorate, but I dropped math in Form 2, not because I could not have done it. The teacher told me when I didn't study, he said, Edison, what is this in front of me? I said, well, it is my homework. He said, Edison, you are going nowhere and very fast too. And I said, you can't talk to me like that. I will never come back to your class again. And in Form 2, I walked out from that math class and I never did math. When I reached Form 5 now, I paid the price. I had to do a more difficult subject in order to achieve what I wanted to achieve, which is statistics. And statistics is much more difficult than math. So don't make the stupid decisions that I made, okay? When I was small, I played soccer, I played music in school. I went to the best high school in Trinidad. I'm just kidding here, Sylvanix College. And I just had fun. But guys and girls, study hard, do your work. Don't, I think the word here is skylark. Don't skylark, study hard, have fun also, but make sure that you pay the price. Your quest for success, bullet point number 2, your quest for success could be aimed towards the achievement of a spiritual, physical, emotional, educational, financial, career, business, or relationship goals. Again, success is what is achieving a goal that you want to achieve. God made us all equal. The difference between a successful and an unsuccessful person is that the successful person does what the unsuccessful person does not want to do or have chosen not to do. The road to success is not an easy one, except otherwise it would have been overcrowded. There are less successful people, less successful students out there than there are. There are less successful ones than there are successful ones, okay? So you have to want to be in that group that says successful ones, okay? What are the benefits of being successful? 1, internal satisfaction. You have a sense of accomplishment, peace of mind. You have the ability to help others. You live a more fulfilled life. You leave an inheritance and a legacy. When you guys grow up and you get married and you have children and so on, your kids will feel proud of you. Your grandkids will feel proud of grandma or grandpa. I know I'm talking way down the road for most of you, but listen, time flies. Time flies in life. And before long, you're going to be 20, you're going to be 30, you're going to be 40, you're going to be 50. And then you have to make sure that whatever work you put in now, it will count towards down the road. A worthwhile dash, I'll skip that one. And of course, credibility. Okay, when you are successful, you are respected. Folks respect you. When you are not successful in your work, you are not respected. There is no word as luck in my play. But if we are to define luck, we can say luck is when preparedness meets opportunity. So sometimes you have an opportunity coming, but if you are not prepared, you ain't gonna get there. So don't say, okay, I will get lucky one of these days. No, don't count on that because it ain't gonna happen. This is really strange for you. Some people dream success. Some people talk success. Some people act successful. Others wake up and work hard at it. I want you all to be in the category of waking up and working hard at being successful in your high school quest. You have to work hard at it. There's only one place where success permanently comes before work, and I'm sure that you can guess. That is in the dictionary. That's the only place. S comes before W. But in real life, work comes before success. You have to work in order to be successful. In other words, now, what you hope to achieve with ease, you must first learn to do with diligence. And I normally give the example of either riding a bicycle or learning to swim. Before you learn to swim, your mother, father, friend could hold you as a horizontal and kind of rest you in the pool or on the water. Well, we can't go to the beaches now, so don't try it. If you can't swim, you will sink to the bottom. That could be done 10, 20, 30 times. But when you learn to swim, you can do whatever you want. You can float, but the getting into that stage or even learning to ride a bicycle, you try your best, you fall off the bike, you bruise your knees, you bump your forehead, whatever it is. But you have to continue doing it in order to know how to ride a bicycle or how to learn to swim. So the message here is whatever you hope to do with ease, you have to learn to do with diligence in the first aspect. What are some of the barriers to success? Some of the barriers to success are 1, a fear of failure or rejection or unknown. I have known some people who they're just fearful in life. Some students, they are just fearful. You know something? I don't think I can do this. I can't do this. I can't do that. But listen, don't let that distract you or deter you from moving towards the goal of achieving your success in your exams. Number 2, a pessimistic outlook. There are 2 types of people. You are either an optimist or you're a pessimist. An optimist sees the positive going forward. A pessimist is, listen, It can't happen. This will not happen. It's not me. I am not good enough. Okay? You cannot have a pessimistic outlook. You must have an optimistic outlook. The glass always has to be half full rather than half empty. Self-limitations. You'll always miss 100% of the shots you do not take. This was a speech by Michael Jordan. If you do not take a shot towards that basketball hoop, it ain't going to reach there. Therefore, you fail before you start. Okay, so in order to be successful, you have to give it your best shot. You have to take that shot. You cannot not take it and expect that ball to go in the hoop. Unwillingness to sacrifice and lack of preparedness. Yeah, you know, if you do not want to sacrifice, if you lack preparedness, you cannot succeed. I give you another example. I studied, my first set of studies were in England, my second set of studies were in Canada. If during my time to England in London, Paris was just across the channel. And every weekend, most weekends, most of the students would go to Paris from Friday night and come back Sunday. And you know, little Edison Doyle, I say, you know something, I am here to study. I am here to pass exams. I am not going to Paris. When I pass my exams, when I go back to Trinidad and work or wherever I work, I would have enough money to travel to Paris. And that is what I did. That is what I did. A lot of the students who were there with me, you know, of course, they're not with their parents or so, they just had a good time. And a lot of them failed. I made sure that I kept my focus. I did what I was supposed to do when I was there. I never saw Paris until about 10 years ago, right? Several years after I did my school in England. Another reason for barriers to success is the unwillingness to sacrifice and lack of preparedness. Previous failures. You probably failed an exam once and you think, listen, I can't do it again. Or arrogance. In arrogance is the flip side to that. I know it all. I don't have to study. You know, you will not know it all if you don't study. Okay. Some people say, listen, I'm just good. I don't have to study. That is not a good attitude to take. And of course, lack of financial resources. Sometimes you say, okay, I can't buy my books. I don't have money to buy books. I don't have money to buy whatever geometric set. I can't do this. Don't let money be a deterrent for allowing you not to be successful. Again, I'll give a perfect example myself. I didn't grow up with a mother. I grew up with a father. He got ill. We didn't have money. So I had to make sure and study hard in order to get and achieve all of the degrees that I have up to my doctorate. I have never paid a penny for it because I couldn't afford it. So they were all scholarships. I had to work hard and prove myself as being competent enough in order to get those results. So therefore, money, don't make lack of money a problem. Okay, you can study with what you have. Make use of what you have in order to achieve your objectives. So those are the barriers to success. What is the formula of success? You cannot expect to reach new horizons if you are afraid to lose sight of the shore. So, you know, when you're going out at sea, if the further you out from land is the smaller it becomes. But if you get afraid and say, oh gosh, you know something, I want to turn back, you will never reach your destination. So always when you're going somewhere, yes, the past will become kind of hazy and you're not sure what's happening, but always give it your best shot. Go for it, make it happen. An opportunity of a lifetime must be seized within the lifetime of that opportunity. You guys have an opportunity now to study. You are in school, you're in high school, as the case may be. Make this opportunity worthwhile, because if you flaunt this opportunity, it will be more difficult to recover afterwards. So give it your best shot. What are the formulas for success? Vision. You must have a vision. You must have a mission in life. You must plan your schoolwork well. What I do even up to now on a Sunday night, I take Sunday night to plan my week. Make sure and have a study plan. Make sure and have a timetable. Make sure and get all your assignments done in time. Have that action plan and make sure and implement it. Okay, and that will bring about the level of success. What are the mnemonics for success? Number one, S, set your eyes on the prize. Be passionate. Keep the goal or keep your goal in front of you and write it down. Don't just say, okay, I want to do this. Write it down on a piece of paper. Understand that it's you understand the decisions to be made and the price to be paid. C, craft and implement a plan. Know your market, know whatever school, whatever course you're doing, know what you want to do in life, and make sure you understand what it takes to get there. C, create a positive environment. Hang out with the right people, okay? Your friends, your grandparents or parents would have told you, show me your friends that I can tell who you are. Make sure and align yourself with the right friends, those who want to study, those who want to get somewhere in life. Don't hang out with the guys who are always by the street corner. Don't hang out with the guys who always want to only look good and have nice nails and so on, and your books take last place. Hang out with the right people, because the right people would help you to achieve your objective of passing your exams and being a success in life. E, excellence must be the cornerstone of your journey, okay? You must seek excellence in everything you do, not mediocrity. Another S, sacrifice, save, take risk, be decisive and be consistent, and soar to new heights each day. Unless you try to do something beyond what you have already mastered, you will never grow. Focus on being different. Now, being different is different, but listen, say, I don't want to be like you guys. I don't want to be like you guys. I want to be different because I want to achieve the level of success I want to achieve in my exams and of course in life in general. If you're on the right track, you will get run over if you just sit there. Okay, you have to keep moving. Next slide. What are the formulas for success? The 5 I's: intensity. Whatever you set your mind, do it with passion. I, integrity. Whatever you do, always do it the right way. Don't try to cheat in your exams. Don't try to do anything on the hand or things that you know will come back to haunt you. Intellect, education. I want to emphasize on this one. Education and knowledge is the key to success. What has to happen is that I have been in positions. I've been vice president. I've been CEO, and the resumes that I'm seeing coming through my desk sometimes are resumes with folks with MBAs, master's degrees, who can't find a job. Okay, so if you do not have, if you only have school leaving, if you only have 5 O-levels, how could you stand and compete with somebody who has a master's degree in the job market? You have to be at your best. Interpersonal, again, hang out with the right people. Make sure that you have the right attitude. Make sure that you have the right disposition. Make sure how to deal with people. Introspection, you always need to review, adjust your strategy, and do things differently in order to get different results. Success is a matter of choice. Focus, determination, and persistence. Start your journey from today, okay? Make impossibility to possibility to reality. Start your journey from today. Make that sacrifice, work hard, take risks, set yourself apart by being excellent. It is attitude, not aptitude, that results in altitude. Make sure and have a right attitude. And remember, the class of service you sit in, you enjoy or you regret, directly correlates with the price paid. So you can't expect to pay a low price for something and get the best service. So really, I want to stop here. And really take some questions now, because I want to make sure that I hit it. I'm a parent also, and I want to encourage kids. My children, my youngest is 33 years of age, much older than each one of you. And I have always tried to by example, right? By example, do my best by having the right values, letting them make the right decisions, letting them work hard. And they are doing fairly well by the grace of God. They're doing well, but really you have to keep at it. All right, you have to keep at it. Set your goals. Make certain that all things go well for you. So I want to stop here right now, and for the remainder of the time, I want to take some questions. Answer any clarification that is needed, and so on. So please, shoot the questions to me so I can respond to you.
All right, Dr. Doyle. So we're holding on because the questions will be coming from the YouTube link. So let's hold on and see what our students want to find out. Come on, students, don't be shy. Jump
Yeah,
in.
let's go. That's why I'm here.
Let's converse, let's chat. Dr. Doyle has given you a lot to chew on, a lot to think about.
They're very shy. I'm not known young people today to be that shy. but let me talk while they are thinking of questions. And yesterday I got some questions about what courses to take for any particular line of study, and such like questions, and ask any questions, career questions, anything like that, life questions, and I'll feel free to do it. But I want to emphasize, right? You do not have to have a gold spoon or have everything laid out to you on a silver platter in order to think you can achieve. Okay, regardless of where you are in life, regardless of what you have going for you, what your parents have going or not going for them, that should not prevent you from achieving your goals. Your goals will be, first of all, to pass your exam, to get into a career that you want to get in, that you like, and you want to make it successful in life. So you have to pay the price. Do not allow friends to distract you. Do not allow anything to distract you. And you have a tremendous opportunity. Here in Trinidad, you go into some countries and there are elementary schools free of charge, but secondary schools, you have to pay for it. And the teachers sometimes are not what they're supposed to be. You have a tremendous opportunity here right now. Make sure and use it wisely, and use it while you can before you start your work career. So I'm still expecting questions.
Dr. Doyle, I think that you must have been crystal clear this morning. We have no questions coming in. They are mighty, mighty quiet this morning.
Right. No problem. But if there are further questions even beyond this telecast, and you want to email me those questions, you can get my email address from Denise, and I will take it from there.
Yes, certainly. Can we have your email address?
Denise has it. Okay, it's Edison, EDDISON, .Doyle, DOYLE, at Acropolis, ACROPOLIS, Medical Center, and center is REMEDICALCENTRE.com. You got it?
Yes, I did. Thank you so much for sharing that with us.
No problem at all. So again, it's a pleasure, and anything I can help in future, broadcast, telecast. Would you be
willing, Dr. Doyle, just one quick thing. Would you be willing to show the students the facility at Acropolis if they were interested in like a tour?
Yes.
Possible?
Yeah, we can arrange. Let me know. Of course, the numbers that we can take at one time, given restrictions and so on, and of course, being a medical facility, would be limited. So we can do it in groups, at a time that we will mutually convene.
Nice.
But the answer is yes.
I love that.
Mm-hmm.
So that's an option.
Right.
For students. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on one sec. I think I see something. Okay, no. All right. So thank you so much, Dr. Doyle, for your presentation this morning. It was indeed enlightening. And I'm sure that you would have challenged our students into really focusing on achieving their goals and getting to that place of success in their lives. And we thank you for that inspirational message this morning. Yeah?
No problem at all. My pleasure.
Lovely that you joined with us.
So you do
Okay,
All right.
thanks.
Have a good one. Bye.
All right, students. We now have a short break, so feel free to stretch your legs. Yeah, grab a snack, do some stretches, do some neck rolls if you need to. Yeah, just grab a 5-minute break, a quick break, and we will be back with the Institute of Marine Affairs. So stay tuned.
Good morning, students. Welcome. My name is Ms. Garcia Hall. I'm a guidance officer, counselor, attached to Southeast Educational District. Right now we are on a 5 minutes break, and our next presenter will be from NTA, Mr. Antonio Lasley. So let's go on the 5 minutes break, get something to eat, get something to drink, and come back. We will begin our next session at 9:07. Thank you. Good morning again, everyone, and welcome back. Our first presenter today will be National Training Agency, also we call them NTA, right? The National, let us give us a little history. The National Training Agency, also known as NTA, is an umbrella agency for effecting reform in technical and vocational education and training in Trinidad and Tobago. The organization's role is to coordinate and regulate technical and vocational education and training, promoting and facilitating a coherent system of quality technical and vocational education in Trinidad and Tobago. Its mission is to facilitate and promote the development of a competent workforce through lifelong learning. Labor market research, national occupational standards, and quality assurance of the technical and vocational education and training in Trinidad and Tobago. I'd like to present Mr. Antonio Leslie.
Good morning, students. Good morning, Miss. Good morning, everyone. Again, my name is Antonio Lashley from the National Training Agency, and I know I have just roughly 30 minutes with you guys, so I'll just dive into the presentation. So I know that Miss would have given you guys a background about the National Training Agency, but just to reiterate a few things, the Jobs and Career Guidance Unit, that's this unit here that will be doing the presentation today, is an arm of our Business Development and Communications Department of the National Training Agency. Again, we are responsible for not only career guidance, but also the development of technical and vocational education and training throughout Trinidad and Tobago to complement a competitive workforce in Trinidad and Tobago. All right. We are also responsible for not only career guidance in schools, but also in communities. And for anyone who generally needs career guidance, need assistance in writing their resumes, cover letters, some job interview tips, or just general direction in a particular career path. All right. So our presentation today will be focused on you, the Form 3 students, and choosing your subjects. All right. Our main career objectives for today would be to bring awareness to subject selection and your career path, to also provide useful information for you, the student, when you are making your subject choices, when you are making that decision to select your subjects, and also to outline helpful steps for subject and career selection. So we are in Form 3, we need to make the link, make the connection, how important is selecting our subjects at the Form 3 level. So I know some of us, may think, well, all right, I'm in Form 3, I have a lot of time before CXC, before I finish school, before I start, in the career world or the job market or further education. But it's very important that we know what it is we want to do outside of secondary school, after secondary school, at the Form 3 level. Why is that important? Because everything is connected. So the subjects that you select now at the Form 3 level is the same set of subjects that you will be writing at the CXC level. All right. After that, that will then determine the type of tertiary education or skills training that we can then enter into. And further to that, it will then determine the type of jobs we can apply for or the career direction we can then go into. So for example, if we selected business subjects at the Form 3 level, we have to write those same set of business subjects at the Form 5 level. All right. And if we are moving on to CAPE and so forth. But if we select businesses at the Form 3 level and then we reach into Form 5, and we then decide that, you know what, after I finish secondary school, after I completed my CXC subjects, I want to go and study medicine. I would like to move on to the medical field. It will be very difficult to pursue medicine with business subjects. All right. So that's why we need you to start thinking about what are my career goals now at the Form 3 level, so that we don't make any mistakes in choosing our subjects, so that our subjects are in alignment with our career goals, our career choices, the type of further study that we want to get into afterwards. We need to know that all our subjects are in align with that. So that's why making the connection now is very important. So when we are selecting our subjects at the Form 3 level, there are a few things that we need to know. There are a few things that we need to find out. What subjects are available at my school? So this is information that we can access through our guidance officer, our form teacher, our dean, our principal. We can get this information. What are the subjects available at the CXC level at my school? What subjects are compulsory? So we do know that maths and English, mathematics and English are compulsory subjects. I know some schools already implemented some additional subjects that are compulsory. For example, science. Some sciences are compulsory now for certain schools, right? A foreign language, Spanish, is also compulsory for some schools. So you need to find out what are the compulsory subjects, not only the compulsory subjects for your school, but when you are thinking about your subject selection, you need to find out what subjects are compulsory for my future development and the particular career path that I need to get into as well. Okay. You need to also find out what subjects I naturally excel in. So what are the subjects that I'm naturally good at? This will help you narrow down the type of subject areas you may want to get involved in. All right. So do not ignore what are the subjects you're naturally good at. This can also lead you into a particular career path as well. All right. And again, what subjects do I need for further study? You would only know this information if you conduct some sort of research. All right. So if you already have a particular career path in mind that you want to get into, that you want to get involved with, you can then do some research on that particular career path and find out what are the subjects required for this career path. All right. Subject grouping. This is very important to the students. It's important to know how your subjects are grouped. All right. We do have a sample in our presentation of subject groupings that I will get into later, but it's very important for you to understand how the subjects are grouped. All right. And bear in mind that some schools group their subjects differently. All right. Even the same school, I know they did this when I was in secondary school, the same subjects that was grouped for me in Form 3 when I selected the other set of Form 3 students, the subjects were grouped a little bit different. All right. So subject grouping is something that tends to change sometimes, not all the time, but it tends to change, and it's not the same across the board throughout all the schools in Trinidad and Tobago. So we need to know how our subjects are grouped in our school. All right. Sometimes, and this happens a lot, sometimes the subject may not be offered at your school. All right. So you may have a particular subject that you need for your future development, your future career path, and it's not offered at your school. There are outside sources that you can go to get this subject or acquire this subject through a private source. All right. So that's not necessarily the end of the world. Also, you may have to mix and match between two or more subject groupings to get the particular set of subjects that you need, all right, for your career development. But this is something you'll have to discuss with your form teacher, your dean, your guidance officer, to make sure that this is possible, that I can mix and match my subjects with different groups. Okay. You need to also consider your decisions carefully. All right. And talk to your form teacher, talk to your dean, talk to your guidance officer, talk to your parents before you start selecting your subjects. Again, this is a sample of subject groupings. So we know the basic, well, not the basic, but we know that we have a particular set of subject groupings. We have sciences, we have business, we have modern studies, all right, we have languages. So this is just a sample, a very simplified sample of how a subject grouping may look. If you guys haven't seen your subject grouping yet, or haven't seen a subject grouping before, all right, this is how it usually looks, a simplified version of it. So in our sciences, we have things like chemistry, biology, physical education, all right, businesses, principles of accounts, principles of business. In our modern studies, we have things like geography, history, social studies, all right, and the list goes on. You need to know what type of subject groupings that the type of subject grouping I am getting into. And again, if, for example, if you want to get into sciences, you're seeing chemistry, physics, biology, physical education, and there's probably a science out there that, probably HSB that you want to do, and it's not in your subject grouping. You may have to mix and match with another subject grouping to get that in there. All right. So again, find out from your dean, your form teacher, whoever you can talk to, your guidance officer, pertaining to this matter, if you can mix and match your subject grouping to get all the subjects that you need for your career path. All right. Again, the National Training Agency is responsible for all technical and vocational education and training throughout Trinidad and Tobago. I would have mentioned that earlier. Miss would have mentioned that as well. And because of that, we also have what you call CVQ in schools. All right. So some of you all may be familiar with CVQ. You may not know that's what it's called, a CVQ subject or a TechVoc subject. But we'll get into it and I'll let you know about the benefits of selecting a CVQ subject or a TechVoc subject. All right. And just give you a little bit of information on it. Now, pursuing a TechVoc subject in secondary school leads to the award of a CVQ certification, also known as a Caribbean Vocational Qualification. Now, this certification is recognized anywhere within the Caribbean and not just Trinidad and Tobago. It's also recognized in some Latin American countries as well. So, at the NTA, we are responsible for implementing and monitoring the CVQ in schools throughout Trinidad and Tobago. Now, just if you guys are not sure what CVQ subjects are or TechVoc subjects, these are some examples, and you guys may have some of these available in your school. This is just a short list of some of these CVQ subjects. So we have building, construction and drafting, commercial food preparation, carpentry, data operations, electrical installation. All right, we have things like welding, printing and graphic arts, photography, and the list goes on and on. So some of these subjects may be available at your school, and it may be at an advantage or a benefit to you to select one of these subjects based on the type of careers that you are getting into. So just some benefits of selecting a TechVoc subject or a CVQ subject. First and foremost, it is nothing more or less than your CXC subject or your academic subjects, all right? It's nothing more or less. It's on the same standing, but there are some benefits to it. The opportunity, you have the opportunity to be certified. So you have some form of certification, all right? It also enhances your employability, so you are more employable on the job market, all right? It gives you an alternative route to future or higher education, all right? You do have some level of real world experience because the CVQ subjects are heavily based on practical assignments. All right. So you do have a lot of hands-on work. There is a lot of theory as well, but you are involved in a lot of practical aspects. So you get a lot of real world experience there. You have the ability to earn a higher income. All right. You also have the ability to earn an additional income as well, because if you have a certification in let's say, for example, hairdressing, all right, you can have your normal 8 to 4 or 9 to 5 government or private sector job, right? And you can also have a small business at the side with your hairdressing to earn an additional income. With that being said as well, it also opens the door for entrepreneurship also. So with a CVQ, with a skill, you have the opportunity to become an entrepreneur. It promotes entrepreneurship. All right. And again, it is recognized anywhere within the Caribbean and not just Trinidad and Tobago. So you have some level of, well, you can travel throughout the Caribbean and have the certification recognized. All right. So these are some of the subject choices that you may choose. These are some of the subjects that you may choose and some of the possible careers that you can get into. So let's say if someone decided to study sciences, they can get into things like nursing, they can be doctors, engineers, IT programmers, pharmacists, etc. If you get into things like business, marketing, which I am involved in, customer service, HR, finance and accounts, and again, entrepreneurship. Modern studies, you can get into things like politics, lawyers, psychologists, social workers, journalists, etc. And um, the visual and performing arts, you can get into things like being a performer, musician, producer, radio and TV broadcasters. And again, for the technical field, if you choose a CVQ subjects, you can get into things like, again, very important, entrepreneurship, all right? Process plant operators, welders, and the list goes on. So now that that's out of the way, we get into the actual selection process of you, the students, how it is we assist you in selecting your subjects. So we have 4 main steps that we like to go through with you guys. And the first step is a self-assessment, all right? This is very important. This is knowing who you are as an individual and how it relates to selecting your subjects and choosing your desired career path, all right? Also, doing some research, conducting research. This is very important and is also my favorite part of the presentation because it's so important and it's so crucial to your future careers, all right? Complete a gap analysis and also create an action plan. So let's get started with the self-assessment. So engage in a self-assessment. First and foremost, we need to determine our strengths and our weaknesses. This is very important. Why do we need to determine our strengths and our weaknesses? So oftentimes we may have a strength, and this strength could be a particular subject area. So if we're naturally good at mathematics, we're naturally good at English, we're naturally good at sciences, this can help you or point you into a direction of what type of subjects I can choose or the subject grouping I can lead to. Again, your subject grouping can also lead into a particular career path as well, all right? So if you're naturally good at sciences, you know you can pursue sciences at the CXC level. And when you're finished with sciences, I just showed you guys a very short list of some of the possible career choices that we can get into. So if you know you're naturally good at sciences, you know that it is very possible after secondary school, I can get into the field of medicine. I can be a nurse, I can be a pharmacist, I can actually go into engineering, all right? Things of that nature. So you need to first determine your strengths. Your weaknesses are also very important and sometimes even more important than your strengths. Why? You need to identify your weakness. Your weaknesses may also be a subject area, okay? But the difference is this particular subject area may be necessary for your future career, may be necessary for the type of career you want to get into. So let's just say you're really good at sciences, but you're getting a little trouble or a little problem with one of the subject area, biology. You're great at chemistry, you're great at physics, all right? But you're having a little problem with biology. But you know, after secondary school, you want to get into UWI's medical faculty. Biology is a crucial part of studying medicine to become a doctor, all right? Because this deals with the human body. You need that. So if you identify your weakness and you know that this weakness is something that I need, so I just can't omit or eliminate this subject because I need this subject for my future development. If you identify it early enough, you can work on it. You can turn this weakness into a strength. So it's very important that we list out our strengths and our weaknesses. If your weakness is necessary for your future development, work on it and turn it into a strength. If it's a weakness that you have and it's not too life-threatening for your career path, well, okay, you can, push it at the side and focus on something else. But also your weaknesses can also show you some of the particular career paths that you may want to get into or may not want to get into as well. But again, if your weaknesses are a subject area and you need it for your future development, the earlier you identify it, the sooner you can work on it and convert that weakness into a strength. Okay? Determine your likes and your dislikes. A lot of the times when we used to go to the schools physically, we would ask students while we're doing our presentation, what it is you want to do when you finish school. A lot of the students would say a lot of different career paths. But again, these are career paths that they would have just probably seen, or they saw something on TV and they fell in love with it, they liked it a lot, but they had no background information about this particular career path. They had no information on what it takes to do this, or what this particular career path entails. All right. So you need to determine your likes and your dislikes as well. So if you do not like interacting with people, or you do not like speaking to people, you don't like a lot of human contact, then a front line worker or a customer service representative may not necessarily be the job for you. All right. You don't like these things. All right. Or if you don't like the sight of blood, you can't stand seeing blood, you may not want to be a doctor or a vet, a phlebotomist, none of these things, because these things involve seeing blood. All right. All of these things you need to take into consideration. You do not like heights. You may not necessarily want to be a flight attendant or a pilot. All right. Things that you have to get high up in the air. All right. You don't like water. You may not want to go into the Coast Guard. You may not want to be the captain of a vessel. All of these things you need to take into consideration. But if you like interacting with people, you like talking to people, like myself, I'm into marketing and customer service and advertising. This is what I like. All right. So I got into this field. Or if you like, you like interacting with animals, you can get into things like veterinarians. All right. Being a veterinarian. You can do these things. If you like interacting with people, you like taking care of people, you can go into things like geriatric nursing or early childhood care, all of these things. You need to determine your likes and your dislikes. So this can also help you determine your career paths and your career goals as well. These are the things that we need to start taking into consideration. I know we are only in Form 3, but again, remember, everything is linked. Our likes, our dislikes, our strengths, our weaknesses, the subjects that we choose, all of these things are linked. Do not ignore how you respond or think as an individual as well, because this will help determine your personality type. Your personality type is very, very important. Again, your personality type is very, very important. I am going to discuss two personality types. There's the introvert and the extrovert. You guys may or may not have heard about these, but I'll break it down for you. So the introverted person is a very quiet, shy, like to keep to themselves. That's the introverted person. I'm pretty sure some of us know people like this in our school or in our class. This person is always quiet. Person is always by themselves. When we were in physical school, the bell will ring for recess and this person will stay back in class, probably read a book, probably just keep to themselves. That's the introverted person. All right. The extroverted person is someone totally opposite to this person. This person is loud. This person is the life of the party. This person is, always have a joke to tell, love being around people, a very people person. All right. Very, very loud, life of the party, talkative, always in trouble with the teachers because they're always distracting the class, always talking. That's an extroverted person. Two very different people, all right? But this is your personality type, and it is important that we understand where do we fall within this bracket. Am I an introvert? Am I an extrovert? Am I a little bit in between? We need to understand this. Now, being an extrovert is not a bad thing, or being an introvert is not a bad thing either. We just need to understand who we are as individuals. This will also help us determine what type of careers we can get into. So if you are shy, keep to yourself type of person, most likely you won't be able to be a performer on a stage like Marshall Montano, all right? Because you're shy, all right? You may not necessarily be the best lawyer, because being a lawyer, you need to be bold. You need to be, loud at times. This person may not be the right person to become a lawyer. All right, going in front of a magistrate and fighting a case for their client. This person may not have that in them. All right. If you're an extrovert, you're loud, life of the party, always talking, always have something to say. You need to know where you fit in as well. You may not necessarily be the best librarian. All right. That's a quiet place. So these things we need to take into consideration as well. Again, also pay attention to the courses and activities that you enjoy and excel at. All right. So if you naturally excel at sports, there are options, there are career choices in sports. You can be an athlete, you can be a coach, you can be a physical education teacher. All right. There are a lot of opportunities within sport if you're naturally good at it. I always share this example with students when I discuss it with them. I had a friend very good at baking. She would bake on the weekend. All right. Never did a baking course or food and nutrition or anything in secondary school, but would just bake on the weekend because this was a hobby of hers. She really enjoyed it. And she turned that into a career. All right. This was an activity outside of her secondary school life. She started making pastries and muffins and, cupcakes and these things and selling. And now she has a bakery. So this is just an example. So don't ignore what you're naturally good at. It may be, for example, it could be something outside of your school. It can be something in school, because a lot of us have co-curricular activities within school as well. Some of us naturally good at subjects, particular subjects. We're really, really good at maths. Some of us, you can be a math teacher. You can be a scientist. You can be an engineer. So don't ignore what you're naturally good at. It may be a subject, it may be an activity out of subject, it may be sports, it may be cooking, it may be hairdressing, it may be makeup, it can be a lot of things. Just do not ignore it, as these things can point you into a particular career path as well. All right. So after we identify who we are as students, who we are as individuals, we need to then conduct some research. Again, very important, and also my favorite part. So we know who we are as individuals, all right? We know our possible career choices. We know what subjects are available at our schools. All of these things we are aware of. Now that we have all this information and we know that we want to get into some career paths, all right, what we need to do is research those career paths. So what I would say, make a list of, types of careers you may want to get into. And when I say a list, I don't mean one career choice or two career choices, not even three career choices. I would say you would make a list from about 5 to 10 possible career choices that you would like to get into. All right. So you're making a list of 5 to 10 career choices that you'll possibly like to get into. And when you make that list of 5 to 10, this is what you're doing for each one of those career choices on that list. You're researching what are the subjects are required for each one of them, and you're listing it out. What subjects are required for this particular career choice? What are the skills required for this particular career choice? Is tertiary education required? If so, which university or institution offers the area of study? What is the cost for this program? So how much is going to cost you to study this program? And remember, you're doing this for each from number 1 through 10 of your career choices. You're doing each of these things. All right. How long would it take me to complete this program? All right. And when you're finished making this list of all these things for each one of your career choices, then compare them to each other. This will also help you narrow down your career choices. Because when you start actually doing some research on what it takes to do some of these things, you'll then realize, well, this don't necessarily match my personality type. This don't necessarily match my likes and my dislikes. My likes, sorry. This don't match my likes. I'm not necessarily strong in this particular area. So you start actually doing some research. All right. for each one of your choices. And this will help you narrow down the gap. From your list of 10, it may boil down to 5, then it may boil down to 3, and then possibly it may boil down to probably a strong 2. And then you have those 2 to work with, all right? Or even self 3 to work with. But what I would always say is always have a plan and a backup plan. So you'll have, just like when you guys were in primary school and you were given choices. Remember when you were given your first, second, and third choice for the schools you wanted to attend? Always have that as well when you're dealing with your careers also, because you may not necessarily get through with your first choice all the time. Make sure you have a backup plan, all right? And it may not be anything to do with you, the individual, why you don't get through with your first choice, but the world is always changing. So right now, some of us in the recent past might have had the oil and gas sector as our first choice, but that's not a prominent job or a feasible job in Trinidad and Tobago right now. All right. Tourism is not a feasible job in the world right now based on the pandemic, based on the coronavirus. So, like I said, things happen and it may derail you, but you have to have a backup plan to help buffer or to help, soften that blow. You need to have a backup plan and sometimes a backup for your backup plan as well. So that's why I say 2 to 3 possible career choices you should boil down to. All right. Remember, this is very important as well. Okay. So after we do our self-assessment, after we complete our intense research, in-depth research, we need to then complete a gap analysis. Now, what a gap analysis is basically showing you, the individual, where you are right now and where you want to be and the gap between that. Okay, so you guys are in Form 3. So what you need to do is measure your performance now at the Form 3 level and where it is you want to be. So what that means is, let's say, for example, you want to write sciences for the CXC at the CXC level, but if you're failing sciences now, your grades are very, very low for the sciences now, you know that you need to up your game in your sciences, all right? And again, I'm not sure how your school does it, but when I was in secondary school, let's just say, for example, I wanted to do sciences, but there are only 20 spaces for sciences, and there are about 30 students that is interested in sciences. I think one of the things they may do is the 20 students with the best grades and the 20 students with the best attitude and the 20 students with the most potential will get through over the other 10 students who probably don't have the best attitude, who probably don't have the best punctuality, who probably don't come to school as often, who probably not as serious, who probably don't have the best grades. So all of these things we need to take into consideration, all right? All of these things factor in to our subject selection choices as well. Attitude is very important, all right? A teacher may quicker work with a respectable student that's probably struggling with their schoolwork because they can improve, because they have the respect, they have the determination, they have the drive, than a bright student with a nasty attitude. I think a teacher would prefer work with a respectable student who has potential. If their grades bad, that's something we can change. All right. So that's something you need to take into consideration, your attitude. How you respond to your teachers as well, right? That your attitude, your grades. If your grades are bad, you need to up your game. All right. So what you need to consider as well, if you're failing a particular subject area and you need to get better at this subject area, some things that you can do is you can seek additional help in terms of you can contact your teacher, that particular teacher, let them know that you want a little assistance in bringing your grades up, all right? See what that teacher can do for you. Also, you can seek additional help privately in terms of extra lessons. What helped me a lot in secondary school and in my tertiary education life as well would have been forming study groups. All right. But you can't form study groups with students who are not serious and who are not on the same level. And when I say level, not necessarily the same academic level, but the same level of maturity as you, as students. And your goals do not align with that person. So you can have students who are not serious and who are not on the same level as you and form study groups with them.
Hi, good day, sir. Are you still here? Students, apparently, Mr. Lasley is encountering a little technical problem. So just give him 2 minutes and he will come back on. Okay?
Uh, I I, I think the call, the Zoom call just cut off. I'm not sure if I exceeded my time. Miss, can you let me know if I exceeded my time?
Have 2 minutes again, sir, and we will have to move on. So 2 minutes
Okay.
and then we'll go to the question. That's okay, sir.
Okay, no problem. I can't reshare my screen at the moment.
Okay, I will see if we can sort out that.
Yeah.
Mr. Raj, good day. Apparently, Mr. Lasley is unable to share his screen. Can you assist, please? Thank you. Mr. Lasley, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here, but I'm still
I'm
unable to
still
share my
waiting
screen.
for I'm still waiting for the person to see if they could share your screen, right? So hold on.
Yeah.
Mr.
Um.
Raj, go ahead.
Yeah, and I know that we're pressed for time, so I'm not sure if I can still go through with the remainder of the presentation, but just I know that the students would not have that visual now, but I know that I'm pressed for time, so I'm not
Yeah,
sure
we
if
have
that's
2
an
minutes,
option.
I
If you want me
guess.
to, so if you want me to just go through. Hello?
I'm right here.
Yeah, so would you like me to continue with all the students seeing the screen, seeing that we're pressed for
Yes, you
time?
can. Yes, that's the press for time. I appreciate that a lot, sir. Thank you.
Okay, not a problem. Okay, so students, so again, the third step, completing the gap analysis, I would have been more or less completed with this section. So I'll just move on to our final section, which is creating an action plan. All right, so I'll go through it a little faster. So creating the action plan after we have completed our gap analysis, we completed our research and our self-assessment. What we need to do now is write our goals on paper. So don't just keep your goals in your head, write it on paper. Ensure that you carve it somewhere that you can see it all the time. If we just keep it in our head and it's floating around, we may tend to forget our goals. All right. So write your goals on paper, stick it up somewhere you can see it. For each goal, determine the actions that you need to take to achieve those goals. After you do that, check off each step as you complete it, and do not forget to reward yourself. Reward yourself. Give yourself a pat on the back, a pat on the shoulder. Take yourself out for ice cream or something. Buy yourself something nice. Just reward yourself to ensure that you motivate yourself as well for completing your goals. And revisit your plan, revise your action plan as necessary, because you may have to make additional changes to your plan from time to time. All right. When you are writing your goals, when you are setting your goals, remember to set SMART goals. So SMART goals, make sure that your goals are specific. All right. Make your goals as precise as possible. Your goals need to also be measurable. Quantify your progress. Your goals should also be attainable. So set goals that you can achieve, and your goals need to be relevant to your related career choices and your further study if you are doing so. All right. And you need to also make your goals timely as well. So give yourself deadlines. And again, do not forget to reward yourself when you complete these deadlines. In addition to that, we need to inform you students that these are some of the things you should not do when you're selecting your subjects. Please do not select subjects because all of your friends are selecting those subjects. Remember, this is your career path. This is an individual process. Your friends may select a particular set of subjects based on their personality, based on their strengths and weaknesses. And if you go into that, it may not necessarily be the right choice for you, and they would be succeeding and you will be, struggling because this is not particularly best set of subjects for you. Again, do not exclude a subject because you do not like the teacher. All right. The same subject may be a requirement for your future betterment, your future career goal. All right. And do not exclude a subject because you think it is too difficult. If this is a subject that you need, remember all weaknesses can be turned into strengths. All right. And again, if you do need some additional help, you should consult with your form teacher, your guidance officer, professionals and mentors, and most definitely your parents. And you can seek help from the National Training Agency as well. All right. Again, the best person to talk to for a particular career is someone within that career already. So if you want to be a teacher, the best person to talk to is a teacher. You want to be a guidance officer, talk to a guidance officer. You want to be a police officer, if you know one, speak to that police officer. And it goes like that, all right? Speak to someone within that field. They can help you. They will give you information that Google may not be able to, all right? And that brings me to the end of our presentation. At this time, if you guys do have any questions, comments, concerns, you can feel free to let me know, and I will assist you the best I can.
Excellent presentation, Dr. Doctor, sorry, but I can be clearing it into you, Dr.
Speak it into the future.
Yes.
Thank you.
Right. Excellent presentation. You draw some
Thank you.
points, right? And I always tell children, education is the passport to the future. For tomorrow belong to those who prepare for it to be, right? And he draws some excellent points students, you need to know who you are. I always tell children, it always begins with you. All right, you need to know who you are. He said that you have to write down, goals. Right, in order to achieve the goal, you need to know, okay, what career path I want to go into. Right? What do I have a passion for? What are my likes? What are my dislikes? What skills do I have? Right? And according to that, what you want to go to, what subjects you are good at, right? Because you may select a subject you don't like, right? You need to know what subjects you are good at. And when you choose and you select these subjects will go straight up to Form 5. You will have to do CXC. And from CXC, you will have to determine where do I go next? Am I going tertiary or am I heading into the world of the work? All right. And then from that, you have to study now. How much time am I giving myself if I'm going to pursue a degree? Am I giving myself 2 years? 3 years, 4 years? You need to know. And then what's next? So you have to have a goal. And I love that point. That is something I always tell children to do. If you get a piece of Bristol board, you stick it up in your room, you put goals, and you put the goals down. And as you get it, okay, at the end of Form 5, I have to get 5 subjects, you tick it. And as from there, where are you going next? You tick it, right? So you will be on the right path. As you mentioned too, always have a backup plan. Very critical. In case plan A don't happen, you jump to plan B. Right? So I will take this time to ask the students, do you have any questions? Mr. Lassie is here and he's willing to answer. So Mr. Lassie, I'll just be waiting for the students to respond, right?
No problem.
So a student is asking, how can they do good at nursing?
How can they do good at nursing?
Yeah.
I don't quite understand the question.
I myself, but what subjects, I think they are asking what subjects are required for nursing and maybe what skills are required.
Okay, understood. Well, most definitely for the subjects area, that would be sciences for nursing. And if you are, again, if you are a nurse, you are dealing with people, you are dealing with individuals. So you need to actually like and enjoy dealing with people as well. All right. And in most of these jobs, that we consider frontline or interacting with people, you have to have some level of customer service as well. All right. So this is very important, how you interact with people. We do know at times we have, the stigma of how nurses interact with people. We may say that they are a little bit grumpy, and that's not always the case. I've dealt with a lot of very nice nurses in the recent past, all right, long before the COVID and the Corona time, and even during this time as well. They are very nice people as well. So you need to have some level of compassion for individuals, all right, for dealing with people. All right, you need to have passion for your job as well. All right. So if you genuinely like this field, you will excel in it. All right. But in terms of the subject area, most definitely you will have to pursue sciences.
Okay. Another question is, well, I would say yes, but I will let you explain. Someone is asking, can you be a Coast Guard and do hairdressing on the side?
Yes, most definitely. And this is something I like that they ask about the skills and Coast Guard as well, because this is something I always tell students. So if you are thinking about going into the Army, Coast Guard, any one of the protective services, police, the fire service, it is always a benefit to you to have a skill. All right. Majority of these institutions are self-sufficient, meaning that they have their own barbers, they have their own mechanics, they have their own welders, they have their own chefs. So if you're a Coast Guard on this vessel for months, who do you think, cooking the food for the Coast Guards? It's another Coast Guard. They don't order KFC and it's dropped off by a helicopter, right? So having a skill is actually an asset going into any one of these protective services, all right? And you can be a hairdresser and have a whole nother full-time job. So any career you can have, any job you can have and still be a hairdresser. All right. I myself, I have a full-time job here, and I'm actually venturing into having a part-time job as well with my skills. All right. So this is something that is very important.
Excellent. And I would say that's true, because you see, during this pandemic, the economy and things are getting hard, and you may have an education, right? And you may want to get into something, but if you have a skill, like you are good at hairdressing, you are good at nail tech, you are good at cooking, this is something you can do on the side until you get through with the job you want to go in, right?
Yes,
So
most
yes.
definitely.
And
And
so,
yeah.
go ahead. You go ahead.
Yeah, what I was going to say as well, there's a difference between a job and a career as well. So, and it's okay to have a job, but remember, you're having this job in order to build your career. All right. So just remember that as well, students. So nothing is wrong with having a job now, but you're working towards your career. Okay.
And so 2 more questions.
No problem.
Is it possible to study one subject, maybe one subject area,
Yeah,
and then
yeah.
end up choosing something else when I get older?
Yes, this happens a lot. All right. Again, this happened to me. So I did not have the opportunity like you students now, because no one came to my school and talked to me about career choices. All right. The guidance officer and these things were new in secondary school. So I didn't have much guidance as you guys. So a lot of the time students select subjects for selecting it, just selecting it. A lot of the times they follow friends, a lot of the times they follow what their parents want them to do, and they themselves don't actually think what they want to do after school. So this happens a lot. And it's not the end of the world, because you may like a particular set of subjects now, but after, when you're exposed to other things, you may like that and you may want to change and switch. This happens. But what we try to do is get you thinking now, so we avoid, I don't like to call it wasting time, but it is a bit of time wasting when you have to go and do something completely different than what it is you started with, because that's time. Imagine doing 5 years of secondary school, and then you realize, well, I have to go and redo these subjects because I want to now get into medicine and I did businesses. So it is possible to do those things. These things happen, but it will take some time. It will take additional time. Let me not say it will waste time. It will take additional time. All right. So you can do those things as well. Again, like for some students who might have done businesses and they want to get into sciences, you don't necessarily have to go back and do CXC science subjects, but you may be required to do some prerequisite courses, at probably UE Open Campus if you want to get into UE medical faculty. I would have done some prerequisite courses at UE Open Campus before I moved on to my degree as well. So that is also an option. You don't necessarily have to go back to secondary school. Okay.
Sir.
Any other questions, Miss?
So that's it. We will have to wrap up. So I would like to thank you very much. As I said, Mr. Leslie, but Dr. Leslie, right? I will speak it into being, right?
Yes.
We just want to thank you for taking the time to come and sensitize the students, relating to choosing subjects and, to have goals and plan for their future. I want to thank you very much on behalf of Southeastern Educational District. Right. I want you to have a blessed day, and you take care, sir. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. You all have a blessed day as well.
Okay, sir. Students, we will have next with us Nalis. All right, the next presenter will be Nalis. So let's give me 1 minute and I'll see what will happen next. But our next presentation is supposed to be Nalis.
posters and flyers pertaining to opportunities to find jobs, assistance for conducting research. You have, of course, your collection of fiction books where you can go in and get lost in some wonderful reading material. And I keep saying reading and reading because we realize that a lot of students see reading as a chore and they kind of postpone it as much as possible. Reading is one of the most important things you can do for yourself. Why? Because it is the foundation of everything. If you go to apply for a job, you must have qualifications, you must be able to have certain skills. If you go to the bank, you must be able to read and understand what you are doing. You want to apply for your national ID, you have to fill out a form. Everything encompasses reading and understanding. So please bear that in mind. Libraries also play a key role in distance learning, or in the case of current student population, blended learning, where you will use both the distance learning and the face-to-face learning. Most libraries, or some libraries, I'm talking about school libraries here, they are able to provide you with internet. And I know the public libraries have free internet access. In addition, your library will provide you with services for printing. We help you all with photocopying and general guidance for our students. Librarianship. Now, I am a librarian, and librarianship is a little more than just being in the library and sorting out the books and putting them on the shelf. The soft part of being a librarian is that it connects people with information and technology, so that sometimes we may not have that link at home or on the outside, but if you go to your libraries, whether it be a school library or public library, we try to make that bridge, that connection for you all. We organize material in a way that it is properly stored so that it is easy for you to get it. And in the schools, there is a library and information literacy curriculum that is covered by the librarian, where you are taught how to understand the arrangement of the library. You don't need to learn it, just become familiar with it. You will see numbers on the shelves, numbers on the books. These numbers say a particular thing, and it helps you, the user, to be able to independently maneuver around the library. Of course, we have the provision of the CDs and DVDs in the school, but those, most of the time, those you have to ask the librarian or the library staff for. And librarianship is a very specialized profession. You have to have specific qualifications, and we will go into that a little later down in the session. Literacy. Now, there are a wide range of literacies. If you look on my right-hand side, you will see all the different types of literacies there. And literacy is important because it covers everything. It covers being able to understand a sign. Let's say you're driving on the road and the words are a little unfamiliar. Generally, there's a sign too. So you have digital, media, recreational, all these different types of literacies that fall within the ambit of being able to read and understand. So if we are reluctant readers, hesitant readers, understand that reading is your basic foundation. It's the basic building block of being able to exist in our society. We are now moving into a more digital era. We have moved into a digital era. And you will, if you will ask your parents, your grandparents, some of them find it very hard to maneuver when they go to the bank because so many things have gone digital. And you as a younger one, the mantle falls on you to be able to assist if you can. So you need, some of us need to buck up and really focus on the reading and the understanding and that kind of thing. It's important, it's crucial for your survival. Again, we touch on what we look at and we say are the three main literacies for students. So you have the digital literacy, where you are able to use information that is in a digital format. We look at critical literacy, where you cultivate critical thinking so that when somebody tells you something or you read something, you have a level of understanding that allows you to say, maybe this is not true, or yes, I know that this is correct because there's something behind it that supports the theory or the idea. And being able to read, reading a lot gives you that particular skill. Information literacy. There is a wide range of information available on the internet, and it can be very confusing, very daunting. And unless you know how to find proper information, how to sift through what is relevant to, let's say you're doing a paper, and how to present that information, you are going to feel as if you cannot cope with whatever you are doing. And your libraries can come into play here. Part of the library and information literacy curriculum teaches you these things. I know some of you may have done Big Six with your library, with your librarian, and that is the research tool that we kind of advocate for use in the schools. So how has knowledge adapted to the current environment? Of course, we have had to adapt, and it has been difficult for us as well. We have had to change the way we do things, and we are now supporting students with a lot of online instruction. We have many of our schools are doing their library and information literacy curriculum online. We have been assisting Ministry of Education with providing material for students. If you go on the Ministry of Education website, a lot of the CSEC and CAPE material that you see in there originated from the unit I am in. And it goes into this other point by curating online resources for CSEC and CAPE. We've also been hosting a lot of author visits, book clubs, advising like people on programs such as this that is virtual. We need to keep in touch with our users, with our patrons. For those of you who are part of NALIS Facebook community, you will see that there are a lot of storytelling sessions on the videos posted on the internet, and we've had quite a few sessions on the radio as well. We have been utilizing these platforms because we know that this is where most of our students are these days, and it's important that we reach them where they are comfortable. Your school library offers many services, and within recent times, we have had to modify how we function as well in the school library. So of course, we will do the normal. We will guide you all with sourcing relevant resources, books that we have on the shelf and whatnot. But we have jumped one step further, and we are now telling you, okay, so you can go online. Now, the online environment within NALIS has been in existence for quite a while. It is just that many of our schools don't have the infrastructure for us to be able to roll it out on a wide scale. In addition, the unit I am in, we do a lot of assisting with citation and referencing. I myself have done quite a number of sessions. We can go to the school and do it, or as I've been doing recently since COVID-19, we are doing the sessions virtually. So we link with the library and the teacher who wants a referencing session done. We set it up and we go ahead. And of course, we have our basic functions of printing, photocopying, and binding, if possible. So this is where NALIS is at this point in time in supporting you all in the digital environment. We are here and we are ready to help you. I would want to hand over to my colleague now. If you all have any questions, I'd like to take them before she comes on.
Ms. Rampasad,
Yes?
we have one question so far, and that question is related to your literacy program. Students would like to know if you have any literacy program that is presently in operation, and how can one join that program? Thank you.
Okay, now our library and information literacy program is conducted in the school via the librarian. If it is that your school has given the librarian library classes, as it is called, the librarian will be conducting those sessions via whatever platform the school is using. Okay, I can cite one school in particular. It's a school that I'm attached to at this point in time. The librarian generally goes in to Google Classroom. She has her link to send to her students, and she posts up the lessons. So she will teach things like for the 4 months and 2s. The ones she will deal with the basics of what is a book, parts of a book, how to use a book, and things like that. And for the Form 2 students, I know she's currently doing referencing and citation, teaching them how to do it properly. Now, is there something I can give to you and say, this is it? No, it is just like a subject. We have a syllabus and we work with that. So it is delivered just like any other subject during the classroom setting. However, students requiring assistance for anything, they can go to the library staff and they can ask. That is what we are there for. I hope that answers the question.
Outside of the school environment, do you provide any literacy programs for members of the public?
NALIS, the public library provides some literacy assistance in conjunction with ALTA. So if it is that, now ALTA generally does between 16 and over. However, there was a program, I don't know where it is at this point in time. I can find out and let you know, where they catered for the students with reading challenges. But with COVID, I'm not sure where it is at this point in time, but ALTA would be the best people to contact for that information. Cypria is one of the areas where the program is done, and I can link with the librarian there and find out.
Thank you, Ms. Rampersad. No further questions at this time.
Okay, so Ms. Dial, I will hand over to you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ms. Linan Dial. I am an L2 attached to the Education Library Services Division of NALIS. This morning, I will just be showing you all the NALIS website as well as the Facebook page. So I hope by now most of you are familiar with the NALIS website. This is what the website looks like. This is the home page. Okay. Right, so this is the home page of the NALIS website. On the home page, we have different tabs. So we have the services provided, and there you have a wide range of our services. We have programs and events. And the one that we're going to look at today is resources. So in resources, we have a number of things. We have ebooks, databases, Flipstar, and the ones that we're going to look at more in depth are the subject guide and the NALIS blog. Now, the subject guide was created with the curriculum in mind. So it gives you a wide range of information on different topics in your syllabus. So when you're looking for information, it's a good place to start, right? So all you have to do is click on whatever you are looking for and the information comes up. It's in alphabetical order, and for ease of access, you can just click on the letter of the alphabet and you see all these topics that we have listed there. We are also going to look at the blog. The blog, as Ms. Rampersad indicated, the blog has information for both primary and secondary schools. The primary schools information comes up first. When you go to it, when you scroll down, you will see recommended resources for CSEC and recommended resources for CAPE. For CSEC, we have done all the subjects so far, but we may not have done all the topics under all the subjects. And you just click on whatever you are looking for, and you'll find a wide range of information with the topics. Before the CAPE exams, we have not done all the subjects because we have just started. So we have only done a few of these subjects, but it's still worth going to, right? Another platform which we have been using is the Facebook page, where we post informational stuff that you will be using on a daily basis or might use on a daily basis. So we have things from the various schools. We also have our schools have their own Facebook pages, and they also post stuff on their Facebook pages that will be of information to you. And right. So we are urging you all to use these resources, and in your studies, I know we are supposed to be focusing on careers. So we will look at some of the careers later on when Miss puts on my card. All right, I'll put on my PowerPoints and we'll look at the careers. Just give me a minute while it loads. So this is also on the NALIS website, Jobs in Library and Information Science. Although we see at the top there are no vacancies at this time, by the time you all ready, there may be vacancies because older people like us may leave.
Thank you, Linda.
Why Miss Lamberson laughing? So these are some of the libraries we have. We have public libraries, school libraries, academic colleges, national libraries. So it's not just school libraries, government libraries. We have libraries in most of the government ministries. We also have medical libraries, law libraries, business libraries, and we have staff in all these areas. So it's not just the school, boring school library with stamping book and bringing it back and photocopying and printing, right? And we have a lot of, a lot of people like IT. We have a lot of jobs in libraries that are IT based. We have a database manager. We have information marketing specialists. We have digital librarians. We have technical information support. And it goes on and on. So you can take a look at the NALIS website on the career opportunities, and you'll see a wide range of opportunities you can have at NALIS. Right? At this point, if there are any questions.
Okay, while we're waiting for question, I just want to add that we work within the government of Trinidad and Tobago, and the salaries, which I think is pretty okay. Library assistant 1 salary is 7,000 plus, and for that you would have qualifications of your 5 O levels and 2 A levels. A librarian salary is about 11,000 plus, and your qualifications would have to be a first degree, a BSc in library science, or you could have a first degree in any field and a master's degree in library and information science. In my case, my first degree is management. and I have a master's in library science. So the reason why I'm saying this is because if you want to do a first degree in any field at all, that's fine. But to get into the library field, you will now need to do a second degree or a postgraduate degree in library and information science. Of course, if you want to do 2 first degrees, that's fine. You can have your BSc in something and then do a BSc in library science. But the field is a very dynamic field. It's very interesting. No questions?
Musafina for the people to sleep, you know.
No, you didn't. The information is there. It's online. It's just to go and find it. Of course, for students, if at any point in time you having any issue with being able to locate information, on the NALIS website itself, there is a section that says Ask a Librarian. And Linda, I wonder if you could pull that up first. It should be okay, or as Mrs. going to the frequently asked questions section, right? So we have if you look at the tabs under the FAQs, you will see it tells you all about registration, how you go about joining the library, what you need, the services, the library hours. Overdrive is somewhere that I spend a lot of time because there are lots of very current books that I can borrow, e-books that I can borrow, audio books that I would advise our reluctant readers to take a look at. And again, if you need any assistance with that, get in touch with your school library or your public library. We are there to help you all. And your contact options are here. You can email, you can call, or you can pop in person and speak to somebody in the library, and they will walk you through the process. Ms. White, any questions?
Ms. Dial, we have a question.
Okay.
What are the entry-level qualifications at NALIS?
Okay, so the entry level for library assistant is any 2 A-levels, and for librarian, a degree in library science, whether it's a BSc or a master's.
Thank you. And we have another question. What would you say is the biggest challenge in your field at the moment? What is affecting the library? What is affecting NALIS most at this time?
At the moment, the biggest challenge, I think, for Education Libraries Division is the fact that school is not operating as normal, so we have to find ways of reaching our students. And even though we have the online platforms, we don't know if we reach our students. So I think that's the most challenging aspect of the job at this time. I don't know if Ms. Rampersad has anything to add.
No, I agree with that. If we can't meet our people, we don't know if we're making an impact on them.
I have another question.
Definitely. Now, with the occurrence of COVID, does the library have different opening and closing hours or policies or differences in policies with regard to the borrowing and the return of books?
So the school libraries, well, of course, the students, some of the students are there now, so they are free to come in and use the library when they are on the compound. And in some schools, they have a special service where you can email and ask for a book, request a book. Some schools have curbside pickup. So most of the schools libraries, they have some way that they can contact the staff via email if they have a query. But of course, at present, library staff in the schools are on the school compound. They may not be there until 4 because most schools close earlier. So, but they are on the compound, and once the school administration allows the students, then they will be able to access the library.
Just to add to that, the numbers are of course reduced so that where we could have house 25 and 30 people in the library, it has been cut down to maybe in some cases in with the larger libraries, maybe 15, 16 at most.
Miss, I will also like to ask a question, please.
Mrs. Rampasad and Ms. Dial, there are no further questions at this time. However, I must say that your presentation was very insightful and informative, and we look forward to keeping in contact with you. I know that students are online and they are saying that they are making use of the library resources. So once again, thank you and keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thanks for having us. It was nice.
Students, again. Our next presenter will be fire services. So we will give them 2 minutes and then they will come on. Our next presenter is from fire services. We'll give them 2 minutes and then they will come on. Thank you.
Students, with us at this time, we have a member of the Trinidad and Tobago Fire Service. The mission of the Trinidad and Tobago Fire Service is to provide efficient and effective public fire protection and emergency services in the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. As a member of the fire service team, you will play a key role in supporting this mission while contributing to the protection of life and property. The fire service falls under the authority of the Ministry of National Security. From Fire Prevention South, we have Fire Officer Mr. Darren Woods. Mr. Woods?
Pleasant morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Firefighter Woods, service number 4026, a member of the Trinidad and Tobago Fire Service, attached to Fire Prevention Department. I have approximately 13 years service. During this time, I would have worked at many different stations and sections. At present, I am attached to the Fire Prevention Department in South. Today, we are going to speak a little bit about the Trinidad and Tobago Fire Service, who we are, what we do, and the requirements to be part of this service. At this point in time, I want to start with a video. So we are going to go through this PowerPoint indicating what we do and who we are. So the Trinidad and Tobago Fire Service, who are we? We are the Trinidad and Tobago Fire Service, and we are part of the Ministry of National Security. The Trinidad and Tobago Fire Service was established in 1951. And the head of our department is the Chief Fire Officer. We are guided by the Fire Service Act 3550, and we are part of other acts as well, the OSH Act, the Agricultural Fires Act, and so on. It is separated, the service is separated into two divisions. The first division, which consists of the Chief Officer, Deputy Chief, Assistant Chief Officer, Divisional Fire Officer, and Assistant Divisional Fire Officer. Then there is the second division. The second division of the fire service consists of Fire Station Officer, Fire Substation Officer, Fire Station Officer, and the lowest rank, Firefighter. The service is separated into 4 divisions: North, South, Central, and Tobago. Altogether, there are 26 active fire stations within the Trinidad and Tobago Fire Service. You will see a list of them here. The role of the firefighter. Our role is to preserve life, prevent damage and destruction to property by fire or any hazard, whether it be fire related or not, and to render humanitarian services. What do we do as firefighters? We respond to all fires, whether it be structural fires, bush fires, vehicular fires, forest fires, and any type of fire. We respond to all fires. And apart from fires, we also attend to motor vehicular accidents. So from time to time, I'm sure you would have seen, if not in person, but on the social media as well, fire service responding to or attending to persons in accident situations. You all may be familiar with the term jaws of life, the equipment that we use to actually extricate persons who are trapped in accident situations. We also do special services. So during flooding situations, mudslides, chemical spills and whatnot, we attend to these emergencies as well. Also, there are different sections. So we also have an ambulance and a medical section. So we attend to ambulance emergencies. The entry requirements to be a part of the Trinidad and Tobago Fire Service. One must be between the ages of 18 to 35 years of age and of good character, as evident by a certificate of good character provided by the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. One should possess for the minimum 3 CXC or CSEC subjects, which must include English. So English and any other 2 CXC or CSEC subjects in the grades 1, 2, or 3. You must be of good physique. For males, the minimum height for males is 166.5 centimeters. And for females, the minimum height requirement, 160 centimeters. The selection process. Now they start with a preliminary screening. Now when fire service is taken in personnel, they will first send out an ad in the newspaper and social media platforms indicating that the service is recruiting personnel. This will be followed by the preliminary screening, where they will ensure that you have the necessary basic requirements, the passes, the recommended height, and recommendations from personnel to show your character, basically. The entrance exam. Once you are successful during this preliminary screening, we now go on to the entrance examination. They will send you in writing. You have been successful and selected to sit the fire service entrance examination. This examination consists of basic maths, basic English language paper, and current affairs. So it's good to keep up to date with the current happenings, looking at the news, seeing what's going on, especially. And I would say fire service would have taken some time this year. I'm sure that we may ask them something about the volcanic eruption that is taking place in St. Vincent at the moment. So being up to date with the current affairs. If successful in the examination, they will send you again in writing to do the aptitude test. This test is a physical examination where you'll do light exercises, push-ups, sit-ups. You may even climb a ladder to ensure that you are not afraid of heights. There'll be claustrophobia tests, put you in a room, dark room, and you'll have to find a way out, because this is what we do. It's not a job for the faint of heart, right? We will encounter certain things. We will be in certain situations. It may be quite demanding, but you are trained to do so. Being successful in the aptitude test, we now move on to the interview process, where you'll be interviewed by a panel of senior officers. And once successful, you'll be sent to do a medical examination where they'll do a test of your heart, your lungs, do an x-ray, and ensure that you are physically or medically sound to commence the training. So the induction training process lasts from 6 months 4 to 6 months at the fire service school. Now, this training is live-in training. You'll be staying there for the duration of the induction training. Maybe after a month, you will come out just for a weekend to get back in. Here you will study a number of topics from practical firefighting, foot drills, ladder drills, electricity, fire engineering science, hydraulics and pump operations, chemistry and combustion of fire, fire drills, fire prevention procedures, and first aid. Here we have a demonstration of a passing out parade where they would have done a display on ladders. We have another demonstration here as well, another illustration. Within the service, there are many different sections. So after completing the induction training, you'll now graduate and pass out as a firefighter and be posted to a station anyway throughout the Trinidad and Tobago Fire Service. You will have to work for approximately 1 year minimum on the lines, on the firefighting lines, getting hands-on training, attending to fire emergencies and so on. Now in the service, firefighting is one part of the service. There are many different sections within the service as well. So we have the ambulance section for persons who are interested in the medical field. We have the fire service school that deals with training of personnel. There's the project section for those persons who are interested in trade and whatnot, carpentry, welding and whatnot. There's the fire service band, breathing apparatus sections, land, sea, and search and rescue for the daring stuff. They do stuff like the rappelling and water rescue and whatnot. So if you're into that, there's a department for that as well. There's the fire prevention section that deals with public education, investigation, inspection of building and premises. At the fire prevention, they are also trained CSI personnel as well. So if you're into that field, there are avenues in the service for that. There's the water section or the hose and essential section, as they call it, that deals with ensuring that the appliances are well outfitted with the necessary hose and different equipment for firefighting. Engineering section that ensures our vehicles are up and running. So if you are into that mechanical field, there's a section for that. Stores department that ensure that we are well outfitted with uniform and other materials to carry out our day-to-day duties. The wireless and IT section, if you are into that field, the information technology, especially in a time like now, thanks to the IT section that we can actually deliver on this platform. And the administration section that deals with the day-to-day running of the service. How do we work? Now there's the shift system and there's also the 8 to 4 system. The personnel who work on shift, they are the persons on the firefighting line. They work 2 days on and 2 days off. So it'll be 1 day from 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. They go home, they come back the next day, 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. They come back the next day from 6 p.m. to 9 a.m. And then they are off for 48 hours. So 2 days on, 2 days off. One day, one night, 2 off days, and you have a lot of time to get involved with other constructive activities. Time to study, time to learn a trade. There's a lot of time to do constructive things. Then there's the 8 to 4 section that works from Monday to Friday, from 8 in the morning to 4 in the evening. This is just a shot of what on the job looks like. We are a service we take instructions from officers. There's a chain of command that we follow. So we take instructions daily to carry out our day-to-day duties. We also do continuous development on a daily basis. We have in-house training where we cover a number of topics daily because we need to be sharp when we get outside. And when an emergency takes place, we need to be ready and waiting. And we will be able to assist. We do drills on a daily basis, simulation drills, preparing for that event that happens, preparing for that house fire, preparing for that accident situation. Engineering section, as you see, we have personnel repairing the trucks to ensure that the truck is in readiness for a response. Information Technology Department, ensuring that all our systems are in place. Search and rescue, as you can see, personnel rappelling down mountain, rescuing casualties. We have accident situation where you can see in the photo someone actually using the jaws of life, right, to extricate persons. We have the firefighting operations, as you can see. In the fire service, we also have national heroes. So we have one Mr. Reyes who represented the Trinidad and Tobago Fire Service, both nationally and internationally. In the sport of bodybuilding, today we have another gentleman, Mr. Brathwaite. He is also an international bodybuilder and he works right in the Southern Division. We have one Miss Krista Grima Francis. She would have represented the service in the World Police and Fire Games and was successful many times, winning a lot of medals. She was also featured on an ESPN magazine. And again, she is from South Trinidad as well. We are artists. We have national cricketers, national footballers who are part of the Trinidad and Tobago Fire Service as well. And the service allows you time to represent your country. This is the rank structure. We have the first division ranks, the second division ranks. Further areas of study, we have health and safety, public safety and security, fire engineering science, fire protection engineer, arson investigators, hazardous material technicians, hazardous material operators, and the list goes on. EMTs. We have a lot of different areas of study and different avenues that people choose within the service as well and advance themselves. We have a basic salary started as a firefighter. Basic salary starts at about 6,700, and with that, now this is before the addition of other allowances. For example, the house allowance is an allowance for being single and one for being married. There's the meal allowance, cost of living allowance, qualifying allowance. Let's just say you are qualified for higher ranks ahead, you are paid for being qualified. There's allowances for us to maintain our firefighting gear, ensure that we have laundry allowances to ensure that we are sharp and well groomed and work. No reason to not be sharp. Special proficiency allowances for persons who would possess degrees or any study within the area that is related to fire safety. For example, OSH degree in OSH, training in EMT, EMTB, EMTP, EMTIs. You will be paid for such. So this will now take your basic salary up to a higher level, to a couple hundreds, maybe $1,000 more. Other benefits, you have the opportunity, this is the best, we have the opportunity to serve your country. You save lives, you save property. You are part of that. There's continued personal development. You gain respect from members of the public as being a firefighter, being someone, not just a regular member of the public, but someone who actually goes out there and save people's lives, save property, financial stability at the end of your tenure. That stability where you can approach the bank and they will can access loans knowing that you have a stable job. You're in a mortgage and so on, buying that car, whatever it may be.
Oh, sorry. What? Just a second.
Some past fires.
Right.
That we would have attended to as well. At this point, I like to show a video which sums up everything that we just spoke about.
I think that was correct, yeah. Well, it's not, I wonder, I don't think it's me, not maybe on your side. Let me.
Good day, and welcome to the Trinidad and Tobago Fire Service. I am number 4522, Firefighter McDonald, and I will be taking you on a journey throughout Trinidad and Tobago Fire Service and some of the things that we do.
In the fire service, there are many different sections. Operational.
Control room.
Auxiliary section.
Administration section.
Fire prevention, IT department, hose and essentials, projects, engineering, stores, and breeding apparatus.
In fire service, we respond to several types of calls: structural fires, bush fires, vehicular fires, even fallen trees, just to name a few.
Are the equipment we use to rescue persons who trapped in motor vehicle accidents.
Another important equipment we use are ladders in the Trinidad and Tobago Fire Service. These are used to rescue people trapped in upper floors of buildings.
While responding to house and structural fires, we use a breathing apparatus set, so it will enable us to breathe in smoke-filled atmospheres.
You might ask, how does one become a firefighter in Trinidad and Tobago Fire Service? Here are some of the basic requirements. You must be between the ages of 18 to 35, must be medically sound, must be physically fit, must possess 3 CXC subjects, and you must meet the height requirements: 166 centimeters for females and 168 centimeters for males.
Thank you for allowing me to take you on this exciting journey of the Trinidad and Tobago Fire Service. I do hope that you enjoyed this tour, as I enjoyed showing you everything that there is to know about Trinidad and Tobago Fire Service. I do hope that you also consider this as a great career path, and I will see you soon in the future.
So ladies and gentlemen, this was just a sum up of what the Trinidad and Tobago Fire Service, what it is about, what we do, some of the equipment that we use also. One thing to note as well, when the bell is sounded in station, we have 30 seconds in the day, to leave the station, and in the night, 1 minute. We stop whatever we are doing and we immediately go to the truck that we are assigned to and proceed to that fire, because if we delay any longer, that's just more time that a person is in need of us. All right? I want to close with just one more video and we'll take questions at the end. All right, ladies and gentlemen, are there any questions about the Trinidad and Tobago Fire Service?
Mr. Woods, thank you for your presentation. We have a question at this time. And we would have seen that you spoke about the qualifications that are necessary to get into the fire service. Are there any additional qualities a successful candidate must possess?
Good question. So apart from the minimum requirements, the 3 subjects, and being physically fit, medically sound and whatnot, there are some things that will be an asset as well. So for example, being a driver holding the endorsement of class 4 or class 5, which is heavy and extra heavy. One thing that the service always needs is drivers. For our appliances, we always have a shortage of drivers. So being a driver is an asset, holding those endorsements, class 4 and 5. Also, if you are part of the medical field, if you are training in EMT, emergency medical technician, basic paramedic, and so on. Training in occupational health and safety as well will also be an asset. However, the minimum requirement is what stands. But though it is 3 subjects, really minimum, it doesn't mean that one will aim for 3 subjects. I mean, aim for the 10 to 20 subjects, if only subjects. But this is just the minimum requirement, and what I mentioned, these are assets to be part of the service. Good question, by the way. Any other question?
Thank you, sir. Another question coming our way. You would have specified, you would have given specifications for height. So if someone is just 1 centimeter shorter, would they get in?
Well, that's a good question. I believe if they have a specific height, there is a specific reason for it, I'm guessing. So this is the height and they will have to abide by it. They can try. I mean, it doesn't hurt to try. We never know what could happen on the day, and that person may find favor with that person or that instructor, instructor during the selection process. Better you try than you just stay home and say, you know what could happen.
Mr. Woods, I agree with that. Better you try and see what happens. So you would have spoken about different sections in the Trinidad and Tobago Fire Service. For example, search and rescue, accident and emergency. are officers or firefighters placed in these sections, or do you choose the section you go into?
That's a very good question. Okay, so when one comes out of induction training, they are posted to a station within the Trinidad and Tobago Fire Service. Here you will have to work a minimum of 1 year. This is a probationary period. In this year, you will be performing the functions of a firefighter, going on the truck, attending to emergencies, being part of the ambulance, attending to casualties as well. Now, after this year, if one chooses to go to another section, now, as I would have mentioned, within the service, there are numerous opportunities to advance oneself. So there are courses that are run within the service to be part of the other sections. So if one wants to go into the field of, let's just say, breathing apparatus or hose and essentials, there are courses that is run along that line for personnel to be part of it. If one will possess training on the outside, if someone would have went on and advanced themselves to be an EMT technician, they can use their qualifications as an asset to apply to go to the ambulance section, the medical side of the fire service, and be part of it. If you want to be in the fire prevention section, there are courses run internally and externally where one can advance themselves and apply to be part of it. But one must work for 1 year on the firefighting line, because at the end of the day, firefighting is still the core function. Though one is posted to a section, it doesn't mean that they are not going to perform or attend to a fire. Let's just say, if the need be, let's just say, God forbid that there's a big fire on High Street. At this point, all personnel from whatever section, at that time the section doesn't matter. Firefighting is the priority and the main function, and they will all attend to this fire emergency. So firefighting is still the core function, even though one is posted to a section. I hope I did answer your question.
Indeed, you did, sir. And our final question this morning. Are there any misconceptions about the fire service you would like to dispel at this time?
Oh, definitely. And I am so glad you would have asked this question. So there's a misconception that all firefighters, we come to work and we cook, lime and sleep all day because there's no fire emergency. And something that we say, I'm sure they may do nothing, they may be sleeping whole day inside, but it's not so. During the day, we have a timetable that we follow from the time from 9 o'clock to 6 o'clock. There are activities during that time. And these are activities providing that there is no emergency. So just a brief description of a regular day of a firefighter. We come to work at 9, they are paraded, assigned to a truck. After being assigned to the truck, you check your truck and the equipment, ensure that all is working. Then we now do simulation drills from 10 to 12. Simulation drills, as I mentioned earlier, we are constantly training for when we get that emergency, when we get that house fire call, when we get that accident emergency, we are constantly training. So we do simulation drills on a daily basis. Then from 12 to about 2, we have a period where we'll clean up, put back our equipment. Then we have our lunch. This is providing we don't have any emergency. We have our lunch. By 2 o'clock, we are back out again. Lectures. We have a number of topics that we follow. Lectures. From lectures, we have a break period. Then physical activity, but most important, we must be physically fit. We need to keep active. So we have physical activity in the evening. And all persons are to be part of these sessions. After physical activity, that will take you to about 5:15, 5:30. Then you change and get ready for the change of watch period at 6 o'clock. Now the shift that comes in at 6, we hand over to them. So from 6, same thing as before, they will check the equipment and whatnot, ensure that everything is working. Then simulation exercises and classroom sessions. This is in the night period. During the night, between 8 and 5, this is our time. But during this time, sometimes we have tactical exercises, as they call it, where we'll get a call and we'll respond. And only when we respond, we'll realize that it's a drill conducted maybe by the chief fire officer. So we need to always be ready. At 5 in the morning, physical activity, followed by first aid training. We always need to be on top of the game. After first aid training, which will take it to about 8 o'clock. Then preparation for the change of watch at 9. During that time, did you hear me say that we were sleeping and playing football and having a cookout and liming? I can't recall saying such, because this is not what we do. Another misconception, they say that the Trinidad and Tobago Fire Service always reach the fire when the fire out. And I need to address that. The reason being, most of the time people don't know the number for the fire service. If a fire takes place, they usually try to extinguish it themselves. When the correct thing should be, if a fire takes place, call the fire service immediately, right? People tend to call the fire service when their efforts of extinguishing the fire themselves prove futile, when the fire is out of hand and they know want to call fire service. By that time, the entire house is fully involved, right? And as we touched on that, the number for the fire services, 990. 990, write it down, save it somewhere, post it and tell a friend, right? Any other questions?
There are no further questions at this time. Mr. Woods, I am so grateful for your presentation. It was informative and enjoyable. We look forward to meeting you at another time, and all the best.
Thank you on behalf of the Trinidad and Tobago Fire Service Fire Prevention Department and by extension, the Chief Officer. We want to say thanks for having us today, and we commend the efforts of the organizers for seeing the importance of having us here today, and we hope that someone will choose fire service as a career path. Thank you, and good evening.
Good morning, students. Again, we will let's take a 5 minutes break because we have been going on and on and on. I know you all may want to use the washroom, have a drink, have something to eat, and then we will come on next. Our next presenter is from Silverwall. Miss Remy, right?
Yes, it is.
Right. So Miss, let's give them 5 minutes to get out to break because it's one after the other. They haven't gotten that break, and then we will come back, right?
That's
Thank
fine.
you.
Most welcome. Yeah. Oh, I'm going on just now. About 3 minutes. No, I'm not on yet. These same people, it's a 3-day workshop. I promised to do the call the last night. They want me to come on again to the phone sheet today and tomorrow. So then I'll just do it after tomorrow. I want me to go on 1:50 today and everybody running late. I might have go on 2 o'clock. So I switched with USC just now.
But somebody class will be ready today.
Oh, nice.
Welcome back, students. Our next presenter will be Ms. Remy. I'll just give you a little history again concerning CFTI. Established in 1970, CFTI is interested in human development. They work with people and communities to provide life and job skills training and support in order to ensure that every citizen has a chance to realize his or her full potential. To date, they have served over 250,000 people. Ms. Rami, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Is my audio good with you guys out there?
Yes, Miss.
Good. Excellent. So, I'm back on. Thank you again for inviting me to your career day. It's really our pleasure to be here and to share what Civil is about. My presentation today will take a two-part. First, I will go through the organization in brief detail, a little bit about career pathing and choosing your subjects, because as Form 3s, the providers who are here today are playing an integral role in helping you to decide where you see yourself in the world of work, because your working life will be approximately 40 to 45 years before you retire at 60, 65 after you finish your school, your upper and lower six, so your university training. So it's really important that decisions you make this term with regards to where you would be in September when you move to Form 4, that you are comfortable with that decision, right? Serval, I know some of you are confused about who Serval is and some stigmas associated with Serval. So I just want to briefly outline to you the different aspects of Serval so you will know where I fit this morning, right? In Serval, we are the pioneers of ECCE training. So early childhood care and education, we have preschools, and we also train the teachers who want to do this program. That program requires that the applicants be over 18 and must possess 3 CXC subjects to come in. Maths and English are prerequisite. We also have our parent outreach program where our facilitators go to all the villages in Trinidad and Tobago, and we work with single parents or families that are impoverished, require skills, basic skills to help them to survive, to make a dollar, etc. So that's called our POP program. Then we have students who come to us off the SEA listing, right, who make approximately 30% and below in the SEA. And rather than they being frustrated in the school or drop out or being taken advantage of by employers, family members, or the unscrupulous people, what we did many years ago, right, is that over 30-something years ago, we devised a program called the Junior Life Center program, where we took these young persons who didn't do as well in the SEA as they expected, because everybody bloomed differently. Everybody learns differently. There are students who would understand everything at the first shot in the classroom. There are students who you need to reinforce the information. There are students who you have to go over it every day, every day. So at 11 years of age, all of us weren't ready to move on to secondary school. So what we did over 30-something years ago is we devised this program. We now work in partnership with the Ministry of Education, where those students come to us, and the same 5 years that they would have gotten if they had moved on to secondary school like where you are, the government pays them to come to us. They have decisions to make at around the second year or so in the junior life, and they can move on to the skills training and come out parallel to the same person who sat next to them who went on to secondary school. So at the end of 5 years, our junior life students will be leaving the secondary system or the Serval system. The difference is you in the secondary school will be coming out with your CXCs, hopefully, and our students would have by then acquired maybe 1, maybe 2, maybe 3 skills. They could have completed a plumbing, a masonry, and a welding program, ready for the world of work or to higher levels of training in organizations like MIC, etc., while you are now looking to make a decision in the secondary level at Form 5 or Form 6 as to where do I see myself in the world of work. So I see Serval as being a plus there for differently abled learners. And then we have our adolescent development program, which is the pilot project before going on into the skills. It's a 3-month program. Every single person who is desirous of coming to Serval, you must do that program. And it's really fun and exciting when there wasn't COVID, but now it's almost totally online. It's a blended system, right, where we prepare you to enter the classroom and the world of work in terms of getting you geared to understanding the importance of attendance, punctuality, self-awareness. Who am I Not that my name is Miss Remy and I live where, but who am I, why I am the way I am, about complexes and a host of issues you young people have that sometimes doesn't allow us to make the best choices in life. And then, of course, why I am here today to talk about the skills programs and the opportunities that Serval have. And both the ADP and the skills program, the students either come from the community after you have completed your CXCs, or if you went to a special private school, etc., and you're desirous of doing technical, vocational, or what we tend to call alternative education, because it's not geared around the sciences, right? Or you would come from the Ministry of Education, either Form 3, 4, 5, right? You're in the secondary school system, and for whatever reason, whether it is better discipline or you're having issues with the academics or the pace, you feel frustrated, you feel, I just can't make it anymore in the secondary school, so I go in and ride out, I go in and bust it, right? We say, no, have a discussion with your guidance officer, and we will make arrangements and conversations with Serval, the Ministry of Education, and your guidance officer, and they would ensure that a official bona fide transfer process takes place where your tuition is transferred from the secondary school you are in to Serval, and it will be paid for by the Ministry of Education, right? So it means that you are moving, you're transitioning from formal education structure to technical vocational training structure, and it will be paid for by the government. If you make the mistake and just decide to ride out of the secondary school on your own to battle your chances, it means if you come to us, you will have to pay the fees. So we're asking you kindly, we're not going to give up on you. Do not give up on yourself. Have the discussions with the guidance officers, the principal, your parents, your caregivers, and do it the right way. Right? So that is where we are. So that being said, I can move into today. You probably are confused. I just saw fire. It was so exciting. I wish I was your age to go into the fire service probably, or into one of those fabulous providers that we have been seeing since yesterday, right? That you all have so many opportunities to make a decision. And sometimes making a decision may even take you away from traditional jobs of being a teacher, doctor, lawyer, engineer. You know, those are traditional. You may not have looked at an institution like Serval and recognize you can go into dentistry. It could be your own business. You could own your air conditioning company. You could own your own bakery, hospitality institution. There are a host of programs available to you in the technical vocational sphere. So Serval, as I said, we are technical vocationally centered, and I'm going to put up a video, right, a PowerPoint presentation, right? So I'm going to share my screen at this point in time, and this presentation is going to take you through who we are and what we do, and then there's a short video with our newest program. It's really exciting. It's all about animation and graphics and all of that, right? So we are a vocational technology-based organization. And since technologies are changing constantly, there's no end to the things you guys can learn and the skills that you can acquire. But with so many options, how do you decide what skill to do next? What you need to do is answer a few questions and then just get started. This presentation is structured to assist you in choosing your skill and your subject wisely. So, when deciding on a career path, ask yourself, what jobs don't I want to spend the rest of my life doing? Instead, ask yourself, what jobs do I want to spend the rest of my life doing? And remember, just now I spoke to you about your work life being about 40 to 45 years. Just imagine you don't like people and you decide to become a nurse. And patient is on the bed, nursey, I'm having a pain. But you sort of like people and you fed up and you don't get the medication. You have, and people talk about this all the time. I myself have had experiences. What wrong with you? What wrong with it? But then quiet is on, they're disturbing me. I want to rest, blah, blah, blah. And you really have what we call, quote unquote, hoggish and piggish with the patient who is in pain. And there's no empathy. So if you do not have empathy, you do not love people, you don't go into nursing. You don't go into career path where you are interacting with the public or your client, right? A lot of jobs out here require you to have interaction face to face. And if you're not a good communicator, you don't like people, then probably it's better to do jobs where you're probably behind a screen and nobody is going to see, and you probably will be really, really great at it. So you have to make a decision. What are the jobs I want to do? Where do I see myself? And you know something, making that decision started since you were a kid. Since you were a little something running behind your mommy in the kitchen, or tinkering with your father in the engine, your father fixing the car, and you want to pass the screwdriver and the spanner, or you're always taking a hammer and you're ponging something, or you're opening the toys at Christmas, and you're able to put it together, right? You're always playing with the hair, you want to do makeup, you even put lipstick on the dog, who knows? You understand? The thing about it is that that should be the genesis or the seed that says, hey, maybe this is the direction I want to go in. So in choosing a career, it's not what your mother wants you to do, what Miss wants you to do, what your father wants you to do, what your friends are going to do, right? Each person is individual, and your decision about the career path that you want to go that will determine the subjects you all are going to choose just now. It's all dependent on who you are inside and the passion and drive you're going to have. And that is what is going to make you take that job and kick it straight out of the ballpark, that you are able to see, to be able to visualize and vocalize that job, that it's just a mundane one for everybody else, and you can take it to a different realm, right? And those are some of the things you need to think about. Think about what excites and energizes you. Find a mentor maybe. And a mentor, when I say find a mentor, it's about, you want to do nursing? Look for somebody who's in nursing and ask them, what is nursing about? You feel you want to cook, you want to be a baker, you want to own your own restaurant. Talk to somebody who's in the industry, and then you find out ways. Sometimes you're standing for 20 hours, 30 hours. Sometimes one wedding, you have to work 3, 4, 5 days before, buying the groceries, prepping, standing, cooking, and sometimes even serving and decorating the hall. And if you don't like to stand and you don't like people and you can't take heat and these environments, these are not the type of jobs you want to go, because it looks glamorous and somebody says, oh, I can do one wedding and make 60,000. Yes, I can do one wedding and make $60,000. But if you don't like what you're doing, you're not going to be a good caterer, you're not going to be a good decorator, you're not going to be a good business person. Your business probably will not succeed. Keep in mind what you're good at, and we spoke about that just now. And most times what you're good at, you're going to be even better when you get into that program, right? So maybe you're good at multiple areas. And in Serval, we encourage what is called multi-skilling, right? And in choosing a skill, sometimes one skill in Serval has many different job opportunities. Let's take hospitality training. It's 6 subjects. You can decide, I want to be a chef. Yes, that's one area. You want to be a culinary artist, that's another area. You want to go into food and beverage management and just manage the dining room and become a maitre d', that's another area, but it could be a bartender as well. Or in hospitality, we also teach you tourism and front office. If you love languages, because the front office should have another language. So if you come to us and you already speak French and you already speak Spanish and you're good at English, maybe tourism and front office management is the thing for you, but you still have to learn to cook and all of that. Because on a cruise ship, our hospitality program prepares you for the cruise ship, the hotels, the restaurants, your own private industries. But the spin-off industries is sometimes where your niche is, right? And you're really good at dealing with people and you're really organized. You can have all the training, the culinary arts, the management, the dining room, the pastries, the cooking, cafeteria operations and management and all of that. But yet you're not working in the heat. You're working in the front office. Or you can go into tourism, right? Then we have the housekeeping module where you can take an ordinary bath towel and fold it into the shape of a swan, that when the client goes into the room on the cruise ship or in the hotel, they don't even want to unravel the towel because it's so beautiful. They can't believe that somebody was able to be so creative and artistic to take something as simple as a towel and shape it into a monkey or a swan or a duck or a flower or something. So sometimes in an industry, there are so many spill-off industries, like our air conditioning and refrigeration program. When you come, we do both for buildings as well as car. So the day that you don't get a car to do something with the AC, you have already have a certification in AC&R. Somebody wants to install an AC unit, you can do it. They want to service an AC unit, you can do it, right? And what we do with our AC and our straightening and painting program is if you're doing air condition, you get a little module in straightening and painting. Sometimes people have refrigerators and freezers that have a little rust spot, and you want to cut it out and fix it. So just imagine your certification with us is air conditioning and refrigeration, and we are telling you, you have to do straightening and painting too. And you say, why? But think about Christmas when everybody wants to fix up everything. So if you can do straightening and painting on a car, you can do it on a fridge. So when there aren't jobs with the house, there are jobs that you can do with the car. And then with us, we encourage multi-skilling. So you come to do AC and you do a module in auto, you do something in electronics, right? You can come out with 3 skills. During the same period, your friends who are going to secondary school straight from the SDA list. So at the end of 5 years, you end up 3 years of that time, you did 3 skills, 3 one-year programs. And you come out at the end of the 5 years when you're probably 17, 18 years, and you're already on your career path to a job, to earning some income, to going into financial management, putting some of that money into the bank or wherever, and watch compound interest and let it grow. So do what you have to do, right? And do it well. Now, one of the principles in selecting the jobs, as I spoke about, is the gift, the passion, and the values you bring to it. And, you know, I just spoke to that already, and about what motivates you. But you see that formula on slide 4 that you're looking at up there, right? Remember it, the gift, the passion, and the values. And that is going to assist you in making a decision. And by the way, this presentation is available to your guidance officer, so they can send it to you soft copy, so you can go over my presentation at your leisure in making your decision. So then we talk about making a career plan, right? What is a career plan? A career plan will benefit you. Sorry, your career will benefit if you have a good goal and a good plan for it. Maybe you want to be a mechanic, but the next step after that is specialization in a particular area, or you may want to open your own garage. Map out your career plan and decide the time period it will take for each phase. Now, when we talk about that, is that don't just think I want to be a beautician or I want to be a mechanic. The thing about training and going to school is that there's a period when you have to go to school and learn the skill. But then you have to develop that skill. Nobody's going to hire you straight out of civil or straight out of YTEP or somewhere and say, they're going to take you and they're going to give you this big job. The thing about it is that it's like when you're doing your resume, when you're doing your resume, that document that says who I am and what my qualifications are. One of the first things sometimes an employer is going to ask you is, what experiences have you had? So the good thing about that, making that plan, is that you can plan that the next 2 years I'm going to devote towards my career training, and then I'm going to work for 5 years in the industry and gather the skills. And then maybe I'm going to take over the business, or I'm going to have my own business. I'm going to go to NESC probably. I'm going to get funding. I'm going to do a proposal, because by then I understand the pros and the cons. By then I've developed the muscles I need to be able to stand for 10, 15 hours in a job. Sometimes a job takes you into shifting, where you don't work in the day, you're working in nights probably. How many of you all actually work in the night rather than Lime? Or be on Instagram, you're on IG whole day, on FB whole day, and doing nothing. But you come out of school, out of job training, and you now have a shift like the fire service that I saw before, where you actually have to work in the night from 6 to 9 the next morning. And it's really, really a quantum shift in what you are accustomed to doing. So the thing about it is, young people, is that life after school is going to be really, really different and challenging, and you have to prepare yourself for that. The next thing is to see your career as a set of stepping stones. Oh no, I did that. My sincerest apologies. What I'm moving into now is the programs we offer. Our programs are divided into service, skills, which is skills that you're going to interact with people. So for example, if you're doing beauty culture, there's a client right there. You're doing AC&R, you're going to interact with the customers. You're doing auto mechanic, you will be interacting with people. You're giving a service. So under the service skill banner, it's divided into air condition and refrigeration, auto mechanics, advanced auto mechanics, beauty culture, childcare, dental aid, food preparation, home health aid, which is our introduction to nursing module, right? Hospitality, straightening and painting, or what you may know as auto body technology, but we in Trinidad and the Caribbean call it straightening and painting. Then we have construction skills, and the construction skills are electrical installation, masonry, plumbing, welding, and woodwork, and they are clumped together. So when we encourage the multi-skilling of students, think of you being on a construction site and you are the electrician. You can't do nothing until the mason, the welder, and the woodwork done. So are you going to wait a month before you get a salary? What if you came to serve all instead and you did our construction skill program? You can go in on the job from the masonry phase, and masonry is finished and they do the uprights are up and they're ready to put in the steel. Yeah, there's a welder. You're getting work from the beginning, and then when they're ready for the roof again, you're there. And then the electrical conduits has to go in before the final canvas of cement and stuff go in. That's where your electrical skills come in, right? And then the plumbing works, you're there as well. So just imagine you are a multi-skilled person in the construction field, and you would have done maybe 2 or 3 programs in Silver if you came in as a junior life student or even as a community student. Some of you see a 1-year training as long, but just imagine investing 2 or 3 years of your life for the rest of your 40 to 45 years. It's not long. 5 years of secondary school is not long. When you reach our ages, you realize that you wish you could go back to secondary school. If we have the opportunities you guys now have, maybe I might even be talking here. You all are in the best place that you could possibly be at this time in terms of education. And especially with this virtual reality that we are living in, you are getting to see so many other opportunities that traditional jobs have changed. Because who knew that this time last year there would be a new job called taking temperature and applying sanitizer to people coming into a building? So you see how versatile even the job market has become. Who would have told a caterer this time last year that your job would require you putting your menus online? So it means the IT presence means that in every single program we have, which Serval is already working on, is that there's an IT component now that you must have with even the most traditional thing as masonry, because you're going to be doing all the invoicing and inventory control, everything on the computer, even though you are a mason. Right? Then we have our electronic and computer skills, where we have computer repair, industrial electronics, and digital media production. In our industrial skills, which are our advanced skills, we have general industrial maintenance, we have early childhood care and education, and then we have the electrical wireman's craft. Now I want to let you know, one of the only programs where you must have the prerequisites of 3 CXCs to come to us is our early childhood care and education program, because it's a teacher training program, and the prerequisites are the 3 CXCs. And I could probably go into that a little further lower down. So on the slide that is in front of you, you would see we have an auto photo there of students doing something on the suspension. We have an electrical, we have masonry, where we have a career day similar to what's happening here. We have our beauty culture students working on a teacher from some school we went to. I think that was a school in Arima. And you know something, some of the skills we offer, you can actually be generating revenue whilst you're training. Like these students who are doing beauty culture there, they actually start doing nails and hair and weaves and braids and locks and all of that from around their 1st and 2nd term, where they actually generate their school fees and their side hustle, right? The food prep program, the same thing. If you look at the far right, or my right, you would see that our dental aid students from our dental aid program. In Serval, our dental aid program allows the students to actually be in the presence of our customers. There are days in the training where customers come in to have services, cleaning teeth, fillings, etc. So you actually would be doing a 1-year dental aid program with us, but every week you will be exposed to on-the-job training. So by the time you're ready for that exam, you ace in that examination, and you can make a decision if you came into us without the subjects right? Don't run away from secondary school without getting the subject, whether you're going to go to us, MIC, or YTEP or whatever. We prefer that you come in with the fundamentals. If you don't get it, then it's okay, we work with you. You can do your subjects in the evening, one subject at a time to probably get a better grade or to get that pass. So students leaving the dental aid program who do their subjects in the evening to do it over, they can move straight into dental school. And we have so many success stories. By the way, how many of you all have eaten sharp and bake at Maracas? Do you know that Richard was a server in hospitality training? Richard came to us and he did food prep, and what is he doing? Running one of the most successful hospitality venture in Trinidad and Tobago that is known internationally from doing a server food preparation program. So sometimes people look at people who they tend to label us because my first degree was in culinary arts and management, you know, right? And now I'm in the business field, I'm doing marketing. But they tend to label differently able learners as these children work better with their hands, so we want them to go to serve. And when I hear that sometimes, you know, it's sad, you know, because everybody in the world wasn't meant to be a doctor, lawyer, and engineer. If all we had was doctors, lawyers, and engineers, they'd be running naked. They would be living in fig trees, because who's going to build the houses for them? Who is going to make the cars? Who's going to fix it? Who's going to do their hair? Who's going to do their makeup? Who's going to do their nails? If it wasn't for people who did technical vocational training. When they want to eat, they're going to eat coconuts all they know. They come to a restaurant like Richard Sharp and Bake, or they go to the Hyatt, the Hilton, or the Gyro Stand, where somebody did a hospitality program where they learn how to cook the things that the doctor with his science and test tubes couldn't do. So there's this lovely, delicate balance between technical vocational education and the academics. They are just as important, because when we get sick, we know about bush medicine probably. We can do our own operation. We are not civil engineers to be able to design a house to fit on the side of a hill. You understand where I'm coming from, right? So they need us as much as we need them. So we're supposed to respect and value each other's profession. I know what I'm good at, where my passion is, where I am excited. They know where theirs are. And different people have different abilities, and we have to respect that. But the thing about it is that you have to make a decision based on what you know you are capable of doing, and not what you think you want to do because your parents or your friend or your teacher wants you to do. And in Serval, we give you enough time in the first period to be able to choose your skill wisely. We expose you to our career day, and in doing that, you are able to make the right decision as to what are the skills you would want to continue in our program. Here you are part of hospitality, where you can become a bartender and be able to shake drinks. You could go on a boat or cruise ship and become the best barman, where you could take a drink, put it in a shaker, flip the bottle over your head, catch it behind your back, pour it into a glass and slide it across the bar. And that's called flaring in bartender. Or you just want to be a nurse, right? And our program prepares you to go into that industry. And you see the lovely uniform. This is the uniform when you come to the hospitality program, right? Then all construction, welding, plumbing, straightening and painting. Take a bang of can, then trick out that ride, straighten it, paint it. Come and do electronics with us. Drop the music on the hard pong inside of it. Fix up the AC. You understand? There's so many things, talented things that people who work with their hands can produce. And then, you know, because it was made by hand, you feel so proud that you are part of fixing that bride up. You did the garment, you did the dress, you did the jacket, you did the suit, you did the hair, you did the nails, you did the makeup. Then you did the decor for the hall, and you cooked the food and made the cake. All made by hand, right? There's so many opportunities in Serval that you are exposed to when you come to us. We prepare you for that. And then those of you who just love children, I don't have the patience, but you just love doing what you see in this slide there. I commend you guys for having that patience. But in order to be one of these teachers, you can do the we have a child care program. But if you really want to teach it, you want to learn it at the tertiary level, you come to us, you must have at least those 3 subjects. And all that information is available online. And this is our garment program, which is run in Port of Spain. And I want to introduce you to one of our newest programs. These are 2 new programs. And one of the programs we have is the Digital Information and Graphic Technology program. I have a really short video that I would want to show to you. And it's about this program. It's only done in South currently. We're hoping to move it to North soon. Oh my God. Now that that program just I did you all see the video actually, because I went into something else. Are you there? I'm not sure if you saw the video.
Yes, miss, I'm here, but I did not see any video.
That's what I thought. I saw something. So I'm going again.
Okay.
Let me run it again, and I'll see what went wrong, because I didn't see it come up. My sincerest apologies. So share screen again. The thing is, I think that my video disappeared. Let me know if you've seen it.
Nothing as yet. Still waiting, miss, nothing.
Well, girl, well, this is where I probably need the IT technician here, because it's running on my screen and it's not. So if I get it before I'm finished, well, we will get it in. I want to move into the prerequisites. I'm really laughing at myself in the back here. That's why you all need to choose the skill wisely. Right, the entry requirements for Silver.
I'm not seeing the screen, right, miss?
You're not seeing the PowerPoint either?
No, I'm not seeing the PowerPoint. I'm seeing you.
Oh boy. I think my screen disappeared on me. Right. I think what has happened is that I lost the link.
I'm not hearing you, miss, and I'm seeing right now.
Are you hearing?
Yes, I'm now hearing.
Okay.
Apparently it came out. I'm just viewing the computer screen.
Yeah, I was fiddling trying to get the video back on, but I'm not getting the video. Okay, so I will just share the information and the link to be able to, so students will know how you get here. You must be between the ages of 16 and 23 to get there. So up to a minute before your 24th birthday, right, you can get into Serval, and you can register either online, www.servaltt.com, or you can physically go into a center. Personally, we prefer if you do the online registration form, and it will be sent to the center that you are desirous of doing the skill. But don't worry, the probation ADP must be done first. So with the probation ADP, at the end of that, and you would have done your choose a skill career internal civil career day, you would then make a decision where you want to go and do your skill from our 19 centers that are from Cedros right up to Sandy Grande. We have centers. So the registration process is really simple. If you come in as what I spoke about as the Ministry of Education transfer system, the ministry pays your fee. But if you come in as a community student straight from school or from the community, or you were sent from another private institution, right, you will have to do the ADP, and there's a $300 apply to it. If you're not financial, we will work out with you financial arrangements for you to be able to ensure that you complete our program. So don't worry about the fees, right? The fees will be paid. We will just work out with you how and when the fees will come in. Right, I spoke about the transfer system, right? You must work with a copy and the new polymer birth certificate, as well as a copy of your ID, whether it is passport, whether it is driver's permit, because some of you would be over 18 coming to us, or if it's a national ID, and a copy of it. If you're coming in as a MOE, you need to have your letter, your placement letter from the Ministry of Education, which your guidance officer will give to you. Then there is the registration fee of $300 for the ADP. I spoke about that. We take in students 3 times a year: January, Easter, and September. It's the 3 times that we take students into the program. Our programs, most of our programs are approximately 1 year or 3 terms, but that is exclusive of the ADP. So you must do the ADP and then you move into your skills training. The hospitality, for example, however, is one of our longer programs, one of the advanced programs, and that program is 1.5 years, right? So it's 1 full year and 2 additional terms. And then we have the advanced industrial electrical, same thing. If you do a 9-month auto program with us, the advance is additional 6 months. If you do electrical installation basic for your NESC exam, your trade exam, and your other examinations that we offer, you then move to the advanced industrial electrical, which is a year again at our advanced center in South. If you're under the required age to get your matriculation for your wireman's license, we send you out to work until you're that age, and then you come back and we will sign you up with the institution to move on to get your wireman's license. Now, you don't want to work forever working for somebody always. You want to be able to own your own contracting firm, etc. And that's why I say, when you come to us, make sure that you have a plan, and the plan includes completing your subjects, right? So in terms of certification, what do you get when you come to Serval? The first thing you get is each subject or each skill we offer, you will get what is called a Serval trade certificate. Now that trade certificate is like your internal evaluation. You will go out on job training. We send them on job training according to the skill, to a company that is doing what you are training, and they will also do an evaluation of you for readiness for the examination. The next exam you will do for the same subject. So you're here, you do a course, so you have the trade exam. Then you will do the NEC exam. So that's the second certificate that you will have. So that's 2 certificates, 1 program. And then we have some subjects, some programs like beauty culture, where we are affiliated with Sasha Hospitality, with the Trinidad Hilton and Conference Center, Auto Body Technology and Advanced with Neil and Massey. They as well will come in and do what is called an affiliation exam for a 3rd certificate. And for those of you who are in the Advanced Center and you came in with all the math and English, we have the basic CXC program where you can get that. And then there are other programs we can sign you up for, like the ETA, Electronics Technicians of America, examinations, etc. So when you come to us, you can do 1 program and end up leaving with 3 certifications. But as I said, there are no prerequisites for most of our basic programs. So if you didn't get the CXCs, you can come in, right? But we would encourage you to work with your literacy and numeracy and to do your programs. We have built-in literacy and numeracy programs for those who have challenges when you come to us. And it works its way straight through all the programs, leading you up to the basic CXC programs according to the skill that you would do. So basically, in a nutshell, minus the video that I couldn't share the screen with because it disappeared somewhere in the system. If there are any questions you would like to ask, I would entertain it at this point in time. But I'm sure there may be questions.
Right, Miss. Very good presentation. There are some key points I gathered from you, what you stated. And I like when you said that you have to ask yourself, what do I want to spend the rest of my life doing? Very important question. Then you need to ask yourself, am I introvert or am I extrovert? Another thing I heard you said is what skills are required for the job that you want to get into, which is very critical. And every student learns differently, whether it may be a different learning style, which we know by visual, learn by seeing, auditory, learn by hearing, read or write, learn by reading or writing, and the last one is tactile, learn by doing, hands-on approach. Excellent, Miss. Right? Those are the very critical key points. I always tell children when you are going to see like a career path, you need to know if you have a passion for it. Not everything is about the money, but it's about what you want to spend the rest of your life doing. So, Miss, I will take
done this presentation.
Miss, I will take the time to ask the students, do you all have any questions for Miss so I can ask her? I will use that time to do that. So let me check to see what they are saying.
Why is he doing that? I'm so confused as to know where my video went. The infographics, I would really have loved them. I'm going to look for it still while you're entertaining the questions because I can hear you quite clearly.
Okay, Miss. So I'm waiting for the questions.
Sure, not a problem.
The courses that are offered, Miss, they would like to know what courses are offered again. What are the courses offered?
Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull it off from, this is a book that I did called Choose It Still One. Coming in, we'll get one, and I'm going to run it through in the categories of skills. So under construction, there is electrical installation, masonry, plumbing, welding, and woodwork. Under electronics and computer skills, there are computer repairs and networking, which is one program, industrial electronics, and digital media production. This is a combination of sound reinforcement, videography, and graphics. So the one that you use to make your movies and your videos, you want to be a disc jockey, a DJ, that's all you want to do, right? That is what that program is about. Film your wedding, the wedding videos, edit it, etc. And the jobs are available in most media houses, right? Or in your own, you have the money, you build your own song room, you do like Marshall Montano, your former band. Then we have industrial skills, which is general maintenance. Under the service and civil auto advanced beauty culture, child care, dental aid, food preparation, home health aid, which is the introduction to nursing program, hospitality training, that one is 1 year and a half, straightening and painting, or what we call as auto body technology. And then in the advanced skills, early childhood care and education, you must have 3 CXCs. If you don't have 3 CXCs, a referral from like a clergy or education institute or a group or from community police, etc., will do. We will accept what is called special circumstances, right? Will do, and we will still encourage you because it's a 2-year program to do your studies on the side to ensure that you have the matriculation at the end, because this leads you up to your BA, your bachelor's in education. So that's why this is one of the programs we offer, that you should come in with at least the basics. And then we have final advanced skill, the electrical wireman's craft, the level 2, which is the year 2 leading into your wireman's license. And with that one, an asset in secondary school would be if you would have done physics, technical drawing, math, and English. Because some of the components of that program is blueprint drawing, technical drawing, physics that is associated with it, etc. So you must have a handle on that. And students who come without it, we offer basic CXT, math, and English. But if you're doing full CXT, then why come by us and do basic? You know, so those are the cadre of programs.
Okay, miss. And they ask, what if you're still confused about what you want to do?
Still confused about what you want to do, my suggestion always is to take a time off and make a short list. So you're confused because one of the two things. Confusion normally is because there is some dichotomy between one skill and the other. I wonder if I want to do this. I wonder if I can do this. I want to do this, but somebody say you can't do that. Where you come from? You know, those type of stigmas. And I'm saying nothing is impossible. But if in order to make a decision and a choice, you have to know what the job or the career entails, and if you are capable, if you have that type of personality, do you have that type of what we call character traits association? Like when I was talking about nursing, you don't like people. Your fear is making money, but that's not for you, right? Somebody tell you, go and do underwater welding when you finish, that is make 15,000 US a day. But you have asthma, you can't breathe, you're claustrophobic. Do you know that underwater welding, sometimes you have to go through a little hole in a sunken ship to weld something and the space small, so, and it's just you and the stingray will be face to face in that hole. Can you be underwater for a long period and then take how many more minutes or hours to decompress in a little chamber where they have to get out all those bubbles from in your blood, and you're there with nobody, you and God? So the thing about making decisions is that you need to research the careers, look at what the requirements are, not only academic, but the physical attributes, the psychological attributes of the job. Look and see if there is a future for the job now with this virtual rent. There are jobs that will become obsolete maybe in the next 5 years because new jobs are being created. So these are some of the things. Then as I spoke earlier in the presentation, find a mentor, somebody who's in the job. Tell me what this teaching thing is about, what I have to do. Tell me about this carting. You mean I already have to lie down underneath that car with all that funky smell, boy. You know, these are some of the things that will help you in decision making. When I do career days, it's not about run quick and come to Silver. It's about helping you to make a decision. And if at the end of this career, not one or come to Silver, I'm so glad I was able to share the information. So don't get caught up with the glitz and the glamour and the uniform, because the Coca-Cola figure in that nursing uniform after you get married and have children will become a Jalita bottle. But will you still have the passion, the skill, the endurance, the enthusiasm to do nursing because you no longer look like a small folk? All these things will have. Now, it might sound humorous and some of you probably cracking up in the background there, but it's the reality of it. This is what it is. The only job in that field is in America. Are you capable of getting a passport and living away from your family because you chose you want to become a paleontologist? We have dinosaur bones in Trinidad, but maybe if you go away, they might be digging on a site somewhere in Egypt. Can you live away from your family? You know, so sometimes we get the glitz and you want to tell us, I want to be this and I want to be that. Do you have the personality? Do you have the money? Do you have the academic ability to be able to do that? Etc. These are some of these things if you're still confused. I hope I answered the question. That was an excellent question.
Okay, Miss. Miss, can you lead them to direct them to the website so they could get more information?
It's www.servolpt.com, and on that site there is also a host of videos, and some of the same information that I would have been sharing with you is available on the site here.
Right, Miss.
www.servolpt.com.
Excellent. Miss, I want to thank you very much for presenting this excellent presentation, wonderful presentation on detail and point, right? The students, I hope they use the website to get all the information they need. And I just want to say, Miss, may God continue to bless and keep you.
Thank you
for doing an excellent job. And thank you again very much. Have a blessed day.
Likewise to you guys.
Wonderful.
All right. I've been looking at the other presenters. Excellent.
Very well.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye, Miss.
I didn't see that. Infographic. Yeah. I didn't get it.
Sensory evaluation room, equipment storage, and fish shop. Fish product cycle. The cycle begins when fish is landed aboard the vessel and continues through to receiving, primary processing, further processing, packaging and storage, and sales. Fish processing as a career can be quite lucrative. The career pathway in this sector leads to many professional and occupational possibilities. Here now is a quick look at some of the opportunities within the fish processing sector.
Ladies and gentlemen, good day. My name is Captain Ronald Wild, and I'm one of the instructors here at Caribbean Fisheries Training and Development Institute. I spent 30 years working at sea in many beautiful places around this world. At this facility, we provide people with an opportunity to enter the maritime industry. It can be an excellent way to make a living and is both financially and fundamentally rewarding.
In order to be employable for any job at sea, an individual must first undergo basic safety training. This is the most popular course that we present at the Cftdi, and it is recognized internationally because it conforms to the requirements of the STCW 95 Convention. People who are already employed in the maritime sector return to the Institute to further their education in order to move up the ladder.
The offshore industry in this country provides employment aboard ferries, fishing vessels, tugs, supply vessels, yachts, cruise ships, and more. As the seafarer develops their skills and gains knowledge, their responsibilities and their paychecks grow. The captain of an LNG tanker, for example, earns $250,000 US for just over 4 months of work per year.
Basic safety training will soon be mandatory for fishers and fishing vessel personnel in TNT. Therefore, you should come on down to the training center now so that we can steer you towards a safe and productive future in the fishing sector. Marine engineering. Marine engineering is a discipline concerned with the machinery and systems of ships, other maritime craft, and structure. Marine engineers make sure all systems work properly, such as propulsion, auxiliary machinery, and electrical systems. Engineer career paths: oiler, motorman, third engineer, second engineer, chief engineer. Here now is a list of requirements for different positions in the marine engineering sector. Further career paths include welders, fitters, plumbers, refrigeration technicians, and marine electricians. Fishing gear technology. Fishing gear technology involves the design, construction, and operation of fishing gear, and includes the tools with which aquatic resources are captured, as well as fishing methods that show how the gear is to be used. If you desire to pursue a career as a gear technologist, you will need to fulfill the following requirements. Some of the areas covered in the fishing gear course include basic rope work, pelagic longline, demersal longline, drop line, and fish pots. Fish aggregating devices. Fish are fascinated with floating objects. They aggregate in considerable numbers around objects such as drifting logs, rafts, jellyfish, and floating seaweed. The objects appear to provide a visual stimulus in an optical void and offer some protection for juvenile fish from predators. The gathering of juvenile fish attracts larger predator fish. If you love the sea and would love to learn more about it, the Cftdi can definitely steer you in the right direction.
Yeah, I'm Nathan Charles here at the Cftdi, doing a course in marine engineering. I must say that the experience I have here is a very pleasant one. The institute actually has a large number of courses in which to choose from, most being short courses. The course that I am doing presently is an 8-week course in marine engineering. I must say hats off to the tutors. The tutor has a large reservoir of information. I plan to take the experience from this back to my field of work, into the marine field, and advance myself to a higher level.
The correct aptitude and attitude towards disciplines involved in the sector leads to upward mobility.
Hi, my name is Natasha Baru, and I'm presently doing a fish processing course. Currently, I'm employed with the Seafood Industry Development Company. I'm in the Quality Control Department, and I must say the past 4 days with the program has been quite interesting. The course was quite informative. I've learned a lot of new stuff. Also, I've gained a lot of hands-on experience, which will be useful later on in life when I want to open my own business.
Historically, fishing has been considered a low-class occupation, but that is far from the truth, for it enhances socio-economic development and provides attractive remuneration. Fishing is an important profession which assists in ensuring food security for the nation, and it is time that it is recognized as a noble profession in TNT.
So there you go. As Captain Wild pointed out in the video, I mean, a lot of young people tend to scorn industry employment within the fishing industry, sorry. So we want to expand the perception about the fishing industry, the marine industry, the maritime industry, and show people that there's a lot of money involved here. So even when you talk about offshore, Trinidad is primarily an oil and gas based economy. So to do your basic courses to do offshore, you will also need to come to Cftdi to do the basic training course. And at this point, we would like to invite any questions on the video.
Good day, Mr. Wales.
Hi, good day.
we have a question for you. And the question is, how can interested persons access the training courses you offer?
Okay, well, I would like first and foremost to point the interested persons to our social media platforms. I mean, we have a Facebook page, Caribbean Fisheries Training Development Institute. We also have a website. You could also just Google Cftdi, which is our acronym, and all our platforms will pop up there. We have an Instagram page. So all the course information is available on the website as well as the Facebook page. If you like our page, you'll get active updates on the courses being offered. You could also contact us. So you could send us an email at info@cftdi.edu.tt. We'll send it to the moderator. So she will share it with the participants. And you can visit us at our institute in Chaguaramas as well. You're always welcome.
Thank you, sir. Now, we recognize that there are several job opportunities at your institute. Can you indicate what the basic entry requirements are?
Okay, the basic entry requirement, the person must be able, well, basic literacy skills, which is able to read and write. They also need to obtain a medical, which is also on our website, or the medical can be sourced from Maritime Services Division. They are located in Port of Spain, that is opposite the Port of Spain Magistrate Court inside Clarence House building.
Thank you. And finally, are there any additional skills you look for in an interested candidate?
We don't particularly look for any specific skills per se, because we are pretty much all inclusive. So even persons without a strong educational background, we have as Ms. Henry just pointed out, the entry requirements are pretty basic, just basic literacy, able to read and write. So you don't need to have a degree, you don't need to have 10 CXC passes. And don't get me wrong, I'm not encouraging these students not to achieve to get the best academic education. But at the same time, we're also offering ourselves as an option for a wide range of careers in the industry. So there's no particular requirement or prerequisites. Anyone is welcome.
At this time, we have no further questions. So I would like to say thank you to the three presenters who came from the Caribbean Fisheries Training and Development Institute. Your presentation was very informative, and I am sure that it has caused some of the students who are online here to become interested in this area and to think of it as a future career. So thank you so much.
You're most welcome. Thanks for having us here. And we look forward to people sending us a message, visiting the Institute, anything like that. And we hope everyone enjoys the rest of the career day session.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Students, I'm sorry to say, but what happened, we have a list of providers are waiting in the room. So can you grab something to eat so you can sit back and relax and get ready for the other presenter, who is Miss, am I correct? Mr. from CCC, right? Is it Mr. Remy? I mean, sorry, is it Mr. Shadkanat?
No, it's Mr. Gollop, Ronnie Gollop. Gollop.
Mr. Gollop from CCC. Now give me a little history, not too much, and then we will get into it, right? So on the 4th of February, 1993, the Cabinet agreed to the establishment of the CCC program, and thus the Trinidad and Tobago Civilian Corps Conservation Corps, was officially created. The first cycle of CCC program began on the 14th of June 1993 with 740 trainees in 4 regions. The Trinidad and Tobago Civilian Conservation Corps successfully completed that first cycle in 1993 and steadily gained momentum in subsequent years. The Trinidad and Tobago Civilian Corps program provides life skills that are crucial for adaptive, positive behavior that enables trainees to deal effectively with the demands and challenges of life. The subjects are standard for everyone enrolled. These skills don't depend on social norms and community expectation, but skills that function for well-being and aid individuals to develop into active and productive members of their community. So I'd like to welcome Mr. Gullop. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Mr. Ronnie Gullop, Public Relations and Marketing Manager of the Civilian Conservation Corps. Like the young lady that said what we are all about, we are basically not entirely a skill-based organization. We are more hearts and minds, where we try to influence young people of the nation into becoming very productive citizens, where they would go out and influence their environment, i.e. the community around them. Right? So, just give me a minute and I'll just put up my slideshow, some of the this part of the introduction have already been stated by Miss. Right. So Civilian Conservation Corps was conceptualized. It's a program, youth program of the Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force. So we started under the Ministry of National Security. As of late last year, after the budget had been read, we have been transferred now to the Ministry of Youth Development and National Service, which is headed by the Honorable Fitzgerald Hines. Our program director, although we have been transferred to the Ministry of Development and National Service, we are still basically within the Defense Force. Our program director is a serving member, Major David Benjamin. Right, he is general in CCC. We are under basically SYSP, which Benjamin is also the head. There are 2 programs within it, which is the CCC program and the MyLab program. I am here to concentrate on the CCC program. Right, our purpose. Civilian Conservation Corps is designed to provide an intervention mechanism to assist in the empowerment of socially marginalized young adults between the ages of 16 to 25 years to improve their overall quality of life through the adaptation of additional and behavioral changes stimulated through the catalyst of discipline. Discipline is our core. The Civilian Conservation Corps program caters for the unemployed and unemployable young adults between the ages of 16 to 25 with limited or no academic qualification who at present is unemployed or unemployable. Right, our mission is to positively alter attitudes and behaviors of socially marginalized young citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. Our vision, to transform socially marginalized young adults into empowered citizens and improve their quality of life through the use of best practices in developing their self-esteem, employability, sensitivity to the natural environment, and sense of national pride. Our objectives, to train and develop our nation's unemployed citizen ages 16 to 25 years for employment, to curb the rising incident of crimes committed by citizens within the age group 16 to 25, to foster socially desirable, well-balanced behaviors among those participants, to foster a sense of national pride and improve civic mindedness, to provide temporary employment, to develop an understanding and sensitivity to the natural environment, to assist the Forestry Division in its reforestation and environmental conservation efforts. What are your benefits? Gain work experience. Right? Because we are mandated to re-employ trainees that pass through our program. While you're training, you get a stipend of $90 for daily attendance. Of course, if you don't come, you don't get $90 a day, right? It's all about your attendance. Free courses. You don't have to pay for any of the courses while you're at Civilian Conservation Corps. Like I said, I don't think we are not basically a skill-based program, but we do offer skills. We are all about changing the behavioral and attitude of the youth. Life guidance. Well, the first initial part of our program is where we offer life skills. Can help on work and life issues that can clear the path for you to achieve your goals. And it's very important. It helps a lot, especially when we go into the skill field. Team building. We do a lot of things within, how I should put it, it's all about team. No matter where you come from, who you are, who you belong to, when you come to CCC, you become part of the CCC family, right? And it's basically one of the concepts of Army, right? Army is all about team, batch, person I train with, person I did a course with, I did a combat course with this one. It's all about us building teams. So no matter where you go, you will have a sense of belonging. Character development. Rise above the negativity of your past and become a better person from the inside out. And like I said, that's what we are all about. Outdoor activities. We do a lot of outdoor activities, right? We like for instance, we have a like northeast region, and you all are more or less from between the two regions of Rio Claro, which is the southeast region, and south central region, which is based in Princeton, right? And we do beach cleanup. Like for instance, like I said, the northeast region this evening, we'll be going on a turtle exercise. Because we pair ourselves with the various corporations and to assist with anything with the environment, whether it be beach cleanup, turtle watch, etc. So we are all about that. Our process. The following process ensure that required targets for the program is given priority. Education qualification. Candidates with limited or no academic vocational qualification will be given a greater priority than candidates possessing academic qualifications and process. So we go from basically the lower level of qualification. We pick you first before persons that have qualification. Not that we refuse anybody, but basically we try to help those that need most help. State of the household. Candidates from single parent households who are without the economic means would seem to be the high needs of entering the underground criminal economy, and also meeting the first criteria will be given greater priority than candidates from the unworking families. Employment experience. Candidates with limited or no experience or who are considered unemployable meet the two criteria above. I will be given greater priority than persons with employable experience. And here we have some pics of the various things that we do. Like I said, you will see a lot of Defense Force personnel where we are. She won with the Minister, what was at the time was the Minister of National Security, which is Brigadier Dillon. And then we have things from the cosmetology. We actually, one time we did a parade, CDS parade in Chaguaramas, right? See that the CDS is expected CCC in itself. Group selection. Unlike other organizations where a combination of academic qualification experience are considered for employment or program admission, the converse is true about the Civilian Conservation Corps. The program specifically attracts a niche within this market of 16 to 25-year-olds who have the lowest level of formal education and least involvement in community activity, and who are less likely to succeed elsewhere. So when we are finished with them, basically we'll do the opposite. They'll be involved in the community, and they will have a little level of skill qualification that they can go out in the job market. Right? I don't want to go through this too much, but this basically had started this up with our history. Right? And what we see here, this is a very old picture. See, the same said Minister of National Security, Brigadier Dillard. They believe that probably would have been when he was a colonel in the Defense Force. Right? Then we had a reinstatement where we started over. We had the program was stopped, and then when we started on the 14th of March 2002, the cabinet revitalized the CC program. It was re-engineered and decided that it once again be overseen by the Ministry of National Security, Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force. Good. Moving forward. In January 2007, the cabinet established a specialized services program, just talked about earlier at SYSP, which is the umbrella organization that CCC is under, as the coordinating headquarters of the CCC program. The SYSP worked diligently with the CCC, and this joint effort made the program not only fully functional, but also tremendously successful. The success of the CCC program led to the establishment of 3 other programs under the SYSP. Military-led academic training, which is MILAT, you all probably have heard of that. That is actually a 2-year residential program, unlike CCC. CCC is not a residential program. It is a Monday to Friday, depending on what we do, we do something Saturday and Sunday, and we do the conservation, 8 to 4. No, sorry, 8 to 4, 7 to 4 p.m. Military-led youth partnership apprenticeship and reorientation training, which is my part, which is now under test, right? Actually, the Ministry of Youth Development has actually gotten it back. So we don't know if they may probably come back under SYSP. Then the National Youth Service Program, right, which is incubated, it hasn't gotten off the ground, right? And those 2 other programs, right, we don't have a female version of it yet, and we are actually trying to get female versions of those programs online also, because we know the females want our help more than anything else also. CCC, of course, is both male and female. Right? The program was the benchmark used to conceptualize the other programs. So that's the value of CCC. Right? Our core framework, this is basically the thing that we use. Program is modeled along the lines of Des Lowen's theory of change. Right? Which consists of 3 phases: unfreezing, create the right environment; transformation, support change to the desired state; and refreezing, reinforce to anchor change. This proven theory suggests that in order to bring about lasting change, there should be 3 stages: unlocking of the present social system, behavioral movement in the desired direction of change, and deliberate steps to ensure that the new state of the behavior remains relatively permanent. Right. Phase 1, the unfreezing life skill training. During the first 2 months of each cycle, all trainees nationwide participate in a synchronized induction unfreezing program that is unique to CCC. Trainees are exposed to character development, career guidance, drug and substance abuse awareness, anger management, and disaster management, just to name a few. The objective for this phase are to lay the foundation for creating positive attitudinal change in the trainees, empower trainees to better understand the challenges of adult life and to appreciate that there are ways to meet and beat these challenges, encourage trainees to better understand themselves and relate well to others, all part of the team building process. And this is basically, even though we use as a proven theory, it's loosely what Army was to us. Whereas when we come in as a recruit, they try to get all the civilian mentality out of us and instill a military discipline type mentality. Phase 2, transformation job training. For the next 4 months, trainees learn on-the-job skills and 1 vocational skill of their choice. Trainees also gain numerous opportunities to actively practice the values, attitudes, and behaviors and techniques they learn in phase 1. But even though you get the skill of your choice, it's all about how you presented yourself within the first phase, right? If it is that we've seen that the attitude that you're going to go out there and waste the people money, because it's the government money that we spend to send you on these courses, right? We will probably point you in the next direction. If it is that sometimes even some trainees may come and say they wanted to do this and then realize that, hey, this is being offered. And we try to discourage a lot of people who want to keep following your friends. You know, more friends going, so this is what I want to do. All right? Phase 3, rephrasing benefits delivered. This phase of the process is designed to consolidate the gains made during the 2 previous phases and to prepare the trainees for separation from the program. This is done at special sessions during the last 2 weeks, where feedback is encouraged and attempts made to determine the positive changes in the general behavior and to reaffirming some of the new values, attitudinal and behavioral changes, as well as marketability, which has been offered to the trainees. In other words, then what we do is this is basically like an exit interview, right? And we try to see that some of the things that we instilled in the trainees, that it's there and it's sticking in, right? So that when we send them out there, we know that we send people that has went through the transformation. What makes us unique? One of the unique and most successful features of the Civilian Conservation Corps is the employment of successful graduates as junior team commanders and assistant team commanders. And also, one was supposed to have, we have team supervisors, which is above the junior team commanders. These graduates are specifically selected to work within the CCC program because they exhibit skills, knowledge, and attitude and values that are a motivation and inspiration, not only to trainees, but to young people as a whole. ATCs and JTCs from the core and TS, from the core of the administrative staff, form the core of the administrative staff of the program. See below for responsibilities of ATCs and JTCs, right? So that is one of our mandates. We re-employ past trainees within the program, right? So they perform all the tasks that the organization has. They are in finance, they do pay, they are in human resource, right? They are like where I am at public relations and marketing. They are in logistics, they are in operations, they are in the kitchen staff, right? They work with transportation, i.e. we are now trying to get the mechanic program up with us, but we also work as all the clerical staff within that. Within the regions where the training is actually done, right? And we have 8 regions throughout Trinidad and Tobago. We have trainees who actually assist with training, former trainees, which will assist in the training of the new trainees that come in. Right, so we have assistant team commanders are employed at the regional department level, depending on demand. They're under the direct supervision of the team commanders and the detachment commanders, regional level, or supervisors at department level. As such, and depending on their placement, regional or departmental, they are responsible for assisting team commanders or department supervisors carrying out the function of their respective region department, or as otherwise detailed. Junior team commanders. Junior team commanders are employed at the regional and or departmental level, depending on the bar. Right? So basically the same thing, but this is a more senior rank. And the team supervisors are more elite rank. I don't want to like to use the term elite with young people, but we basically only have 8 of them within the corps. 8 or 10 of them, actually 10 of them within the corps. Life skills. Right? What you see in there actually was one of our teams. We have a team for every cycle that we do. Trinidad and Tobago, and you see all of those people with their nice little dream. They are all former CCC trainees, and those jobs that we see them at right now, that's actually where they are now. Police, army, young lady has her own business, public bank, etc. Trinidad and Tobago Civilian Conservation Corps program provides life skills that are crucial for adaptation, positive behavior that enables trainees to deal effectively with the demands and challenges of life. The subjects are standard for everyone enrolled. These skills don't depend on social norms and community expectation, but skills that function for well-being and aid individuals to develop into active and productive members of their communities. It is to be noted that adult literacy and numeracy is available at all regions as part of life skills for those who may require it. And this is basically what we do really life skills, anger management, ballroom dancing, building self-esteem, career guidance, conflict resolution, disaster preparedness, parenting, occupational health and safety. We have prison outreach. We have the law on you, rape and incest, right? Sexual reproductive health, social issues, stress management, substance abuse, team building, victory over violence, visits to youth training centers, etc. Your image at work, right? So that's basically what we do, first aid, etc. in the life skills fields. Right? I will go through the program benefits again. I think we went through that earlier. Right? The guide to register. Prerequisite. You must be a citizen of Trinidad and Tobago. You must be between the ages of 16 to 25 years. You must be unemployed. You must be medically fit. Right? Preparation. Get a registration form from either one of our 8 regions throughout Trinidad and Tobago, the Connect service centers, or simply download and print it 8 by 12 and a half, 8 by 8 and a half by 11 letter size. Fill out the form and bring it in. Documents, original birth paper, national ID card, bank account information must not be a joint account. Your NIS number if you have one. If you don't have one, it's not a problem when you come in. You'll be guided, of course, how to get one. And same thing with the ID card, 2 passport size photos, recent medical, 3 months or less old, not older than that. Submission, deliver everything to the regional office closest to your place of residence. Also use the TT Connect to send it back online. The regional areas of research below can guide you on what region serves your residents. Like I said, I believe you all fall within Southeast, which is in Libreville, and South Central, which is located in Princestown. Right? This here is the headquarters, which is on the beta. Regional offices, the Terminal Constitution have 8 regional offices that serve the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. These offices are in the best strategic positions possible to reach community involvement. You can call, message, or visit any one of the locations closest to you where you live to find out more about the program. You can get further contact information below. Right? This is where we are located, with 8 regions that is, and including the headquarters. Right? We are in Libreville, Rio Claro, St. Croix Road, Princestown, Tick Village, Superior, which is the Southwest region. Central region is Woodford Lodge, Chaguanas. Tobago is in Scarborough, Tobago. It was once in the Northwest region, which is one of the bigger regions, which is in Barataria, Port of Spain. North Central region, which is located in Mausica, and the Northeast region, which is located in Sandy Grande. And that's basically the areas that they cover. Right? And the various areas that each region cover. This is where the Northwest region is. North Central region in Mausica. Northeast region in Sandy Grande. The Central region with Woodford Lodge upon us. Tobago region, right, Scarborough. Like I said, they have moved from Lemon, St. George, Mount St. George. The Southeast region in Libreville Community Center, Rio Claro. South Central region in St. Croix Road, St. Croix Community Center, St. Croix Road, Princestown. Southwest region, right, Tick Village. Right, let's show the various skills that we do. We tend to do a lot of agriculture. I mean, we're gonna increase the agriculture level now, right? Because it's the way that basically the country is going. We'll be dealing more with a lot of food. right? You see at the bottom left where we have the cosmetology. This is actually a show that we do. In the center, we have a cookout where the culinary students participated in a cookout with the regions. And on the far right, we have the region in Sandy Grande. I actually had a market day in Sandy Grande. It's some of the things that we do where we participate in cleanup. This is associate the sea in Tobago, the seafronts in Tobago. Right, top left is culinary, bottom left is culinary. See in the center there where we do, like I said, where we actually made medical fit. That was actually one of the competitions, which is a relay marathon. Of course, on the right is graduation. Then we're doing electrical and mechanic. Right, some of the frequently asked questions: is this a residential program? No, of course not. It's not a non-residential full-time program. How old do I have to be to join the Civilian Conservation Corps? I repeated was the 3 and 4 times already, but between the ages of 16 to 25 and be a citizen of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. Will I receive any kind of compensation for attending the program? Like I said before, yes, you will get a stipend of $90 per day. Right? That's all dependent on attendance. You don't come, you don't get paid for the day. Do you have a price listing for the courses offered? You don't have all courses are offered free of charge. Will I get practical and job experience? Yes, you will. All trainees work with and learn from experienced professionals in accredited business or training facilities. And also when you are rehired here, it basically becomes as on-the-job training. How long is the training? It's basically 6 months. It's comprised of an induction training phase of 2 months, a skill phase, training phase of 4 months, right? This cycle is present that is going on. It is unique because of the COVID restrictions. The cycle is going for 10 months because of the COVID restrictions. We cannot have we can only have X amount of trainees in the classroom at one time. So we are doing a kind of rotation of the trainees. Do I have to wear a uniform? If so, do I have to buy one? Yes, you are required to wear the program's uniform. However, this is provided for you free of charge. How much to register the Civilian Conservation Corps? There's no cost to register. And these are really frequently asked questions. What are the days you are required to attend the program? You are required to attend the program from Monday to Friday, 7 o'clock in the morning to 4 in the afternoon. In Army, we say 07 and 1600 hours in 1600 hours. Afternoon is understood. Occasionally, you may have to come out on a weekend for community service or special events. Where your regional office is located, the Civilian Conservation Corps program has 8 regional offices, as I pointed out to you before this. All the Civilian Conservation Corps program funded provided by the government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. How much to register the Civilian Conservation Corps? There's no fee to register at CCC. Absolutely free, and we basically pay you a stipend. Right? This is our flyer. I just must note on the flyer, I know Ms. might be able to take note of it. As of the 1st of June 2020, our website URL will be changed to https://cc.mydns.gov.tt. https://cc.mydns.gov.tt. Right, so on the flyer here, that eventually that website will become obsolete. And that is the end of the slideshow. Are there any questions on CCC?
Thanks very much, sir, for enlightening the students. Right, students? Now you have the opportunity to ask questions. So say I'll be waiting for them to ask you the questions, right? So I'm waiting to see. Come on, students, if you have any inquiry, if you want to find out any information relating to CCC, how to join, what is required, now is the time to ask your questions. So I'm just waiting to see if there are any questions.
Problem. You can shoot. I don't know if I might have left out anything you would have want to know with the questions, but you know you would have something you might want to know.
I know you said that from the 1st of June, the website information will change. I think you broke up a little in between. Can you give me that information again, please?
Okay. You want me to send it to you?
Thank you
Well,
very much.
HTTPS, but I'll send it to you.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yes. Right. // Yeah. ccc.mydns.gov.
https://ccc.
ccc. MYDNS. DNS.gov.
Yes.
.tt.
Thank you very much, sir. Let me just check to see if there's any question. What subjects is needed? So any subjects are required to join CCC?
Absolutely none.
No. Okay.
None. Like I said, we take even of people who has no subject, we would take those over persons who may have subjects.
Okay. Okay, sir. Well, sir, I'm not seeing any more questions. I just want to take this time to thank you for enlightening us about information relating to CCC, right? And I want you to have a blessed day, and you take care, sir. Bye.
Bye. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thanks, and same to you. So students, we will take 5 minutes break. Use the washroom, get some water, stretch, and then we will come back on for the other presenter who is from NESC. So the time is 12:55. By 1 o'clock, we will come back and our next presenter will be from NESC. Thank you.
Sometimes you need to get knocked down before you can really figure out what your fight is and how you need to fight it. Sometimes you need to feel the pain and sting of defeat to activate the real passion and purpose that God predestined inside of you. God says in Jeremiah, I know the plans I have for you. Plans to prosper you and not to harm you. Plans to give you hope and a future. Hear me well on this day. This day when you have reached the hilltop and you are deciding on next jobs, next steps, careers, further education. You would rather find purpose than a job or a career. Purpose crosses disciplines. Purpose is an essential element of you. It is the reason you are on the planet at this particular time in history. Your very existence is wrapped up in the things you are here to fulfill. Whatever you choose for a career path, remember the struggles along the way are only meant to shape you for your purpose. When God has something for you, it doesn't matter who stands against it. If it's meant for you, God will move someone that's holding you back away from a door and put someone there who will open it for you. I don't know what your future is, but if you're willing to take the harder way, the more complicated one, the one with more failures at first than successes, the one that has ultimately proven to have more meaning, more victory, more glory, then you will not regret it. Press on with pride and press on with purpose and appreciate what God has brought you through.
Students, welcome back to Southeastern Educational District first virtual career fair. Again, my name is Ms. Garcia Hall, and our next presenter is Mr. Rajiv Pulia. I hope I pronounced your name correct, sir. And Mr. Richard Ramkisoon of NESC. So I'm just going to give you a little information about the organization. To the overarching goal of their science popularization initiative is to be the advocate for a society that recognizes and embraces the fact that science and technology impacts upon and is a part of their everyday existence, and is empowered by this knowledge to effect improvements in their quality of life. The NESC National Science Center aims to advance the levels of scientific and technological literacy in both the children and adults of Trinidad and Tobago and the wider Caribbean by presenting knowledge and experiences of science and technology in their most palatable form. In so doing, they hope to support the formal science curriculum with their own informal brand of learning, and in the process, stimulate our young people to pursue careers in these fields. Welcome, NESC.
All right, so good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the NESC National Science Center PowerPoint presentation. My name is Richard, and this is Rajiv. Next to me, we are science explainers at the NESC National Science Center. At NESC, there are different areas of science that we love to teach. But today we are going to speak about something called our region planning. That is going to speak about natural disasters, okay? So first I'm going to start our PowerPoint presentation. Oh, that's not. That's not, give me 1 second. All right. So at NESC, we have an area that actually speaks about our region plan. Natural disasters is an event that causes damage or havoc to human lives. We cannot control them. They happen every single day in form of different forms. At the NESC, we have our region plan that actually have exhibits that speaks about different natural disasters, like hurricanes, earthquakes, tornadoes, tectonic plates, and many more. So now we are actually going to start on a topic called earthquakes. So you guys are actually going to look at a video, and I hope you guys enjoy and learn much more about our earthquakes.
The ground starts to quiver, glasses rattle. Soon, walls shift and everything begins to collapse. Telltale signs of what could be a devastating earthquake. We've seen the destruction they unleash. Some of us may have even lived through one. And we know they can be deadly. But where does this mountain-moving force come from? While we may think we're standing on solid ground, the Earth beneath us isn't completely stable at all. Our planet's crust is made up of about 12 major tectonic plates that fit together like a giant jigsaw puzzle. These huge slabs of land float on superheated magma and constantly shift, bump, and grind against one another. It's there, along the seams, where earthquakes tend to happen. When friction between the two plates is violent enough, seismic shock waves ripple through the ground, rattling everything that stands on it. The stronger and shallower the quake, the more violent the destruction. The most violent type of earthquake is born in a subduction zone, where one tectonic plate is shoved beneath another. While one plate is forced downward into the mantle, the other jets upward, often violently. This is the type of quake that rocked Nepal in May 2015. And when subduction happens under the ocean, it can create giant, unstoppable waves called tsunamis, like the ones that killed hundreds of thousands in Japan and Indonesia. On average, earthquakes kill about 10,000 people each year. Sometimes numbers are far higher. The quake that hit Haiti in 2010 killed more than 300,000 by some counts, making it one of the deadliest on record. It is estimated that there are 500,000 detectable earthquakes in the world each year. 100,000 of these can be felt, and 100 of them cause damage. That's about 0.1%. The magnitude of an earthquake is measured using the Richter scale, which runs from 0 to 10, 10 being the strongest. Every whole number increase on the scale means 10 times more ground motion change. In recorded history, the world has never experienced a 10 on the Richter scale, but scientists predict an average of at least one major quake of magnitude 8 or higher every year. The fact is, the Earth's crust is restless and always on the move. We can't see earthquakes coming, but we can prepare for them. Engineers are now designing stronger buildings, resilient enough to survive a direct hit. Scientists are crunching data to project the power of future quakes and anticipate when and where they could strike next. Right now, we can only estimate the probability an earthquake will occur, but perhaps one day we will learn to predict them, minimizing their destruction and saving countless lives.
All right, so I hope you guys enjoyed that video. So I'm going to speak about earthquakes. Earthquakes happen every single day. We cannot tell when an earthquake is going to happen. We cannot tell how big or how small, because earthquake can happen any second. Okay? Earthquakes go from a scale of 0 to 10. It doesn't matter how big or small the earthquake is, it matters how long it can last for. Okay? The largest earthquake ever happened in the whole entire world was 9.5 in Chile in 1969. So how do we record earthquakes? We can't record earthquakes by using our phone, but we have something called a seismograph. The seismograph, or the seismometer, sorry, does actually record the earthquake by 3 major ways: magnitude, depth, and location. So when the earthquake happens, it will be like a graph, and the pen will actually read the seismic waves of the earth activity. So during an earthquake, this is something that trainees do not follow. When an earthquake happens, please do not panic, but that's easier said than done. So always remain calm and do the safest thing. If you have a steady table, go under the table and hold on the leg until the earthquake stops. Earthquake will shake side to side. It doesn't go up and down like a bouncy castle. Okay? If you're in the bed, make sure and just go by a corner and protect yourself like this, crouch like this, until the shaking stops. Do not go on a bed, do not go on a glass table. If you're outdoors, just be careful of certain objects like buildings, like trees or power lines. Just be aware, okay? And always remember this: when an earthquake happens and stops, just prepare for other earthquakes to happen. So buildings just break or damage after an earthquake. But now they create buildings in ways that actually help it to stand up or to be firm or less damage during an earthquake. So there are three major components that actually build on the building itself: cross bracing, shock absorbers, and shear walls. Each one does actually help the buildings from not crumbling down. When they shake it, the buildings go side to side. Okay, sometimes the buildings lean back, sometimes the buildings lean forward. And at the moment, they are implementing that as a building code for the whole when you're building a building. So we are going to touch on the Caribbean strongest earthquake. Recorded as the strongest ever earthquake was in 1843 in Guadeloupe. It was so dangerous that other islands like Dominica, Montserrat, Antigua felt it. It was so dangerous that a piece of the island went missing or destroyed. But in recent years, there was a 7.0 earthquake that struck Haiti. It was so dangerous that 300,000 people were injured and roughly 250,000 lives were lost. It was so dangerous that the island is still recovering from that. So trust me, earthquake is something you kind of mess with and always need to prepare when an earthquake happens. Okay? So for careers, what you could do, you could be a seismologist. You can actually learn science subjects like math, English, geography, and you'll be able to learn about earthquakes and also our next topic that I'll be entering into later on. So the next topic I'm going to speak about is hurricanes. Believe me, we live in the Caribbean, we have hurricanes, and trust me, it is getting very, very dangerous as years go by. So I'm going to allow you guys to look at a video, so I hope you guys enjoy this video.
Cyclone, typhoon, hurricane. All of these names are used around the world to describe the most powerful storm known to man. Hurricanes are unpredictable, but scientists have a thorough understanding of how hurricanes form and sustain their power. In the Atlantic Ocean, hurricane season peaks during the late summer months when tropical waters are the warmest. Hurricanes form from a cluster of thunderstorms that suck up the warm, moist air and move it high into Earth's atmosphere. The warm air is then converted into energy that powers the hurricane's circular winds. These winds spin around a low-pressure center called the eye, which can provide a 20 to 30-mile radius of eerie calm. Encircling it is the eye wall, a towering ring of clouds with some of the fastest wind speeds of the hurricane. Surrounding the eye wall are curved bands of clouds, the rain bands, often tens of miles wide, releasing sheets of rain and sometimes tornadoes. When a tropical storm's winds reach at least 74 miles per hour, it becomes a hurricane. The hurricane then receives a category ranking of 1 to 5 on the Saffir-Simpson scale, based on its wind speed and potential damage. But wind speed isn't always the most dangerous component when hurricanes come near land. It's storm surge. Storm surge is caused when winds from an approaching hurricane push water towards the shoreline up to 20 feet above sea level and can extend 100 miles. 90% of all hurricane deaths are the result of storm surge. While hurricanes can cause mass devastation, just like other natural disasters, they serve a higher purpose within the global ecosystem. Hurricanes help regulate our climate by moving heat energy from the equator to the poles, keeping the Earth's temperature stable. Over time, science has helped us to better understand hurricanes and predict their paths, saving lives through early warning systems and helping us build better infrastructure to protect our cities. The more we study these complex storms, the better we can prepare for them and minimize their impact on human lives.
All right, sorry about that. So I hope you guys enjoyed this video. So let me explain something for you guys. In the Caribbean, yes, hurricanes happen, but hurricanes happen when it is in the dry season. Okay, I hope somebody was paying attention because that's not true. The hurricanes actually happen in the rainy season, okay? The Caribbean has, in a second. Okay, sorry. The Caribbean has the Caribbean has 2 seasons, rainy and dry. The rainy season has happened from the beginning of May and end of December, and that's when hurricane season happened. But because of global warming, things have changed. In the Caribbean, sometimes certain countries will get rain in the dry season, and certain part in the rainy season it does get dry. But around the world, there are these things called typhoons, there are storms called cyclones. And the original name for all those 3 are called tropical cyclones. They are formed by something called a tropical wave. When tropical wave enter from the Africa region, and when they enter to the Caribbean waters, that is when it started to feed up the warm water, not the cold waters, okay, the warm waters. And when they feed, it starts to form. They form into different formation: tropical depression, tropical storm, and a hurricane. Those are the formation. Also, there's light winds and also rotation or speed. Different parts of the world, the cyclones go or spin in a different direction. And hurricanes, they form and they spin in an anti-clockwise rotation. And also, when a hurricane or a typhoon or a cyclone are formed, they have an eye. We have 2 eyes, and a cyclone have 1 eye, and it will actually control the direction which got going. So, how do we monitor hurricanes? There are different ways that humans has actually monitored satellites, ships, radar. There's actually there are people that's called hurricane hunters that actually fly into the storm or the hurricane itself, and there's actually read how big the eye is and how much damage or how big the hurricane can actually be. Hurricanes can go from category 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Different category mean different wind speed. But trust me, bigger the hurricane, more destruction it will cause. So how to prepare for a hurricane? When you hear a storm or hurricane warning, please do not go and buy a whole set of KFC. That's very healthy, and you will not survive on that. Make sure you have a plan. So the plan is when the rain or the hurricane or the storm hit, and if your place get flooded, make sure you have an evacuation plan to go to the emergency shelters, like schools, like hospital. Do not stay in your home and let the flood waters enter because you'll be in danger. Secure your property, like your animals, like your wardrobe, your fridge, and put it as high as possible. If not, it will get damaged. Make sure that store your important documents into waterproof containers or waterproof bag. Not yourself, not really a PlayStation or your laptop. Talking about your birth certificate, talking about your ID card, talking about what's important to you. And also have an emergency kit. During a hurricane, you gotta make sure that have candles, matches, torchlight, batteries, a portable battery radio to make sure to hear when the storm or the hurricane is passing, because current will definitely cut off. Okay. So the largest hurricane in the Caribbean. In 1935, the hurricane was called the Great Labor Day Hurricane because Labor Day was during that time in America. But it was so intense, it was 185 miles per hour. It was so destructive. Piece of that region has disappeared in the American state for until 3 to 4 months. Because the hurricane was so dangerous, it wiped out the landmass, it wiped out the habitat, it wiped out the trees, even the homes as well too. But during the present day, there was a hurricane called Hurricane Dorian 2 years ago. Hurricane Dorian was a category 5 hurricane, a wind speed of 185 miles per hour. But here's a little history among this. Hurricanes just move, it will continue moving unless if you reach it to a landmass, then it will dissipate or be destroyed. Hurricane Dorian stay over Bahamas for approximately 24 hours. So imagine that island when you get bashed with winds, storm surge, heavy rain, flash flooding. And it was so bad that water has reached up to 2-story feet high homes, and also sharks has entered the island as well too. It is true, it happened, and it's very, very dangerous. So even if Trinidad get a hurricane or a storm, be prepared. Just remember Trinidad just get flooded very easily, so always be aware of the surroundings. So the third and the last one is called volcanoes. And believe me, this is happening at the moment and in a Caribbean island called St. Vincent. So I'd like you guys to enjoy this video, and after we continue for our presentation.
Our planet has a violent soul. Majestic and often destructive, volcanic explosions rattle our collective imagination. Krakatoa, Mount St. Helens, Etna, Eyjafjallajökull, the images simultaneously strike fear and awe in our hearts. But how did these giant mountains form, and where does all that destructive force come from? At least 50 eruptions rock the Earth each year, meaning our planet is literally bursting apart at the seams. The Earth's crust is made up of about 17 slabs of land called tectonic plates that float on the superheated magma that makes up most of the planet's interior. Magma is the Earth's lifeblood, churning restlessly beneath the crust. And wherever it can, it's trying to burst through. It's at these spots that volcanoes form. Our planet is home to some 500 active volcanoes. While some volcanoes, like those in Hawaii, break through a thin point in the crust called a hotspot, the vast majority of volcanoes occur on active fault lines where tectonic plates meet. The most volatile region is the Ring of Fire, a geological fault belt that rims the Pacific Ocean and holds roughly 75% of all the Earth's volcanoes. Typically, volcanoes take one of two forms. Shield volcanoes, wide and broad with lava usually slowly oozing out of them, and composite or stratovolcanoes, steeper and more violent. When hot liquid magma reaches the surface, whether in a slithering flow or a booming eruption, we call it lava. Though molten lava may seem threatening, it's not known to move quickly. A volcano's pyroclastic flow is far more deadly. This poisonous ash cloud can race down the slope of a volcano like a bullet train, obliterating everything in its path at speeds topping 100 miles per hour. It's what stopped the residents of Pompeii dead in their tracks. But despite the volcano's brutal destruction, it is also a force of beauty and rebirth for the planet. Lava creates new lands where life can flourish. Like it or not, volcanoes are part of the planet's life cycle. As the Earth continues to explode, gurgle, and slither its molten heart out, we must learn to live side by side with its awesome power.
All right, so I hope you guys enjoyed that video. Earthquakes, as I said earlier, earthquakes happen anytime, any place. But sometimes earthquakes happen because something called a tectonic plate. There are 12 to 17 tectonic plates around this world, and they are like a jigsaw puzzle. They move every second, every day. Okay? And as the video states, that the most dangerous part of the tectonic plates is on the Pacific plate. It's also called the Ring of Fire because that is 75% of the active volcanoes or dormant volcanoes located, and that is approximately 300 volcanoes. So, damages caused by volcanoes. When a volcano erupts, it causes property damage, fire, floods, landslide, ash abrasion. All those are things that actually comes when the volcano erupts because it's energy. Energy is released, and all those natural disasters happen. When I see fires, that's caused by lava. So please, if you ever see a volcano erupt with lava, do not stay and take out a picture. Run. Property damage is because of the heavy ash falling from the volcano itself. You cannot breathe that ash. That ash has a lot of gases like sulfur, carbon monoxide, carbon dioxide. Yes, there are people living in St. Vincent, but it's very dangerous to breathe in because you will damage your lungs and damage all other organs as well too. Okay? So, how are volcanoes monitored? Volcanoes are monitored by the VEI, Volcanic Explosive Index. There are different numbers. They are gentle, severe, super colossal, mega colossal. How they know that they're going to be very dangerous depends on how the volcano erupts. Okay, they take samples of the rocks, take sample of the air. If the air is dense or if it's poison. Also, it depends on the how the volcano erupt as well too, because volcanoes erupt more than a day, more than a week, sometimes even a year. Out of the 500 volcanoes, there are 23 active volcanoes erupting, and one in Iceland has been erupting for 7 to 8 weeks. Not days, 8 weeks. So the St. Vincent volcano will erupt maybe for a few days, a few weeks, or even months or a year. During a volcanic eruption, make sure to listen to alerts.
Sir,
please
can you hear
listen.
me?
Yeah. Yes?
Sorry to interrupt. We have a couple of minutes again before we close off, right?
Yeah, no problem, no problem.
Thank you.
Most welcome. So I make sure I listen to the alerts, make sure you follow the evacuation, make sure avoid the falling ash because sometimes it will burn your skin. Avoid the heavy asphalt. Do not drive in it because when it mixes with water, it will turn into solid. And also, please do not go outside and breathe in the dust. So in 1902, Magnet has a volcano. It erupted, but it was so dangerous that it erupted and it wiped out the whole entire map. Even to now, if you look at the satellite, you will not find it at all. So the St. Vincent volcano has erupted in 1979. That's the first time. And UV seismology team went, and Dr. Cftdi was actually part of the team, and that erupted for 4 weeks. But now, the one in St. Vincent has erupted, and it continues erupting, and it's very dangerous for the rest of the island, especially St. Vincent itself. So these are some of the questions that people are asking. If Barbados will be affected, yes, because of the wind. If how long the eruption will last, as I say, it can last for days, weeks, or months. And also, there are more than one volcano in the Caribbean. If you guys want to do research, I'll give you a volcano ticket, Jenny. So if you want to know about more information or if you want to ask more questions, you can actually send any questions to the nearest government TT, or you can actually email them, or you can call them as well too, okay? So that is it for my PowerPoint presentation on our ratio plan. Any questions before we continue or before we finish?
So thanks very much for that enlightening PowerPoint presentation. I myself have learned a lot because I remember a couple of years ago, an earthquake happened in Trinidad, right in Trinidad, and it lasted more than 3-4 minutes. And
actually, no, it lasted for 2 minutes.
2 minutes. Well, for me, it was long. So I ran out. You know, sometimes I tell people, although you know you have common sense, but when things happen, you panic. And instead of staying inside, I ran outside. And my husband told me, run outside. I said, no, you have to stay inside. He said, no, but you remember when you panic. So thanks for enlightening us there. Those things. So students, do you have any questions? This is the time to ask. Please, Mr. Rankiso. Are there any questions? I'm still waiting, sir. I'm not seeing any questions. But sir, I'd like to thank you very much for that enlightening and very empowering. Well, I don't say empowering, but you know, enlightening information. I know sometimes, you know, people let's have, even though they know it, you know, sometimes when that time happens, people tend to panic.
That is true.
Right? So I just want to thank you very much for taking the time off, having the patience to deal with us. Very much from the bottom of my heart, right? Because I know you all have been on for a while. I have to apologize. Right?
That's okay.
Thank you very much for having the patience to deal with us. I want to thank you very much, and I pray that God will continue to bless you all. And I just want to say, have a blessed day.
Thank you very much for letting us to be a part of the team and part of this fair. And I hope you guys enjoy your rest of your day.
Thank you very much, and same to you.
Enjoy your day. Thank you.
Bye. Students, thanks very much for having the patience. I know the information is coming. There are a lot of presenters on still waiting to present to you all, right? Our next presenter will be Mr. Lyndon Simmons, and he is from USC. Quick brief history of USC. The University of the Southern Caribbean is a private co-educational institution with a diverse student body. It is operated by the Caribbean Union Conference of the Seventh-day Adventists, which consists of the following territories in the Anglophone countries: Barbados, Guyana, Trinidad and Tobago, the British and the US Virgin Islands, the former Dutch colony of Suriname, the Windward and the Leeward Islands, excluding the Francophone dependencies. The University of the Southern Caribbean was founded in 1927 as East Caribbean Training School for the purpose of educating the youth of the Caribbean Union Conference. 2 years later, it became Caribbean Training College. In 1945, the college developed a well-defined college preparatory instructional program, and in 1947, Caribbean Training College was officially declared a junior college, offering 2 years post-secondary certificates in theology, teacher training, and business and secretarial science. So I'd like to welcome to the platform, Mr. Lyndon Simmons.
Thank you so very kindly for your kind introduction. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to be here with you all today to share some pertinent information as it relates to your education post-secondary school. But of course, because we're dealing with Form 3s, I know that you are soon to be selecting your subjects. And so for the next few minutes or so, I will be giving you some information that will help you as it relates to helping you navigate to the various careers that you want to get into with specific programs to USC. Now, I want to begin this presentation by letting you guys know today. Now, I am always very excited to be with you all. Unfortunately, I can't be physically with you all. So I'll just have to have this virtual thing work. So first and foremost, I know the feeling. I once sat where you are sitting right now in terms of Form 3, having to go through selecting subjects, etc. And so in your mind, you might be saying to yourself, oh gosh, all this other talking. I'm tired, I want to do something different, you know. But you are a very fortunate bunch of young people in that what is happening now. A couple of years ago, we did not have this opportunity that you're having. So basically, I had to decide on my own. I had to make a decision, a choice to want to make sure to get through secondary school with all my passes in order to be successful in an effort to get nice things, house, car, clothes, money in your pocket, etc. Right? And so I want to begin by letting you know today that life is about choices. Life is about choices. And the choices that you're making today is going to affect you tomorrow. That's a factual statement. You know, whether you like it or not. I mean, you could have chosen to be anywhere else. You could have chosen to say, boy, you know what? Boy, I gonna duck them here, boy. I going to tell them my internet game problems. They can't tell me nothing. I want to take up the box or something. Something you could have done to say that, you know, you can't come online to participate in the career fair. But you made a choice to be here, and that tells me something already. So the choices you make today will affect you tomorrow. And so whether you want to be successful or unsuccessful, that power lies within you as the individual. All right? So for example, you are about to select your courses in probably a few weeks or so, or if you have not done that yet, and those things will go for you for the next 2 years until you are finished Form 5. When you come out of Form 5, there is nobody to blame if you are not successful but yourself. Huh? That's the reality. So, sometimes we might say, Miss didn't teach, or that teacher's a bad teacher, or this and that, and what have you. Well, you might have a point to a certain extent that a teacher may not have delivered the curriculum to you in the particular learning style that you learn, right? But at the end of the day, it's your responsibility as a young person to make sure that you get your education. And I often like to tell people, my parents never had a secondary school education. Both of them never had a secondary school education. So it meant for me that I could have simply said, boy, mommy and daddy have no education. Huh? Boy, me have time with an education thing now. No, but I made a choice early, very early, because I knew what I wanted. I mean, I always knew that I wanted to be successful. So there's certain things that I had to do in order to change my socio-economic status that my parents had. And I made a choice. So I'm saying, when you come out of Form 5, whether the teacher was good or bad or what have you, nobody wants to hear that, The reality is they're going to say, either you came out with your passes or you did not come out with your passes. Now, I like to give people shocking realities, and I did it yesterday. I want to do it again for you all today, for some of you all today. You will fall in one of the categories that I'm about to mention. Some of you all are diligent. All of you, as a matter of fact, are diligent. Let me correct that statement. All of you, right? But some of you all are distracted. Some of you all need that guidance. And there is nothing wrong in going to your guidance officers, your teachers, somebody within a school who is able to guide you. There's nothing wrong in doing that. But I understand that a lot of students sometimes like to shy away from things, right? But go on, if you're not sure about where you want to be, where you want to go, talk to somebody. Your guidance officer is the best person to do that, or your teacher. Talk to Miss. Let Miss know, sir, hey, I have this idea, sir, but I don't know how to get. I mean, my parents or my family is not in a position to assist or whatever. But get that necessary information so that you'll be able to make an informed decision. So there's some of you all who are diligent, and you're going to do exceptionally well 2 years from now when you come out of Form 5 with all your passes with 1s and 2s, and you're feeling proud, and yes, I did it. I mean, I studied hard and I got through. That's good. Then there's another category of you who you're going to probably get 2s and 3s, but you're going to get your 5 passes. You say, yeah, right, man, I do think, I thought I wouldn't have passed this, but I passed, and I'm really thankful. Then there's going to be a category of persons who might be a little disappointed. Whatever, you might get a whole forest, only trees in your on your certificate, all right? And you might be saying to yourself, well, if I push a little harder and I get you some Tuesday, boy, even 1s, whatever the case may be, looking at my profile here. And then there might be a category of you guys, and I'm hoping that none of you all fall in this category, that just perhaps may come out from secondary school with 0 passes. The category you fall in depends on the choices that you are going to make from here on out with the information that you're getting today, and from yesterday, and from your secondary school tenure. So the onus is on you at this point in time. And this is where the University of the Southern Caribbean comes in. We are one of the 3 universities in Trinidad and Tobago, and we offer a number of degree programs. We take students from where they are to where they want to be in terms of getting a career, getting certified for their specific careers, etc. Right? And so the picture that you see before you right now is a picture of our campus in Maracas, St. Joseph. That's in the luscious green Maracas Valley. Right? So we basically have 3 campuses, one in Maracas, St. Joseph. We have one in San Fernando in Leotard Street, and we have one in Tobago in Rocky Vale. Now, the central focus for us is this. When you come into USC, you come in as a regular, normal, basic student. But when you're leaving USC, when you would have finished or completed your degree, you're graduating. You can graduate with honors, so you're graduating with a wealth of information. And you see how happy those students are there? Yes, some of them have on honor sashes because their GPAs would have been really, really well. They would have studied hard, etc. And so they would have been celebrating on their graduation day, earning their degree, now going into the world of work to earn those much needed money that they have been looking for. Now I turn your attention to the screen. I just want to play a video for you at this time of a campus tour. All right. So that was basically the University of the Southern Caribbean campus tour. All right. Now, let me let you know off the bat that coming to this campus, we have a number of countries represented on the campus, and sometimes it can be you can get very easily distracted. Now, I know as young people, Trimbagonians especially, they like to lime and party and that kind of thing, right? But at the University of Southern Caribbean, we try to keep students as focused as possible. We believe in a holistic education, where we not only are educating you in the specific degree program that you may want to do, but coming to USC to do a degree, you will get bits and pieces of other programs that will be beneficial to you to really and truly give you that overall experience. So that, for example, coming to do a degree in a particular area, you are going to be exposed to other things so that when you go into the world of work, you'll be able to be very marketable. And so the University of the Southern Caribbean, we offer over 30 degree programs, undergrad degree programs, as well as graduate, professional short courses, and seminars. And these programs fall within 5 academic schools on the campus. Now, the first school is the School of Business and Entrepreneurship. So for some of you all, you may be thinking about doing something in business. You may want to become an entrepreneur. You may want to become an economist, a financial advisor, something in hospitality. You want to become an HR director. You want to become a manager. You want to become a marketing specialist, etc. These are degrees that we offer at the University of the Southern Caribbean. So we have a Bachelor of Science in Accounting, a Bachelor of Science in Economics, a Bachelor of Business Administration and Finance, a Bachelor of Business Administration in Hospitality and Tourism Management, a Bachelor of Business Administration in Human Resource Management, a Bachelor of Business Administration in Management, and a Bachelor of Business Administration in Marketing. Now, if you are desirous of doing a degree in any one of those areas, what the subjects that you require, or USC require you to have, is just math and English and any other 360 passes. But I would want to let you know, because you're in Form 3 right now and you're about to select your subjects, it would be very good for you to do principles of accounts or principles of business, either one or the both of them. In addition, I would also like to advise students, Spanish is a very good subject to do at this point in time, because remember, the world is now a very global village, right? So now we are interconnected, we are networking with people from all over the world now. All right, you see, if you look at Trinidad and Tobago is networking with China. We have a very good relationship with the US, different places in the world. And of course, our neighbors are right in Venezuela there. We need to keep our eyes on that. I mean, they are coming across here, some illegally, some legally. But the fact remains that we are no longer disconnected as a world. We are so much interconnected because of globalization and because of the internet and the media, etc., etc., etc. Right? So it will be in the best interest to really study a second language. I would heavily suggest that subject to be Spanish, if you can do that. But for me, I never liked Spanish when I was in secondary school. And it's kind of haunting me now because, of course, now I have to go and learn Spanish in order to communicate with people and stuff like that, right? Then, of course, we have the School of Education and Humanities. This is where all the teachers come from, the librarians, the journalists, etc. Now, if you want to become a teacher, the subjects that you require to have is math, English, or science, and any other 2 CXC passes. Now, in terms of the science, you can have natural science, which is physics, chemistry, biology, or you can have agri-science, integrated science, you can have HSB, you can have clothing and textile is now a subject, a science, and I think the other one, clothing and textile and food, something with food, is food and nutrition. If that's a subject that you all offer, I think it's a food degree, something in foods right now. So that degree, and the information is on the website of the Ministry of Education, so you could always go. I need to go and refresh and see what that other degree, that other subject is, right? But that is also, they have brought on stream 2 new science, what they consider to be sciences. So once you have those, a science and any a science, math, English, and any other 2 CXC passes, you can pursue anything in education. Now, I should let you know that in terms of our degrees at USC, some of the degrees, very few of them are not GATE approved, and one of them is the Associate of Arts in Music is not GATE approved, the Bachelor of Science in Early Childhood Education is not GATE approved, and the Bachelor of Arts in Music is not GATE approved, right? All the others in that specific field is GATE approved, right? The Bachelor's BEd, the BEd in, or the Bachelor of Education in Primary Education, and the Bachelor of Arts in English. Then, of course, we have the School of Science, Technology, and Allied Health. And within this area, here is where the doctors and the zoologists and the vets and the nurses and the computer technicians and the nutritionists, the dietitians, the chefs come from this area in particular, right? And so at the University of Southern Caribbean, we offer an Associate of Science in Computer Information Systems, an Associate of Science in Pre-Medical Studies that is not GATE approved, a Bachelor of Science in Biology, a Bachelor of Science in Computing, a Bachelor of Science in Family and Consumer Sciences, a Bachelor of Science in Nursing, a Bachelor of Science in Nutrition and Dietetics. Now, the Associate of Science in Pre-Medical Studies is not GATE approved, and the Bachelor of Science in Nutrition and Dietetics is not GATE approved. Now, the Associate of Science in Pre-Medical Studies, in order for you to do that program, you must be doing all sciences, biology and physics. I'm trying to speak so quickly. Chemistry, biology, and physics, inclusive of math and English, right? And you must have the sciences in grades 1 in order to do the pre-medical studies. Whereas the Bachelor of Science in Biology, if you want to become a medical doctor, vet, a zoologist, a dentist, etc., you're required to have math, English, and chemistry as well. Specifically, you must have a good grade 1 or 2 in biology, chemistry and physics as well. But we will accept you with grades 1, 2, or 3 in the math and the English A. All right. If you do not have a grade 2 in biology, chemistry, and physics, the university will put you on a prelim program. The prelim program, the government of Trinidad and Tobago does not fund that through GATE. So it simply means if you have a grade 3, you will have to fund that for yourself, and it's $1,500 per part. And so the biology and the chemistry have part 1 and part 2, and physics only has part 1. So if you get 3s in all of them, you have to pay $1,500 by 5. Right? So you can save yourself that drama right now, that money. You can put that in your pocket. Well, if you have it. If you don't have it and you have to go and look for work to go and get it, it simply means that you can put your head down right now. You have the time where you can study and get your 1s and your 2s. All right? The Bachelor of Science in Computing, all you require to have is math, English, and any other 3 CXC passes. I will also encourage you, if you want to do computing, you want to do computing, ensure that you do IT. It's important. The BS in Family and Consumer Sciences, that is the degree if you want to become a chef. So we know everybody had to eat our food, right? I mean, well, when you all used to be going to school face to face, you used to get box lunch. And by the way, let me just let you all know, right? I came from Princestown Junior and Senior Secondary School. I rarely eat box lunch on my day. You hear what I'm telling all? Yeah? Now I see students coasting on box lunch. Listen, my little pittance that my parents used to give me for lunch money and whatever, I go in and get my box lunch and saving my little money, right? Early o'clock in the game, I knew what I wanted, so I was saving towards my new brand car. I want to get a car from the showroom, so said, so done. That's exactly what I did. Now, it all depends what you want and stuff like that, but I see some people feeling ashamed eating box lunch. There's nothing to be ashamed of. I was also a prefect. Being a prefect at school, you had certain privileges, so that when the teachers and they had function and stuff, of course, when they're eating all the nice food and thing, you getting food, you sit down with your plate. Yeah, I never used to make joke with my belly, Serious thing, right? So the point I'm making is, with that food that some of you all course on, somebody had to cook that, somebody making big bucks, plenty money to cook them box lunch that you're coursing on, right? You could be that person, you could open your own business, do your do your degree in family and consumer science and become a chef. You open your own business and you're making money. And I could tell you, bet your bottom dollar, once you're a good chef, your food tasting good and you have quality, people are going to find you wherever you are in Trinidad and Tobago. Now, I'll tell you this as well. If you could make a good curry, I find you wherever you are, because I love a curry too bad. I treat it to my heart, right? So, I mean, yeah, these things have money in it. Now, let me also underscore for you all that even though you hear me talking about money, do not make money the central theme of pursuing a particular degree or career, right? Something I always say is that please ensure whatever you're doing is something that you're passionate about, right? Don't get tied up, because I sometimes, well, pre-COVID, when I used to go in some of your schools, I used to be visiting the schools to do. Yes, please.
So sorry for interrupting. Now we have 5 more minutes again.
That's okay. I will finish in that time. Yes, no problem. Right. So, you go to secondary school sometimes and you see some of you all, you want to follow your friends, etc., etc. You're following your friends because why? That's the in thing, what have you. But I'm saying to you, please ensure that whatever you do is something that you want to do and you're not competing with anybody else. All right. So the Bachelor of Science in Nursing just must have math, English, and any other 3 CXC passes, and you're good to go for that program. All right. The School of Social Sciences, Behavioral Sciences, the Bachelor of Science in Behavioral Sciences, the Bachelor of Science in Criminology and Criminal Justice, the Bachelor of Science in Psychology, the Bachelor of Science in Social Work. All you're required to have is 5 CXC passes, English, and any other 4 CXC passes. All right. So the Behavioral Sciences are persons who want to get into the military, the Coast Guard, the protective services, anything in the protective services, you can get into that those areas. All right. Psychology, if you want to become a guidance officer, you can get in that area. Social worker, also going around, helping people in that regard. You like helping people, that might be an area for you. All right. And then finally, the School of Theology and Religion. Theology and religion, yes, you have to do a degree in theology in order to become a pastor, a chaplain, or Bible worker, etc. We have the Bachelor of Arts in Theology, the Bachelor of Arts in Religion. All right. 4 passes, English on any other 4, 5 passes, English on any other 4 CXC passes. Right? You would notice that with social sciences and theology and religion, I did not say mathematics. It is still equally important for you to get your mathematics, because in order for you to get a full certificate, you must have math, English A, and any other 3 CSEC pass or more. All right? I don't have to go through this because you are in Form 3s. USC, why USC? Cultural diversity, intellectual curiosity, moral integrity, spiritual nature. All right, I'm not going to play that video. I usually skip that video. Contact information, our phone numbers are there, 612-614-4872, or you can go on our website, visit us, usc.edu.tt, or you can email us at info@usc.edu.tt. And you can also follow us on social media. Facebook, it will be facebook.com/USCTT, and Instagram will be instagram.com/TT. Thank you so very kindly. And if you have any questions at this time, I will try my best to assist. Thank you.
Thanks very much, sir, for that presentation. I just want to tell the students something. I know this has been a trying time, and I know because of not being able to interact with your colleagues, some students are feeling a little bit overwhelmed. But I just want you to know that, as Mr. Simmons rightfully indicated, life is a matter of choices. And every choice you make, life is a matter of choice, and every choice you make makes you. Believe you can, and you're halfway there. Nothing is impossible because even the word itself says possible, right? So I just want the students to know that you need to believe in you. And once you believe in you and you know who you are and you know what you want and you set goals, you can accomplish anything you put your mind to. So I would like to take this time to ask the students, are there any questions for Mr. Simmons? I'm just waiting, right, sir?
Not a problem.
I'm not seeing any questions right now, so I want to thank you very much on behalf of Student Support Service, Southeastern Educational District. I just want to thank you for having the patience because I know you have been online a while waiting. So I want to thank you very much for sharing with these students the information. I wrote down some of the information you shared with us, so I will pass it on to these students, right? Thanks very much, sir. May God continue to bless and keep you, and have a blessed day.
Thank you, and thank you very kindly. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Students, our next presenter is from MIC, so we'll have to merge. Thank you.
Experience and seeing what the world is like myself, I beg to differ. We are living in the midst of a pandemic right now, and there are so many persons who are now out of a job, and the essential individuals or the essential careers have now been brought to the forefront. And one of these essential careers are the skilled persons, skilled individuals. So we are working from home right now. We are going to school from home right now. I want you to take a second and look at the structure that you are sitting in. And think about how confident you would have been to sit in that structure that you are sitting in right now, not knowing that an individual who had the skills training to be able to put up that structure did the work, right? So think about it. So first, we are going to discuss the HYPE program, also known as the Helping You Prepare for Employment program. This program was established in the year 2002. It is a government-sponsored program designed to train and develop young individuals with the skills, knowledge, and abilities required to be self-supporting. HYPE is a hands-on program which focuses mainly on practical skills training, right? So this is how we provide our training via the HYPE program. It's basically hands-on. You get to experience it out of the classroom, right? The courses offered via the HYPE program are carpentry, masonry, plumbing, welding, electrical installation, air conditioning, and refrigeration. And the HYPE program is a 9-month program. Just 1 second, my system is giving a little bit of trouble. Right. So the HYPE program is a 9-month program, and At the end of this program, you are provided with a certification, a level 1 certification, CVQ certificate, a Caribbean vocational qualification certificate. Now, what this Caribbean vocational qualification means is that you are able to work anywhere in the Caribbean. So with this training, you can work anywhere in the Caribbean. Now, we know right now one of our fellow islands are experiencing a disaster in the form of a volcano, right? And what is going to happen in the months and in the days in the not so distant future is that skilled laborers are going to be required to rebuild or to assist in any way necessary, So this is where you can see firsthand the importance of skilled employment, right? The next program I'm going to discuss with you is the MUST program, or the Multi-Sector Skills Training Program. Now, this program was launched in 2004. It is designed to meet the needs and nurture the skill development of individuals. It provides certification in level 1, hospitality and tourism, and level 2, construction. So how this MUST program is, how it works is it's really a level 2 to the HYPE program, which is a level 1. Right? So the HYPE program provides training for 9 months, ages 16 to 25, level 1 training. The MUST program provides level 2 in the same areas that HYPE provides level 1 training in, right? MUST is also a practical-based program, and within this program, you are placed within our industry partners for training. The following courses are offered under the hospitality and tourism course. So we have general office administration, commercial food prep, housekeeping, that's in the form of being a houseman, room attendant, laundry attendant, front office, uniform services, bellman, bread, cake and pastry making, property maintenance, food and beverage, bar services, food and beverage, restaurant services. Now, some of you may be saying, but Miss, what are you going to do with these type of courses? How are I going to benefit from this? How are I going to make money off of courses like these? And what I try to explain to my students and to my trainees is that just by what we are experiencing right now, we have a lot of local tourism happening because we cannot travel. So persons are opening their own bed and breakfast, and these are the skills that are required. So you are seeing more and more persons tapping into their entrepreneurial skills. Our business students who are with me will know a lot about that, right? Bread, cake, and pastry making. These are the skills that you can use to open your own business. So you can get the theory via whatever CXC subjects you may be doing of how to run a business, how to manage a business, how to set up a small business. But what is the small business going to be? And skills are what would be required to start this business, right? Under the construction core courses, we offer electrical installation, welding, plumbing, carpentry, and masonry. And under our crop production courses, we have production systems, irrigation systems, preparation of land for cultivation, installation and construction of irrigation systems, the cultivation of crops, rabbit rearing, plant propagation activities, harvest crops, marketing produce, communicating with stakeholders, budgeting and financing, and practicing of health and safety. Now, how could crop production help me? Last year, when we went on lockdown, we recognized that a lot of persons became at-home farmers. So who was planting their own kitchen gardens? Persons even began planting on a larger scale to be able to maintain their families. And this is where these courses could come in handy. This pandemic has also brought to light the fact of about how important it is for Trinidad to start producing its own agriculture, right? So You never know. You learn about installation and construction of irrigation systems, and you can be selling your own produce in years to come, right? So must provide level 1 and 2 CVQ certification. Must is a 6-month program for the course of hospitality and tourism, and a 9-month program for construction and crop production, right? Hospitality and tourism, you get a CVQ and TTNVQ level 1, that is the Caribbean vocational qualification, and in construction and crop production, you get a CVQ level 2. Now, as I said before, this CVQ allows you to work anywhere in the Caribbean, right? The MUST program is for individuals between the ages of 17 to 50 years. The registration fee is $100 and a stipend is offered for this program. So just like the HYPE program offers a stipend, so too does the MUST program, right? And the registration fee for both programs, level 1 HYPE and level 2 MUST, is $100. Now, for these two programs that I just spoke about, which is MUST and HYPE, there are no requirements as it relates to CXC, right? So for the MUST program and for the HYPE program, there are no requirements as it relates to CXC. Good? Now I'm going to give you all some information about the ICP, or the Industrial Craft Program. Now this program was started in 2006. It is designed to fill the gap between skilled and unskilled and provide industry-ready craftsmen. Now this program offers both practical and theory-based learning. Now, it's very important for us within this organization to provide trainees and students with hands-on training, so that when you get into the world of work, it's not only the pictures that you have seen in your books, but you would be able to function, right? The programs offered via the ICP, or Industrial Craft Program, are air conditioning and refrigeration, auto and diesel, bookbinding and print finishing, dressmaking and design, electrical installation, food prep and culinary arts, general draftsmanship, industrial instrumentation, jewelry, plumbing, tailoring, and welding. Now, there may be individuals who may be interested in starting their own fashion line or becoming stylists or anything of that sort. And these are the courses, the dressmaking and design and tailoring. These courses are suited towards you. For the individuals who are interested in working within the industry, these are the programs that are suited for you. Now, this course is a 2-year full-time program, and certificate is provided by the NEC, or the National Examination Council, and you receive a diploma at the end of this program. Now, this program is geared towards individuals 16 years and over, and there's a registration fee of $500. Now, for the ICP program, 3 CXC subjects are required, and these 3 CXC subjects must be maths, English, and 1 science subject. So for the ICP program, 3 CXC subjects are required, right? Next, we will discuss the NSDP, or the National Skill Development Program. So this program was initialized in 1994. It adapts the German model of technical training, and this makes use of the technical vocational training and hands-on training in industries, right? So this program is both theory and practical. In this program, you are placed within the industry after 1 year of theoretical training at our centers. You are placed within the industry where your skills are further developed, right? So the core courses within the NSDP program are joinery, the journeyman program, the master craftsman program, the national engineering technology with steel pan manufacturing and green tech facility. right? The NSDP program is a 3-year full-time program. Certification is provided by MICIT and the German Chamber of Crafts and Trade. And this means that you are not only getting certification from MIC, but from the German Chamber of Crafts and Trade. And you get a diploma level qualification or certification. Now, as misstated before, MICIT is an accredited institution. We were one of the first institutions that provide skilled training that was accredited by the Accreditation Council of Trinidad and Tobago, right? So you don't have to worry about your certification being recognized. And you don't have to worry about your certification not only being recognized in Trinidad, but being recognized all over the Caribbean, right? This program has a registration fee of $500. The NSDP program is geared towards individuals between the ages of 17 to 25 years. Now, upon completion of year 1 of your NSDP program, you are placed in some of our industry partners for the apprenticeship phase of the program. And within this apprenticeship phase, you will be given a stipend within that period, right? So last but not least, we have our newly established short courses department. And these short courses are geared towards professional and overall development. So some of our courses were just completed. So you will see some of them were completed a few weeks ago, some of them that started in March. So we are now in the process of getting dates to be able to resume these courses again, right? So there's no age limit for these courses. And why I'm emphasizing on the fact that there is no age limit, it means that all of you who are present right now could take this time and do something to develop your skills for in the future, right? So you have basic car care maintenance, you have basic house wiring techniques, you have solar system installation, you have basic balloon art decoration, jewelry making, basic shirts and pants design and repairs, sushi making, the gourmet bread experience. And I know that a lot of you would be on Facebook and Instagram, and you would be able to see the amount of entrepreneurs that we now have, right? Who are offering different products and services based on skills that they have. So these are what these short courses are geared towards, okay? So please feel free to contact us on Facebook or Instagram or via our website. Facebook is MIC Institute of Technology. On Instagram, it's at MIC Institute of Technology. And our website is www.mic.co.tt. You can further contact us at 663-4MIC if you have any further information, if you require any further information. Our website, www.mic.co.tt, has all the information that I just gave to you all, along with the registration forms required to sign up for any one of the programs that you may be interested in, right? So thank you so much for having me, and I am open now to hear any questions and to respond to any questions that you all may have.
Ms. Joseph, we are thankful for your presentation. Now, you would have spoken about several different courses. Can you outline the order in which courses can be done? A basic order, where can one start?
Okay, so I highlighted the HYPE and the MUST program as level 1 and level 2, right? So if you decide to pursue any one of them as it relates to hype or must, you do hype and then you transition into the must program. However, ICP and NSDP, as long as you have your 3 CXC subjects for both programs, that's ICP and NSDP, and the 3 subjects must be math, English, and a science subject. As long as you have those 3 subjects, you can register for the program. So it's not that you have to do hype first or must first before you do ICP or NSDP. You can start those programs as long as you're interested in it.
An additional question. Are these courses recognized outside of Trinidad and Tobago?
Yes, they are. As I said before, these specifically are the hype and must. You receive the CVQ and TTNVQ, which, because of CSME, allows individuals to work outside of Trinidad and Tobago. Added to that, all our programs are accredited by the Accreditation Council of Trinidad and Tobago. So that means that your qualifications are recognized everywhere, right?
All right, and our final question. For the student who is thinking about the skilled areas, but is still unclear, could you share with us some opportunities that student can look forward to once they get into that area?
Okay. I often have a lot of individuals who pursue skills training, and because of the stigma attached to it, they still have some questions that they ask. But one thing I learned throughout me even being a part of this institution and me pursuing academic studies elsewhere, we can pursue as much academic studies as necessary. But when it's time to build a house, who would we be contacting? Who do we need? Do we need somebody with a degree in psychology? Do we need somebody with a degree in business administration? We need persons with skilled training, right? So this is just to show the price right now to build a roof. Our students may not know, but this is thousands and thousands of dollars, right? That it would cost an individual to pay a welder and fabricator to build a roof. In addition to that, you also have a career. So in addition to having your own business as it relates to skills like welding and carpentry and masonry, you also have the opportunity to work within the various industries. So there are some of you who may be interested in working offshore. So you may pursue welding to be able to wire a house. That is a business in itself because you would have to pay an electrician, right? Persons who are interested in building a home would have to pay an electrician. You have that opportunity where you can open your own business, you can become an electrician. And it doesn't only have to be your own business, but you can work within an industry. You can work within tea and tech. You can work within any electrical company, For the persons who may want to pursue the NSDP program, where you would have courses in the form of mechanical engineering and things like that. You work within the industry and you are able to fix the machinery. We also have trainees who work in aviation. So they are the ones who fix all the Caribbean Airlines planes and stuff like that. So it's very important that, we don't just see skills training as the person who would come and put up some blocks, but there are so many avenues available for persons who pursue skills training. I hope I was able to answer your question.
Yes, you were, and I'm sure students are pretty much clearer about the opportunities that they will be afforded once they get into the skill areas. And Miss Joseph, your presentation is not only intriguing, but your music, the music that you play when you are doing that presentation, it makes me feel to do a skill. So I thank you for that this evening, and all the best.
Thank you so much for having me, and do enjoy the rest of your day. I hope to see and hear from you young persons soon. Don't be afraid to shout me out anytime you are at the centers. Miss Joseph, I was at your presentation. I will be looking forward to hearing and seeing some of you. All the best.
Thanks once again.
Good afternoon, students. Sorry about that. Good afternoon, students. We will take a little 5 to 10 minutes break, and then we will come back on, right?
For me, it has been to be that guy that does what people say can't be done, you know? And I think it started with trying to please my mother and trying to please my grandmother, and they always wanted higher for me. They always wanted more for me. And it got to the point that I wanted to be something. I wanted to be somebody. And it made me choose certain roles. It made me turn down certain roles. There is more than an image that I want to project. I want to be the person that is the first person there and the last person to leave. That's who I want to be, because I think that the road to success is through commitment and through the strength to drive through that commitment when it gets hard. And it is going to get hard, and you're going to want to quit sometimes, but it'll be colored by who you are and more who you want to be. I definitely found that wanting to be an actor stems from wanting to be somebody.
My mom wanted me to be a truck driver because that would mean I would make $24,000 a year if I went to Truck Masters, and that would be twice what my father made. And she thought that would happen, but something inside of me said, I don't want to drive a truck. There's something else that matters more to me, and I decided I was not going to go for money instead of passion. And the rewards have been pretty amazingly better than being a truck driver. It's not bad being a truck driver, it's just not what I was after. And I look back, and one of the things that helped me was my original teacher, Jim Rohn, who was a personal development speaker I went to hear when I was 17. He said something the first time I heard him, and he said, you know, it's really simple. If you want life to change, you got to change. If you want life to be better, you've got to get better. It's the only way it happens. And luck will show up for people and it'll leave them. But if you're constantly improving who you are and what you give, game over.
See if you can find some ways to multiply your value to the marketplace. And he said your income will immediately start to change.
See, if you go through life holding back, and most of us do, most of us, if we ask ourselves, have we done all we can do? Most of us will have to answer, no, we haven't. We've been holding back. We have ideas that we don't act on, things we want to do. We're afraid to take chances. We go through life trying to seek security and not coming outside of our comfort zone, and we take most of our stuff with us to the grave.
Up until then, I was hoping that the economy would change. I was hoping that my company would change. I was hoping that my paycheck would change. I was hoping that circumstances outside would change. And then here's what I found out. It isn't going to change. So then my question was, if it isn't going to change, how will my life ever change? And here's what my teacher taught me. When you change, everything will change for you.
And I'm saying that the fact that you're still here, that you're still breathing, you've got some more work, and you owe it to yourself. You owe it to yourself. So when you get up in the morning, that you can look yourself in the face and say, hey, I'm living my life on my terms.
Change your question, change your life. When it comes to planning your life, I want to get you to learn to ask 3 questions now. The question you want to ask yourself is, what do I want? What's my outcome? What's my result? The word RPM, the first one, is to get you focused on the target. The target is not the activity. The activity can change. It's what's the result I'm after. If you know exactly what it is you really want, what you desire, what you're really after, clarity is power. The more clear you are on specifically what you want, the faster your brain can get you there. But if you're generally saying things like, what do I want? Well, I want more money. Fine, here's $1, get out of here. Whether you get the outcome or not, whether you get that result, will be based first, do you have clarity? And the second thing is, whether you got enough emotional juice to keep going after it when things don't work out. Did you achieve the outcome? Yeah, when you're that general, you think you're not getting your goal, you are. The way you language your goal, the way you think about it, you're receiving it. I want to feel a bit better. I want to lose some weight. Fine, you lost a pound, you're done.
You get better, everything will get better for you. And that's where I picked up that phrase, for things to change, you've got to change. You don't have to change the marketplace. You don't have to change the marketing plan. You don't have to change the economy. You don't have to change countries. You don't have to change circumstances out there. All you've got to do is look within and see if you can change yourself for the better. And as you change, things will start to change for you.
What's the result I'm after? What's the ultimate result? What do I want out of this week, out of this thing, out of my business, out of my life, for my body?
Don't concern yourself too much with how you're going to achieve your goal. Leave that completely to a power greater than yourself. All you have to do is know where you're going. The answers will come to you of their own accord.
Here's my best advice. Welcome all experiences. You never know which one is going to turn everything on.
Are there going to be some moments when you want to give up? Yes. Will there be some moments when it's going to seem like it's impossible? The pain that you're experiencing, the disappointment that you're experiencing, that you're going to say, it's not worth it? Yes, that's going to be right there for you. It's going to be in your face, telling you to go back.
When we think about changing our lives, usually that means changing your behaviors, retraining yourself, getting new habits, going out and trying them out and changing your life. This is about changing your thoughts, and then your life will change. Change your thoughts, change your life.
Benjamin Disraeli said, nothing can resist a human will that will stake its existence on its purpose. Shortly put, I'll do it or die.
Know that all you have to do is hold your goal before you. Everything else will take care of itself.
And I can tell you that it doesn't make any difference what age you are, whether you're a teenager watching this, or whether you're someone in your 60s, 70s, 80s, or anywhere along the way, you can make that change.
Every thought, every feeling, every emotion you experience in this lifetime is shaped by beliefs and values. All of your life is controlled by decisions you make. Decisions about what to believe, decisions about what to feel, decisions about what to do. And most of us are on automatic pilot, letting the world trigger us instead of taking back control of our life. And when you do that, just think of it this way. Anything you want to change. You want to change your body. You want to change your career, your business, your relationship. What to do requires the right strategy. You want to lose weight and keep it off, you can't obviously just throw your pendulum and go on some silly diet. You got to know the things that are going to give you lasting results. So we teach those strategies. But some people even know what to do, but they don't do it. And why are we able to get people to do it, to follow through? Because 80% of success in anything, my friends, is psychology, and 20% is the mechanics. What that means is there's how to do stuff and there's why to do stuff. How to do it is not that complex. And if you really learn from somebody who knows those refined distinctions, they can show you those tipping points, those things you can do where in the least amount of time you get the biggest result.
As you look at yourself as a business operator, as you look at yourself as an entrepreneur, as you look at yourself as a person that want to make a mark with your life, that want to leave a legacy, you've got to be hungry. It's better to be prepared for an opportunity and not have one than to have an opportunity and not be prepared. You want to find people who master that because success leaves clues. And that's the same thing I'm suggesting to you. Whatever area that you want to go in it's finances, in business, insurance industry, whatever area that you're interested in, find the people who are mastering that and follow their example. Watch your relationships. They're nourishing relationships and they're toxic relationships. Nourishing relationships, they bring the best out of you. They inspire you. Toxic relationships, they drain you. People that are hungry are willing to do the things today others won't do in order to have the things tomorrow others won't have. People that are hungry believe, always strive to get on top in life because it's the bottom that's overcrowded. People that are hungry know if you want to be successful, you must be willing to do the things today others won't do in order to have the things tomorrow others won't have. If you do what is easy, your life will be hard. Complain, point at your circumstances, give up your power, blame the government, blame the economy. If you do what is easy, your life will be hard. But if you do what is hard, your life will be easy. It's hard to make a radical change in your behavior. It's hard to take ownership. It's hard to swallow the bitter pill that wherever you find yourself, at some point in time, you made an appointment to be there. That's hard. That's hard. If you do what is easy, your life will be hard. If you do what is hard, your life will be easy.
Student, welcome back. Our next presenter will be Miss Ayana David. She is the Student Affairs Officer from NESC. Short history, the National Energy Skills Center is a non-profit institution incorporated on July 15, 1997, with the primary purpose of building the human capital in the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. The NESC is both ISO certified and ACT registered, and its procedure and method of training delivery are designed to produce highly skilled persons who can quickly assimilate into the work environment. The NESC remains proud of the thousands of graduates locally, regionally, and internationally who continue to contribute to the economic development of their respective communities and nations. The NESC also provides customized technical training solutions to companies across all sectors of the local economy through its business development department. Its highly cross-functional team works with industry clients to develop and market courses and programs to fill their employees' skill gaps. The training delivered contributes towards the building of the client's internal competency pool, and it's reflected in the higher level of efficiency and effectiveness. Welcome, Ms. Ayana David.
Hi, a pleasant good afternoon, and thanks for having me. I am Ayana David. I am a Student Affairs Officer attached to the NESC Point Lisa as well as the St. Magdalene branch. So as we begin, just one second. I'm going to show you all a short corporate video of the NESC.
Quality technical training and a powerful force. Industry relevant and performance ready. Ready and equipped to contribute to developing Trinidad and Tobago. From its original campus at Point Fulton to 11 nationwide, the vision of the National Energy Skills Center is to be the premier technical training provider in the development of a competent, innovative, and entrepreneurial workforce by training human capital through the advanced experiential methodologies. Diversifying needs of energy, energy-related construction, and industrial sectors. The NESC develops a competent to the NESC, seeking sound accredited tertiary and technical vocational education and training to improve their safety.
So that's the first thing that you go through in your safety.
Harvey, video is not playing properly. Second.
Opening doors to a myriad of career and prediction.
Miss David, are you here? Miss, the audio is not playing now.
equipment operation, and maintaining a consistent
Well, when you said a ring mechanic thing,
one of the unique journeyman programs for the NESC's Drilling Academy, the first
skilled technicians, craft workers within the industry. If you go back in the 60s and 70s, by the industry itself, and then the industry stopped doing that in the 80s. And NESC has really filled in the skill industry as a very important role during the time in the industry. The 90s and the 2000s, years to that. Still that now because it's growing.
Apparently, Miss Ayana David is experiencing technical difficulty on her side. We'll give her 5 minutes again. 3 minutes to see if it will come back on, and then we will know what to do from there.
Hi, once again, you all hearing me?
Yes, miss. Miss David?
Yes.
Yeah,
So,
hearing you. Go ahead, miss.
Okay. So welcome to the NESC. The NESC is committed to the development of the nation's human capital through technology and advanced teaching and learning methodologies. Our faculty, staff, and students are equipped with the skills and competencies to meet and exceed the needs of well-being by maintaining a culture of excellence, integrity, teamwork, and discipline. We partner with our stakeholders and communities as we create innovative, entrepreneurial, craftsmen, and technical professionals. Our vision: to be the premier technical training provider in the digital workforce by transforming human capital through the application of technologies. Our core values are commitment, respect, excellence, discipline, integrity, and teamwork. The National Energy Skills Center is a non-profit government-assisted institution incorporated on July 15, 1997, with the prize of building the human capital in the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. The NESC, born out of a demand for skilled tradesmen, operates several campuses across Trinidad and Tobago. The NESC offers 2-year diploma programs, 1-year craftsman program, along with a number of professional development programs. Today, we have been in the business for over 21 years, diploma program, and we have why NESC, industry relevance and curricula endorsed by the industry, strong links with industry mirrored workshops, ISO certified operations, ACTT accredited, international affiliations, successful graduates, availability of jobs in the industry for graduates, higher level of training and certification, multiple entry points. Some of our corporate partners are Atlantic and Samakal, the National Gas Company of Trinidad and Tobago, PowerGen, Methanex, the Ministry of Energy and Energy Affairs, MASTI. International affiliations: the International Association of Drilling Contractors, Red Deer College, which is based in Alberta, Canada, Microsoft, the American Welding Society, Student Services Division approach: self, steadfast, present and committed, in control, finish, achieve, set results on time within budget. Student provisions: in addition to a dedicated student affairs and guidance officers based at each campus, students can enjoy the life skills, preparation for the world of work, field trips to leading organization in their area of study, industry sensitization, medium-sized class numbers to allow for individual attention, review sessions for exam preparation, assistance with job placements. School environment: safety is a priority at the NESC. Continuously ensure that a safe, comfortable environment, integration of technology, catering to varying learning styles, well-equipped classrooms, labs, and workshops. Opportunity to provide feedback to our staff through 3 major avenues. These include: 1, trainee feedback forms, completed by students at least 3 times during their program cycle. 2, the Student Affairs Officer. 3, the NESC Facebook page. Our Marketing and Corporate Communications Department monitor questions and comments on our Facebook page and direct to the relevant individuals for action. Open door policy. At the NESC, we facilitate Parents' Day, where parents and guardians are free to visit our campuses for an update on their child's progress. The NESC believes that parents, guardians are our biggest stakeholders in the education process, and we welcome, applaud, and encourage the active interest of parents and guardians. Visits are not restricted to parents and the campus managers, student affairs officer, training activities, regardless of gender, marital, or civil partner. Age, in keeping with the NESC, in keeping with the policy of NESC for a minimum age of 16 and 16. Levels of program. At the NESC, we offer 3 levels of programs: diploma programs, craftsman programs, and professional development programs. Our development program. This is our flagship program, available in 9 different subject areas. It is GATE approved. These programs are offered both on a full-time Monday to Friday and part-time basis. Duration is 2-year diploma programs that are offered at the NESC are drilling rig operations, automotive services, heavy equipment, millwright, welder, refrigeration and air condition, fabricator, boiler maker, information technology network specialist. Certification. Students can obtain 3 certificates for our single diploma program. Yes, 3 certificates. NESC diploma, completion of 150 credits plus 1,640 industry hours in the related field. Red Deer College Trades Professional Certificate, which is equivalent to 150 credits plus 1,640 industry hours plus 2 RDC practical assessments. A level 2 technician programs that is offered for 1 year. Upon completion, graduates are awarded a certificate of competence. Our 1-year craftsman program, some of the courses offered are rig mechanic, automotive, welding, and fabrication. Benefits of attending NESC: building careers, development of well-rounded students, use of technology, promoting creativity and leadership, providing industry linkage, promoting entrepreneurship, and assistance with job placement. When can I apply? Applications are open for our September 2021 intake during the months of May to August. We also facilitate professional development programs throughout the year. So be sure to keep up to date on our current offering, such as basic car care, Microsoft Word, introduction to cybersecurity, valve servicing and installation, pipe fitting and fabrication, just to name a few. Tuition fees. Our diploma programs are all GATE approved, subject to a means assessment. Our year-long craftsman program are usually 5,300. 5,000 tuition, 300 registration fee. Our professional development program vary in price, beginning as low as $395. Payment plan for registration: completion of an application form, original birth certificates and copy, national ID, passport, driver's permits and copies. One passport size photo, medical certificate, fitness, academic certificate and copies, drug EID, and your registration, and celebrate the hard work, commitment, and perseverance of graduates.
Apparently, Ms. David is experiencing technical difficulties on her side because I know the video, the audio kept breaking up, right? So we will let's take 2 minutes and let's see if she come back on. If not, we will just have to take a 5 minutes break, right? Miss David, are you here? Miss David, are you here? Are you hearing me?
Hello?
Hi, ma'am.
Right, so I came to the end of the presentation. So anyone have any questions?
Okay, let me ask them, right? Students, are there any
No problem.
questions for Miss David? If you have any questions relating to NESC, can you ask now, please? Miss, apparently there's no question. I just
Okay, so that was the end of my presentation. So I'd like to take this opportunity to thank you guys for having me.
I was not telling you, I want to take the time to thank you and for having the patience, because I know you was on a little while waiting to come on. But I'm sorry that you had to experience some technical difficulties on your side. I know you wanted to show that video, but apparently, I don't know what happened. So Miss, I want to say thank you on behalf of Student Support Services, Southeast Educational District. I just want to take this time to thank you. May God continue to bless you, and you have a blessed day. Bye, Miss.
Bye.
Forget about you. Today I want you to put you at the top of your to-do list. I sense a little hesitation. Don't think about it. You really need to do this. See, you've been putting others first for so long, you've lost a connection to your own personal brand. And you keep dancing to somebody else's beat. But today, it's time to reintroduce the world to your phenomenal marching band. Putting others first to the detriment of you is the opposite of healthy living. Today, I implore you to love you some you, and tomorrow, you can get back to all that giving. The first thing they tell you when you get on a plane is put your mask on first. And since you fail to follow protocol, It's been hard for you to breathe. And if you don't make some changes, it will only get worse. If people laugh when you tell them your dreams, if you've ever been so low, you felt like you wanted to scream. If you've ever been doubted in your quest to achieve, if the non-believers' voices were so loud, you almost started to believe that they were right. Hold up. This is the moment that I remind you that they are never right. Because you were born to be a beacon of light. You were born to overcome any fear or any fright. You were born to have next level vision and not just sight. You were born with the heart, will, and passion to never give up and fight and fight and fight. If they say there's no way, make it. Never ask for permission to be great. You take it. Greatness is yours to claim. You just gotta stake it. When they try to lock you up with a mental chain, you break it. Yeah, they're there for you when you're up. They're there for you when you're doing good. They're there for you when you're succeeding. But they're nowhere to be found when you really, really need them. See, they act like they got love for you, but only when you're doing something for them. They act like they got love for you when you're paying for everything. They act like they got love for you, but only when it's working in their favor. At what point did you stop and ask yourself, what are they bringing to the table? See, I call them halftime homies. Because half the time they smile on your face, half the time they want to take your place. I need you to realize today that it's time to eliminate certain people out of your situation. It's time for you to eliminate certain people out of your circle. It's time for you to eliminate certain people out of your life. Those are the people that is high and by. Because right now, you got a goal, right now you got a dream, and you need people on your team that are gonna play their role. And when the chips are down, they're gonna step up and have your back. And when the chips are down for them, you're gonna step up and have their back. And these will be mutual, 50-50, win-win. Right now, the people that you rolling with, it's a win-lose. So let this be the moment right now that you activate action and eliminate distraction and eliminate dissatisfaction and eliminate each and every one of those losers that just acting like they got your back. Eliminate them from your life. This is the moment. This is the time. You have to have your own back because they will use you until they can't use you no more. And those are the facts. Today, embrace your flaws because you are imperfectly perfect. Treat yourself to your favorite meal and do you today because believe me, you deserve it. Take this moment to rethink all of your present relationships. Never settle for mediocre or average. Think big, outside the box, shoot for mega, or even better yet, go for galactic. When they think you're about to throw in the towel, use it to wipe the sweat off your face, look them dead in the eye and smile. Because they underestimated your heart, and they didn't think you had the resiliency to go that extra mile. But you do. If you fall down 2,051 times, you get back up 2,052. Because you're rare like that rose that grew in concrete. When they say you can't do it, prove them wrong and do it anyway. Believe in something, believe in you, and never forget, you were born to be spectacular. It's in your DNA. You got this.
do I need to do to get to where I must get to? What must I do today to become the person I must be tomorrow? Who do I need to become to get to where I must get to? What do I need to do to become who I must become?
One of the most powerful questions you can ask yourself every day. Every single time you need to make a decision. What do I want to be proud of tomorrow? Who do I want to be tomorrow? The guy that quit or the guy that kept going? The guy that took the easy option or the guy that went all in? The guy that gave in to temptation or the guy that showed discipline? Discipline, because the hard work I put in today will be worth it tomorrow. The discipline I show today will be worth it for many tomorrows. The strong choices I make today will make me proud for many tomorrows.
What must you do today to achieve what you must achieve in your future? What do you need to do to get to where you must get to? What do you need to learn? What do you have to become to get the results you must have? What do you need to master? What new skills must you obtain? You will never get to the next level without mastering the skills that the next level requires. You will not reach any great heights without becoming the person that is capable of reaching those great heights.
It's easy to take the easy option. It's easy to rationalize. If no one around you is living at a high level, no one around you is achieving at the highest level, it might seem okay to take it easy. It's easy to get in a big, average, miserable rut.
Students, right now our next presenter is a male technician. Her name is Razel Barton.
Hi, good day, Ms. Razel Barton. Welcome to our career. Yeah, I know you have a lot to share with us.
Oh, excited I am.
We apologize to have you waiting, but
That's
you know,
fine.
everybody's excited to share their own information.
Of course. Thank you. So all right. Okay, good day, everyone. Good day. So let's jump right into it. So hi, everyone. My name is Razel Barton. I'm a nail technician. I have been a nail technician for the past 16 years. Yes, a lot of years. So it's good to be here to share with you this beautiful industry called the beauty industry. Nails being part of the beauty industry, and I am part of that industry. Thank God. All right. So let's jump right into it. I know you're all excited. If you're not, hold on to your seats. You're gonna be. So I've been doing nails, as I said, for the past 16 years. I grew up in South Trinidad, or Princestown to be, well, Indian Walk to be exact. Right. I attended Princestown Senior and Junior. At that point in time, it would have been Princeton Senior Secondary and Junior Secondary. And I would have pursued sciences and, you know, doing all of that and doing my sciences. I love my sciences, don't get me wrong. And some of you science students, woo, I know you're out there. If you didn't do science, that's okay. That's okay, right? And while on that journey of pursuing a career, of wanting to be in the environment engineering field, I should say, I did sciences to stay on that path, you know. Because at Form 3, I was wondering, you know, what I want to do. People were saying, what you want to become? I was like, well, I don't know. And then I heard about environmental engineering and that piqued my interest. I said, yeah. And then I went into occupational health and safety. So I have an associate degree in environmental engineering technology and a bachelor's in occupational health and safety. So after pursuing that career path, I mean, I stuck with my first love. And I'm here to tell you all about that first love, right? So I fell in love with this industry at the age of 13. So I had a stepmom at that time, and she's a hairdresser currently. And at that time, she was a hairdresser. And she was doing black polish on her toenails, yes? And when she did this black polish, she did something that blew my mind. She took a strand of thread, yes? She dipped it in some white nail polish and she rested on the nail and dragged it through. And I was like, oh, it was a masterpiece. I tell you, that blew me away, right? I fell in love with the industry from then. And I mean, being 13, and so I was discouraged along the way. I mean, people will say, beauty industry, oh gosh, that could be a side thing. So people advise me, and I say, look, my father telling me, he said, just stick with your education, you know, and go through. So I went through my sciences and everything. So while pursuing my education in sciences, and I was on that career path, I still took time out through YTEP during the beauty therapy course. They taught us manicures and pedicures, a little nail art here and there, how to apply tips. You know, back then, tips was a big thing. Tips, putting on tips on your nails. Yes, these extensions, these on the nail, buffing them in, and hey, you have nails good. Pom tips. Yeah, you out there. Yeah. So that was the style back then. And I did a competition with YTEP, the South District, and I won that competition, and that encouraged me even more to stay in this. Yes, let's see what the industry has for you, you know? And I placed first in the competition. It was an Easter theme, so I did a nice floral design on my model. At the end of the competition, the night while waiting on transport to go home, a young lady approached us and she was fascinated with the design that I did, so much so that she wanted to hire me on commission. That means that everything I work for, she gets a percentage, which was a starting point. She hired me and I was like, yes, okay. And I started from there, and I kept educating myself, because from that time, 16 years ago to now, the nail industry has revolutionized. It has evolved. So back then, tips were a big thing. I mean, it had acrylic and gel extensions, but tips was a huge thing. So for someone to do tips, Sandra, yeah. So for someone to do tips, that was a big thing. Now we have gel nails, we have structured gel, we have acrylic gel. This is a hybrid product. It's like part acrylic, part gel. I have the product here, so I'll just show you, just to show you how the nail industry has moved from A to we're probably by U right now in the alphabet, U. And who knows what the possibilities are for the future. You know, so I've seen the industry take off. And to show how long this industry has been, since the beginning of time, you could see, because history shows where the Egyptians used to use henna to stain their nails. I mean, the Greek soldiers, before they go into battle, they would paint their lips red and stain their nails red. You know, the Romans, yes, the Romans would use, actually not the English, the British, they would use like sheep's blood mixed in fat, I know you, and stain the nail, you know, and doing nails was a way in Chinese culture to know your rank in society. So if you wore silver nails, gold nails, those were only for royals. Yeah, now we have metallic, we have the different chromes. This is just a chrome here. I hope you could, it's sort of iridescent. I don't know if you could see it all, but the chromes are in. Those of you who know about nails, they're very shiny metallic colors. And long nails in Chinese culture would have been to say that you are old, wise, and rich, wealthy, and sometimes they adorn them with jewels, diamonds. So the beauty industry has been around for a long time. I mean, in the 1970s, a guy by the name of Jeff Pink would have invented the pink and white French nails, these French nails. So, I mean, it's been around, nails, the industry, the nail industry. So, I mean, the beauty industry, nails being a part of the beauty industry. So I hope you all have your questions coming in, right? So I want to answer your questions. Yes, feel free to ask me, ask away. I'll have a segment to answer your questions. So I also, what I specialize in manicures, pedicures, nail enhancements such as gels, acrylics, and the hybrid, the acrygel product I was telling you about, part acrylic, part gel. Yes, the best of both worlds, I call it. I do eyelash extensions, and I perform makeup and waxing on my clients. I also teach. Yes, I teach. Some of the classes that we offer here at my salon, Result Studio, were located on High Street, Princestown, opposite Republic Bank, right? Upstairs. Burger King used to be downstairs. We are upstairs. I'm the first shop on your right. Don't worry, I'll give you all my contact info and Instagram page and that sort of thing later on. So we have classes. We have the full nail technology class, which is $4,000. I usually provide kits for you. You get a certificate of participation at the end of it. So we have money. If you want a breakdown of the classes, you could do that just to test it out to see if you know you like this thing. You know, maybe I like it, maybe I don't. Try. It's worth a try if you wish. So I give manicure. I offer manicure and pedicure classes. That's a 2 weeks class, and it's at $1,600. I also do an acrylic class. I teach nail anatomy, which is the structure of the nail itself, learning the natural nails and the parts of the natural nail. Nail sculpting, which is building and forming nails, be it coffin shape, stiletto shape, square shape, almond shape. I do nail preparation, which is very important, how to prep the nail for acrylic application, and I also do acrylic application. This is a 2 months course. It's valued at $2,500, and we'll see if we can give a discount to you boys and girls out there. Yeah. All right. So it's 2 classes per week. The gel application classes, that's $2,500. I also do nail art classes for valued at $1,600. It's a 2 week class. I teach you how to design the nails. Yes, design. And I also do eyelash extension classes, which is the classic eyelashes. It's valued at $2,500. Classic eyelashes is simply, you have a natural lash, and I take a synthetic lash and apply it onto your natural lash, right? And this lasts about 4 to 6 weeks, sometimes 8 weeks, depending on how the client maintains the nail, right? Good. And kits are provided, and you get a certificate of participation at the end of it. I do not leave you there just at the end of the 2 months or the 2 weeks or the duration, the time frame of the class. I still let you come in, get some hands-on experience, I let you work on clients so that you get that fear. If you have a little nervousness or fear or phobia towards nails, I'll get that out of the way so that you could focus and give quality nails, do quality work, and I even show you how to keep your clients coming back, how to retain your clients and build your clientele. Yes, I hope we have questions coming in, right? We have questions coming in, Miss?
Didn't see any as yet. Waiting for the questions to come on.
All right, I guess it's shy. I guess it's shy. Yeah. All right. Yes, so this is the industry. I have some of my work to show you. So this would have been, this is a giraffe, as you can see. And I would have done this. This is made from acrylic. I used, and it's made on a nail, a pretty long nail, but these are display nails. Of course, somebody mightn't come for this type of design, but it's to show your skill and show how you work with the product, how you know how to maneuver or manipulate the product in such a way as to get this masterpiece. And I'm just going to flip the camera so that you can see one of my. All right, so these are what I do. So I have this, most of you would know these cartoon characters. Yes, Ariel, afternoon, Ariel, Flounder, Ursula. Yes. Yes. And if you are interested in seeing more of my work, sorry, you can write it down. I am on Instagram, this is PNK_pineapple_salon. So that's PNK_pineapple_salon. You can check out my work. You can see all my designs or what I do. You could even DM me, message me. If you have any questions, you can also feel free to contact me at 353-8624. That number again is 353-8624. That's my WhatsApp. And you could call, right, to find out about classes, about nails. You can call or message. And on Facebook, you can search for me at Rizal Salon. That's RAEZELLE Salon, SALON, no space, right? So you can feel free to contact me at the information that I just gave, the contact info. No questions yet, Miss?
Yes, Miss, we have one. The students are asking if they need subjects to be a nail technician.
Well, yes, I would say yes. Of course, you'll need to know how to calculate your money. So that's mathematics. You're going to need to have knowledge, a working knowledge, and you're going to need to know how to read, write. I mean, that's important. School is important, you guys. Yes. All right. So yes, maths, English A. I mean, learn you would have to develop a little passion, not a passion, but reading instructions, because what we have to do is read the manufacturer's label. Sometimes they warn us as to not to mix certain chemicals. That's important to know, right? Yes, I have a science background. Yes, I do. It helps in understanding the chemistry of things. But what I do with my students, I make sure that everybody has a working knowledge of how the products perform. So I would touch on things that you need to know. So maths is important, English is important. If you could speak Spanish, or hey, tú hablas español. That's muy excelente. Very good. I have to give thanks to my husband, right? He taught me a little Spanish, okay? All right. So yes, subjects are important. If not, you just need to have a working knowledge of maths, know how to count, time management, financial management. These are important to know because you don't want to squander or spend out your cash wild, right? You want to invest it. You want to see a profit. You want to see it build. Yes.
Okay. One more question.
Yes.
When students are finished with your course, are they prepared to start their own business?
Well, they are, and I guide them along the way. I guide them. So seeing that I have a registered business, I would have started. I guide them along because sometimes a lot of people don't have a mentor. So, you start and then you don't know what to expect and things start to frustrate you. So I try to guide you along the industry to let you know, well, okay, this is what you could do, and you could feel free to contact me. So I try to have a good communication with students, even after classes, so that you're confident and ready to begin, as well as your work while I'm training you. If I see that the work is not up to par, or you could do, you need a little more practice or a little more work, I spend extra time with you. So that's outside of the duration of the class. I still give you some extra time to come in and perfect whatever you're weak in, to ensure, and the hands-on experience with customers after, with me supervising you, of course, that would help give them the boost and the courage to go out on their own and start. I look forward to that. That's the objective. Yes.
Well, thank you very much for sharing that. I feel convinced to refer my students to you.
Yes.
And we really appreciate your presentation this afternoon.
Thank you.
I think the students are clear where to find you.
Yes.
And you would be hearing from us. So thanks again for taking time off from your busy schedule to join us in this career fair.
Thank you. I am humble. Thank God. Thank you all for having me. All right. Thank you very much.
Okay, take care.
Okay. Bye-bye. Thank you, Miss. And bye, everyone. Take care. Be good. Be safe. All right. Stay safe. And take care.
Good afternoon, students. This is our final presenter, and we are just waiting to merge with heavy equipment. Right? The information what you all asked relating to the nail tech, I will see if I can convey that information to you all, right? But this is our final presenter for the day, and we are waiting for them to merge the two classes together. Thank you.
That they don't understand this opportunity that you have. And if you're waiting on them, it may never get done. You don't beg average people to be phenomenal. You don't beg good people to be phenomenal. You just are phenomenal, and you will attract phenomenal.
What reason can you remember that you can call on, that you can reach on, that can make you get back up? Find that reason.
If you're not where you are, if you're not where you want to be, if you don't have what you want to have, if you're not where you think you should be at this particular place, it has nothing to do with the system. You don't beg average people to be phenomenal. You don't beg good people to be phenomenal. You just are phenomenal, and you will attract phenomenal.
What reason can you remember that you can call on, that you can reach on, that can make you get back up? Find that reason.
If you're not where you are, if you're not where you want to be, if you don't have what you want to have, if you're not where you think you should be at this particular place, it has nothing to do with the system.
Hi, good afternoon. Students, we are back. And we now invite Mr. Bispat from Heavy Equipment Technical Institute to put forth his presentation for this afternoon. Mr. Bispat, welcome to Southeastern Education District Career Fair.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon.
I think I would have sent my presentation already. I don't know if you can have it up for me, or I need to share it.
No problem, please.
Okay. So my name is Neil Bispat. I am the Managing Director of Heavy Equipment Technical Training Institute. At Heavy Equipment Technical Training Institute, we provide training and certification for heavy equipment operators. Could you go to the next slide, please? Next slide, please. Thanks. So yes, we provide training for operators who are interested in learning to operate all these types of heavy equipment: cranes, excavators, backhoes, bulldozers, forklifts. We are located in Point Lisas, to be exact. Next slide, please. So Heavy Equipment Technical Training Institute is an established organization where we provide quality training and certification for operators, both in the lifting and moving fields. There are a lot of opportunities within the industry for personnel, not only locally but also internationally in the heavy equipment field. Next slide. So our programs are designed with keen interest to make sure that each individual attain the skills and knowledge critical for that safe operation of equipment. Most of the time, after completing school, you may need to, or you may be interested in obtaining some sort of technical training that could assist you in your career path, or maybe in this specific field that you're in, that maybe could help you develop in this specific field in heavy equipment. Next slide, please. So all our training are based on both theoretical, hands-on, theoretical training, simulator-based training, computer simulator-based training, as well as actual hands-on training where we'll take you on those actual equipment, where you're going to get that feel of actual practical hands-on working the equipment, so you will gain that level of proficiency operating those equipment. All our training that we provide meet the relevant national and international requirements, so they are accepted both locally, regionally, and internationally. Next slide. So we strive to be the leader in professional enhancement training, offering a variety of training programs, making sure our high standard of professionalism, honesty, reliability with each one. No personnel who, after completing school and looking for that professional type of training to assist, we can be of great assistance, and these programs can greatly assist. Next slide. Next slide, please. So after completing all those Form 5, Form 6 exams, and you about to get into the field of work based on your qualifications and where it takes you, these programs that we offer could help you even beyond Trinidad and Tobago take it beyond, take you up to CARICOM, up until the CARICOM islands, CARICOM countries, as well as international countries as well. Next slide. Any questions so far?
Not at the moment.
Thank you. So this is accomplished through the teaching of both theoretical and information combined with practical hands-on. Training is hands-on training in our specific field. TVET is important as much as you may have all the irrelevant subjects and stuff. It is important. There are a lot of classroom training to be done as well in this type of training. So to make sure that you are very proficient after completing irrelevant schooling and technical vocation training to assist you in your career path. Next slide. So this is basically some of our past students who we have employed. So opportunity could arise that someone after completing training, they could be employed as well to fill some one of those positions. Next slide. Next slide. So we have some lifting operations are carried out everywhere in all industries and environments. Some are very complex, other complicated. As you go along in this slide, you're going to see some pictures of some lifting equipments, some past training with students. Next slide. These are some of the regulations and standards that are followed. Both some are local and most of them are international regulations and standards. Next slide. Next slide. So rigging, applied rigging practices, banksman duties. These are some of the things that will be taught throughout our classes. These are some things that students or participants will accomplish after going through those classes. Next slide. So these are some of the equipments that is utilized in those specific fields. So you're going to get actual hands-on where you're going to see and feel and inspect and use all of this stuff. Next slide. Here are some as well, additional stuff. Next. Next slide. So all this information, next, all this information on the slides, on the pictures, teacher, noted things not to be used. Next. 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 Next slide. Next. So these are different types of hooks that can be used, that will be explained in class. You'll learn the different applications and use, which you may have seen at some point in time. Next. All right, shackles as well. Next. Next. All right, so all these informations, different types, sizes. Next. So you learn the correct use, wrong use. Next. Next. So these are some past students from our actual classes who, after completing classes, we try to make relevant contacts with employers and try to get them placed on job site. If not just as an OJT, maybe they actually get in employment and start working both on the offshore industry as well as petrochemical or construction sites. Next. Next slide. Forklift operations. So we see forklift operates, and I think early on, when I logged in, I was talking about national insurance, I believe, in supermarkets and stuff. So we see forklift operates in supermarkets, in hardwares and stuff, and operators need to be trained and qualified to operate those equipment. Next. So these are some past students who would have been trained and gain employment through our services after. Next. Crane operations as well, both land and offshore. Next. So here's some mobile crane training that we'd have completed, and as well as these students would have been placed on jobs. Next. Next slide. These are actual offshore crane training that was done as well. Next. Mobile elevated work platforms, training. These helps to make easy and safe access way to elevated heights. Next. Next slide. Next slide. So all our courses are designed for refresher new operators, and that's our location. Next. These are our contact information. Next. Are there any questions?
Okay, can you give some example of the companies at which students place for job placement, even though it may be just OJT?
So we have, I'm not sure if I'll be able to call the company name because of
okay.
A lot of companies with the environment where we work in Point Lisas in the industrial estate. We have a lot of students who would have been placed on job sites. Sometimes, even though you're not placed at the end of class, immediately after completing classes, ever so often there are additional workforce that may be needed, and these relevant companies may call and require personnel for short-term projects. So they might have some additional workforce that they need for a short-term project, months, 2 months, and we provide our students from our database. We provide names, contact numbers, so they can make the relevant contacts and have them employed.
Okay, so I'm seeing that most of them, I guess this is the training side, but is there any special permit that is needed in terms of driving permit as a prerequisite to doing any of the courses?
Yes, you must be able to drive. So any one of those pieces of equipment that you come to learn to actually drive, you must be able to drive. You must have a driver's permit.
Okay, and the class of the permit.
Right, so you must have a class 3 permit if you're coming to do like a forklift operator training. If you're coming to learn to drive like trucks and the truck and trailers and stuff, you will need to have those relevant license as well. Because during your training session, the practical part, you're going to be actually driving those equipments on somewhere on the road. So you need to have those relevant license with you.
Okay, then. So just the class 3 is the prerequisite.
Yes, it is.
All right. I believe that's all the questions for today.
Thank you very much.
So thank you, Mr. Bispat, for taking time out to attend our career fair and share information related to your company.
No problem.
With that being said, we have come to the end of today's career fair, and I would like to thank all the service providers for the information shared about the career options available at their respective institutions. Also, the colleges that would have been with us, UTT, USC, the courses that are available for students as they transition to tertiary education. And we look forward to continued partnership with each organization, each organization in future endeavors. So once again, we thank you, students, and we wish you all the best. When you have transitioned or you transition to tertiary education institutions, that this knowledge that you would have gained this afternoon, it's not only for Form 5, Form 6, at tertiary level institution, you will use these informations that you would have been given throughout your life. All right, so you can use it. I hope that you use the information wisely. In the future, should you have any additional questions, you can contact your guidance officer. So good afternoon again, everyone.